Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, I have to fight. The curtains were fluttering due to the sea breeze that was blowing gently with a little salty flavor. A cat was under the desk. It raised its paw and rubbed its face with half-opened eyes, then it closed them and fell back asleep. This was a very suitable morning to sleep, but Trojan was busy packing all his stuff into a bag. He had to flee because soon people would come looking for him to catch him for his bounty. And if he was to get caught, he will end up in a stinky prison for life. That prison would be Impel Down. Trojan, hurry up, those crazy guys are coming. Outside, there was a small girl, named Lolita. She was nervous as she urged Trojan to hurry. I know. Trojan waved lazily, as he picked up the little bag, and left the bedroom. Those groups of people are really disgusting. Roger just died and they are already here for you, just to get the reward. Really shameless guys. Trojan just smiled. He naturally understood that this group of people only wanted to get that valuable reward. After all, his strength is almost negligible compared to his big brother, Gold D. Roger. Even though he has never stopped training during these 16 years, due to the limit of his talent, he had to admit that he didn't have the potential to be strong. Hurry up, I can only help you to get to the port, the rest depends on you. Leave Logtown quickly, you must take care of yourself. The small Loli said with tears in her eyes. Trojan nodded with a little smile on his face. He accelerated his pace while comforting the little Loli. He didn't want to get caught. They will turn him over to the marine. Don't worry about me and don't follow me. I don't want to involve you in this. No, after losing Roger, I don't want to lose you too, she said firmly. Trojan shook his head. He couldn't refuse. At this time he really did need her to guide him. The ship was going to leave soon and he didn't know what to do. After a while of constant running, Trojan was far away from his home. He paused. His eyes looked at the direction of his home with complexity, the place he lived in for 16 years. And from now on, he won't have a home anymore. It was impossible to understand how Roger, who was middle-aged, could have a younger brother so much weaker than him. Trojan naturally understood why that he wasn't a person of this world. As soon he opened his eyes he knew the world he was in. At that time he was happy and excited. This was the world of One Piece. He is the brother of Gold D. Roger. They had the same family name, same blood, and Roger had taught him since childhood. However, something terrible happened. He found out that he had little to no strength. For 16 years, he used Saitama's way of practice, crazy running, doing push-ups, training in the hot summer holding a thick quilt. In winter he was only wearing a vest and shorts. However, he was unable to get stronger. No matter, practicing in such a crazy way made him thought that could become a little stronger. Yesterday was the day of Roger execution and Logtown was crowded with people. Standing in his bedroom on the second floor, Trojan could clearly see the stage of Roger. He already knew that this day would come eventually. When Roger died, a great disaster befell him. The government wouldn't let anyone who had any relationship with Goldie Roger live, and his brother Rojan was the top priority even if he was weak and useless like an ordinary person. Rojan, don't look back, just go. The little Lily anxiously pulled him. She heard intensive footsteps in the tunnel. Just as the little girl pushed him, she didn't notice that he suddenly shook and a strange look appeared on his face. At the same time, at the entrance of the tunnel, a group of people were holding swords. Their eyes were sharp. Rojan, don't try to escape. Stay there or we will kill you. Your brother is dead, it's best for you to join him. This group of people didn't enter yet, but they started shouting loudly. The sound was brutal, causing the little Lily to nervously tremble. Hey bastards! Did you forget all that Roger has done for you? Lolita was so brave. She loudly scolded them. At that time, the crowd arrived and directly surrounded them. When they heard Lily's voice, some of the people who surrounded Rojan showed a look of embarrassment on their faces. Indeed, they were taught by Roger. However, the reward was so tempting. Goldie Rojan, your bounty is 110 million. Rojan, you're a threat to the Marine, this is the law, we must do this, we are sorry, some people in the crowd still explained, but the greed on their faces can still be seen at the same time. Rojan at this moment didn't hear the conversation between Lily and these people, he was immersed in a magical systems interface. Just before Lolita pushed him, a cold electronic voice suddenly sounded his mind. Congratulations to the host. The strongest system was bound to the host. The host can purchase the soul of a person who made his own legend, using money from this world. Or, the host can choose to use possession coins obtained after defeating his opponent to gain skills from the possessed soul. Finally, the host can choose the color of the soul. After the electronic sound said this, a colorful interface emerged in front of Rojan. 1,000 belly, 10,000 belly, 100,000 belly, and the last 1 billion belly. Rojan had an odd look on his face. Then a slight smile was drawn on it. According to the grade of these coins, the colors defining the strength of the soul, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and indigo, the 7 colors of the rainbow. He was able to choose the color only when he has the money to buy it. He can also gain possession points after defeating his opponent, so purchase with it the skills of the possessed soul. At this moment, in front of him, there were 20 greedy people surrounding him. He only had 10,000 belly in his bag. Then, I will show no mercy. I choose the red soul. I want a 10,000 belly soul. Chapter 2, the martial art master fixed at the same moment when he said these words in his mind. In the system interface a red whirlpool bloomed. Rojan then saw a man, walking toward him with a serious face. Only in the next instant, the man rushed into his body. Bzzz. Rojan's mind was buzzing, he felt as if he had become another person. Actually, he hadn't turned into another person, he now knew all the martial arts techniques of the mysterious man and he saw the man's life flash past him. That person was learning martial arts since childhood, training with wooden poles every day and night, pace exercises, sword practicing, marksmanship, and boxing. That master beat many of the Japanese generals, then he moved to Shanghai, also he trained Bruce Lee. This was IP Man, the martial arts master, who had a very profound character. In less time than it takes for a breath, Rojan's expression became serious, his eyes sharpened and contained an impression of greatness and majesty. What's wrong with this kid? He suddenly became frightening. One of the men who came to catch him saying, "Don't worry about it and just catch him, then we'll get his reward and it's enough for us to become rich. Hurry. Grab him, this is your only chance to become rich." At this the crowd became even more excited, they held their swords high and rushed at Rojan. Rojan pushed the small Lolita behind him. He looked so serious. Huh, blinded by greed. You plan to kill the brother of your teacher for money. Once, you worshipped my brother as your sensei, but now you want to kill me. You traitors. I will show you no mercy. As these last words left his mouth, he stepped forward and got his hands ready for the fight. This kid is crazy, it's a big mistake to challenge all of us. Those people were laughing and their eyes were full of contempt. But at the next moment, after they had raised their swords toward Rojan, they were shouting. Rojan made a move at the left side of the group of swordsmen, he rose his elbow and directly hit the nose of one of them making it bleed, then he moved his elbow down slamming a hit into another man's chest. Puff, the man was knocked down directly, also he trembled twice and lost his power to move. At this scene, all present were shocked and some of them even left the circle. Isn't his guy so weak and can't even beat a little girl? Those two victims were easily knocked down. At this time, Rojan moved his right hand in the come get some gesture and said, "Go on, keep coming. Damn you kid." All the people were angry, and they rushed at him with their swords. In just a moment, Rojan was in front of the group. His eyes were serious, and these men were falling faster. Even though he had no experience in fighting, his body didn't pull him down after all these years practicing. now with his fitness and the experience in the martial arts of the master IP man to fight against them. And the 5 people in front of him were quickly defeated. IP man was a master of self-defense. The street martial arts was not everything he had. Every hit was critical, which stuns the enemy. Rojan, after his attack against another 2 men, every hit was a one-shot. He rose his hand and immediately struck out with his palm at every coming person, which pushed them back a few steps. Rojan saw these people retreating, then he closed his palms together. After a minute, the people on the opposite side gasped heavily for breath and rushed up again. This time, Rojan stared into their eyes, then as he stepped forward. Bang bang bang. A barrage of punches broke out. Every step he took, there were 2 men who fell down next to him. After walking all the way, they were all suffering from his punches. Some were bleeding from their nose, some had dislocated arms, and others had a distorted body. Rojan didn't show any mercy. The intensity of his efforts was enough for some of these people to lie in bed for more than half a year. You are not Rojan. Who are you? As these people were lying on the ground, they looked at Rojan in horror. In their memory he had never been so powerful as this. I'm IP man. Rojan glanced at the man who asked him, then he turned and grabbed Lolita and left quickly from here. In a blink of an eye, the 2 disappeared from the vision of everyone. As they ran, Lolita looked at Rojan with eyes full of confusion. What's the matter with you? Rojan couldn't stand her look. You. What is that transformation? Lolita asked blankly. Rojan did not answer. Rojan, you stupid, I just wanted to scare them. But I feel you are not the same as before. In her perception, the previous Rojan wasn't so powerful like this. I was possessed by another person's soul using a system. He rolled his eyes, which were white. The Marines were patrolling all over Logue Town, making it impossible to leave, so Rojan and Lolita were looking for some safe alleyways that were not easy to find, and went around the main road. While this may have been a waste of time, but it was very secure. 15 minutes later, the 2 had just walked out of an alley, when they faced a Marine. After looking at each other, they were both stunned. Rojan is here. The Marine immediately uttered a loud shout. Rojan was pissed off and cursed with a low voice. The distance between them and the Marine was 10 meters. Rojan rushed and punched him from midair. The Marine didn't have the time to take out his gun. He was thrown to the ground directly. At this time, there were footsteps on the other side of the road. More than 10 Marines had appeared and clearly saw him. It's Rojan, shoot him. The leader of the Marine group did not hesitate to order them to shoot immediately. They had to turn back. Rojan picked up Lolita and rushed on the alleyway where they had come from. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire sound was loud. One shot almost hit Rojan's foot. The stones on the road splattered by the shots. Go. I know another way, little Lolita said quickly. She was nervous but not afraid. Rojan nodded. All right. Rojan directly held Lolita and ran quickly on the road that Lilai told him about. The Marine wanted to follow them, but they couldn't tell where did they go. Inform the other teams, guard this area, they must not have run far. The leader made a deep look at the road and ordered loudly. Chapter 3, Goodbye. The buildings in Logue Town were very dense and disorganized, so there were many alleys branching off from the main road. Also, there were some tunnels, even the owners of these houses didn't know about. From here, Lilai skillfully gave directions to Rojan, and the 2 squeezed into an alley and pressed their backs against the wall. Because of her young age, she was always playing around these alleys with her friends, that's why she was very familiar with these lanes. The 2 went through the tunnel quickly, even then they could still hear the sound of footsteps. The Marines had increased their troops in the area in order to search for him, which made Rojan very nervous. A half hour later, Rojan heard the sounds of the Marines gradually disappearing. Well, Rojan, we are about to arrive at the port. Little Lolita sounded relieved, but there was an obvious trace of sadness in her eyes. So fast? Rojan was surprised for a moment. That's it? As far as he knew, his location was still far away from the port. After traveling for only a half hour, it's impossible to arrive unless they were not going to the normal port of Logue Town. From the main port, it's impossible to escape, because 5 days ago, the Marine called for reinforcements. Lolita was so sure about what she said. Me and our friends prepared a very remote place, suitable for a boat to leave. They keep talking, and in a short time, they came out from the tunnel. There was a small forest ahead of them, the sun was warm there, the leaves were mottled, and the light sprinkled the whole forest, bringing a beautiful scene to the ground. Be sure to protect yourself, Rojan. Lolita's face was full of worry and sadness. Lolita, Rojan, and a small group of friends, they grew up and played together from childhood. It was a very sad day because they will separate. Thank you. Finally, they got out of the woods, and they saw the beach and the sea directly. A small wooden boat was docked at the shore. There was a boy of the same age as Rojan, and he was waiting with a look of concern. Izawa. Lolita shouted at the boy. When Izawa looked at Rojan and Lolita, he had a heavy sigh of relief. Great, don't worry, we made it. The three people looked at each other. Lolita and Izawa felt sad for leaving Rojan alone, but Rojan showed them a light smile. Come on, it's nothing. I'll come back to see you again. Be sure to take care of yourself, Rojan, Izawa said loudly. As early as Roger was executed yesterday, these two friends of Rojan had already prepared the escape route for him. Well, let's go. Izawa said as he looked around and handed Rojan a parcel. This is 10,000 billy, I secretly brought it from my parents, I'm sure you're gonna need it. Rojan's face changed and quickly refused. No way, Izawa. He was already very grateful that Izawa risked his life to help him escape, and he knows that the family of Izawa were not wealthy. Go on, if you can come back, make sure to visit us. Don't forget the friends you grew up with, Rojan. Izawa seriously said that, and he refused to take back the 10,000 billy. Little Lolita, at this time, was quietly wiping her tears. She was an emotional girl. She rushed into the arms of Rojan and sadly cried. Rojan, I don't want you to leave. If you won't leave me, then I should stay. Rojan jokes and smiled. I don't want. Then she pushed Rojan and said, go. Go now. Rojan saw Izawa's eyes. He nodded deeply. I'm going now. Take care. Wah. Lolita couldn't help but cry out. Her friend patted her shoulder and comforted her. Rojan jumped on the small wooden boat, and Izawa helped him to release the anchor. In a moment, the canvas was blown by the sea breeze, and immediately started to move. The ripples started in the seawater, and the boat gradually drifted away from the port. Take care of yourself, Rojan, you must come back to see us. Little Lolita shouted and cried, and Izawa waved to his old friend. I'll come back again. Rojan said that with a serious face, and then he waved back to them. After a while, the boat went far away from the coast. The two began to shrink until they disappeared in the eyes of Rojan. Ah! Rojan sighed. He turned to the rudder and began to operate the small wooden boat. He didn't have a map, and he didn't know where to go. He could only let the boat run freely. In the coast, little Lolita and Izawa stayed there until the dusk, then with sad faces, they went back to their houses. Loli, do you know? I always feel that Rojan will be very strong in the future. Of course, after all, he is the brother of Gold D. Roger. Lolita sobbed while she was walking and said, I only hope that he will be okay, and not be bullied by others. Izawa's body shivered, then said, yes, I also hope he will be fine. Reminiscent of the performance of Rojan in these 16 years, made them worried about him. At that moment, on the ship, Rojan was in distress. He had no idea where to go or even how to decide. Suddenly, a cold electronic voice came from his mind. While the possession time, the host defeated 26 enemies, and obtained 320 possession coins. You can choose whether to gain the skills of the Red Soul or to save the possession coins for the next use. After hearing this sentence, Rojan looked at the system interface. He checked the balance bar. His first battle gained him 320 possession coins. Then he asked to check the abilities: Red Class Ghost, IP Man, Abilities, Martial Arts, Zongshi Level. The Martial Arts Realm or Washu. These two were the two main abilities, and the price of each one of them was 300 possessed coins. At the moment Rojan has only 320 possessed coins. Which one should I choose? Should I choose the first one? Rojan hesitated and thought that according to his current lack of martial arts talent, there was absolutely no problem in choosing Wing Chun. However, the realm of martial arts was more attractive to Rojan. Well, let's choose the first. Chapter 4, The White Phoenix. For a while, Rojan couldn't take a decision. He gave up this choice. After a half circle around the log town, the boat was heading in a random direction. After half an hour, Rojan's eyes gazed into the sea. The marine was behind him. He didn't notice the appearance of the two warships. They came quickly. They followed his tail and chased him tightly, which made his heart flustered and nervous. After all, he was just a 16-year-old boy, and his previous life was just a college student who had never seen a war or even had a little dispute with others. At this moment, when he found out, he looked at this two huge warship in the distance while they sailed so quickly, breaking through the waves. Shit. What should I do? Rojan was a bit nervous. Also, his forehead was sweating. The wooden ship that Izawa prepared for him was one of the boats used by his family to go through the sea and transport goods. It could not stand against these warships. The marine will need only one round of cannonball to end the battle. The distance between him and the warships was getting closer and closer. Rojan bit his lips and said, my psychological state's still too bad. We can't lose this fight, Grandmaster. OMG, whispered. Rojan heard such a voice in his ear. His eyes flashed before the panic has disappeared and got replaced by calm. After a stable mood, Rojan looked behind to the warships. They were more than 3 kilometers away. He was so happy after he saw that. Why should I get nervous? There are 35,000 belly left in my pocket. He had the attachment system. He only needed to consume a small amount of money, and he could be attached to a strong soul to get a chance to survive in this crisis. Garp, this mission is for Marine Headquarters. Thank you for your cooperation. Akainu, shut up and don't say anything. I just hope that you'll leave my place as soon as possible after you finish your task. Monkey D. Garp, the young blonde, said that with a cold voice. I don't want to be so tough. Roger's young brother is very smart. I just took some mild measures. Akainu answered him and smiled. If you abduct civilians and threaten others to get the information you need, this is so wrong, and then I think that the justice of the Marine will be ruined by your scum sooner or later. Garp sneered and then stopped. Dealt with. Akainu, they just looked at the small wooden boat ahead. The log town was not too big. Moreover, it's not difficult to find friends who were related to the target of the suspect. For the Marine with a large force, the threat was one of the commonly used of the confession methods. Akainu came from the headquarters and he was specifically responsible to arrest Trojan. He took very savage measures. He kidnapped little Lily and Izawa's family and got everything he wanted to know. This is convenient and quick, isn't it? However, for Garp, it was very mean, so quite to disdain the former character. 5 minutes later, the two warships, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Trojan's small wooden boat. Kid, stop the boat, everything is over. Akainu smiled and his eyes were brighter. Monkey D. Garp had no words to say, he just watched all this quietly. Everything in sight was beyond his surprise. He actually found the young man on the humble wooden boat. He called the target with a calm and a faint smile on his face. This kind of mentality was much higher than what he had previously performed even with the arrested pirates. He was the brother of the pirate king Gold D. Roger. In his value or even the next king, the Marine had to arrest him. Well, it won't be good. The Marine had just handled with Roger. He was the most powerful pirate. It was the most powerful moment for them. Rojan sat quietly on a wooden chair. He tilled his legs, and he did that on the face of hundreds of Marine, 2 Marine admirals, and 2 giants. He did that and he was very calm. It was an unimaginable moment. Yeah, he is the brother of Roger. At one look, Garp just respected the boy a little bit. He heard that this young boy was not very talented at childhood, and didn't inherit his brother's strength. But at the moment, witnessed its momentum, the quiet wind of everyone, the momentum of a great master. Rojan in his wooden boat didn't follow Akainu's orders and kept moving forward. He flashed his eyes, his face became nervous, and Akainu's angry words came out. Rojan, I said stop the ship, otherwise, the next second I will drown you. Rojan on the opposite in the wooden boat finally spoke. He laughed and said Marine admirals? 2 admirals? It seems that the Marine was really paying attention to me. These 2 admirals were enough for a pirate with a 30 million belly reward. But they must come to me personally to catch me. I'm just a boy. Suddenly Akainu got angry and he directly waved, drown him. At the same time, Garp's face changed dramatically and he yelled, don't. He saw a strange look from Rojan's calm face. Rojan was too calm, completely ignored all the usual performance. However, the Marine of Akainu's ship didn't listen to Garp's orders. Bang, they slammed the dark cannonball out of the way and flew toward the wooden boat opposite. Drown it. The cannonballs quickly crossed the arc and hit heavily on the wooden boat in which Rojan was located. It made a huge explosion. After that, this shocking scene has entered the eyes of all the present people. Attached to the soul of the orange level, if you listen carefully, you could hear Rojan's voice. At the same time, the orange light in the system bloomed. Under an orange whirlpool, very cold, full white body jumped out and merged with Rojan. Orange level soul. The White Phoenix, it cost 23,000 belly. This call was a random call. With a random soul, consumes a random number of gold coins and it was very risky. Rojan was very calm. Then the next moment, he felt that he merged everything of White Phoenix with himself and they seemed to be one person at this moment. He gained all of the White Phoenix skills, including his skills. He gained the internal force of the Phoenix body. He could heal himself even in his hands. White Phoenix's weapons appeared. At this moment, the system gave him all the power of White Phoenix. Chapter 5, 2 Marine Majors. The White Phoenix was one of the top masters in the Ming dynasty. He was very famous in the whole world. Also his speed was incredible. It said that he could manipulate the wind and use his strength to fly in the air. In common with that, his martial arts were very strong. Rojan didn't think that the orange spirit possessed such a master like him, but there was no doubt that this master was the most suitable scene for this moment. In the instant that the cannonball hit the wooden boat, then the fire broke out and the flame immediately skipped. The wooden boat was too fragile, and it was completely destroyed. In this scene of flame, there was a loud sound of a bird. Rojan's body was like a bird. He was smart and fast. Did a move with his hand, he was flying up. The soaring fire didn't touch him. After he rested, he actually stood on a flying white bird. Oh. The white bird flapped its wings and looked very sharp at the two large warships below. You said it's over? Standing on the white bird, and he suddenly stared at Akainu below, the tone became very sharp and low. No, I said this is not the end, it's just the start. Everything has only just begun. Rojin, do you think that you can run away? A broken bird, where can he take you? Akainu shouted. The next moment, he actually ran fast, his stature turned into a phantom. Flash step. He almost disappeared, Akainu's body suddenly disappeared and then appeared in the air. Moonstep. In the footsteps of Akainu in the air, a circle of cyclones was heard. Akainu was a hard opponent, just 3 kilometers of jumping in the air he came near Rojin. Rojin's eyes narrowed. Also, it appeared cautious. People in the world of pirates were different from the martial arts world, their physical capabilities and their incredible ability were far beyond the scope of martial arts. This was a powerful world. Even on the other side, there was just a major, he was very strong. What's more, on the top of the boat below, there was another major. With a fist of boxers, Akainu stood in the air and shot him. Rojin smiled slightly, he was not nervous. His stature suddenly stretched forward. The next moment, before he reached Akainu's fist, and under the shocked look of everyone, his body suddenly disappeared. When Akainu looked again, he saw the boy's handsome face already in front of him and he showed a big smile to him. Hey Marine Major, you are so slow. The two were in front of each other. Akainu punched Rojin, but he was already behind him and his hands were around the chest of Akainu, all this while they were in the air. The white bird screamed and floated away, he was spinning in the air. Bang bang. Akainu's footsteps were in the midair, his eyes turned in shock and he looked at Rojin, who was 5 meters away. Devil fruit ability? You can fly. Then he secretly said, he is too fast. He's so strong on the ground, as well in the air, I can't even touch his clothes. Rojin heard this sentence. With a big smile he flashed slightly and his figure disappeared again. I said it, you are so slow in this scene. Akainu reacted too late. Rojin grabbed his 2 hands and glared at him. Then immediately throw him down from the sky. Flash step. With a sigh of relief, Akainu appeared on the deck of the warship. The place was full of dignified looking at Rojin, who stayed in the midair. Ook. The white bird screamed and returned under Rojin's feet again. At this moment, Rojin stood on the white phoenix, embraced him with a smile. Actually, there was a fast wind passing by. It was very awesome and shocking moment. Standing in the air, Rojin formed a great confrontation for the 2 warships below. Garp quietly looked at the fight of Rojin and Akainu. However, he judged Rojin, a man with incredible speed, his reflex was very fast, he was quick to react the moment of action, and Akainu couldn't even be compared with him. But he has a weak attack. This was his weakness. Rojin was not the White Phoenix, he only possessed by the White Phoenix and gained his strength and skills. But it was very hard for him to use all his power. Ook. Suddenly, the big white bird at the foot of Rojin shouted and quickly swooped down. Shoot him. Akainu shouted. Garp also waved and ordered the marine around him to shoot. He wants to look at the speed limit of Rojin, the speed of bullets still the fastest in this world. Bang 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 bang, a series of countless gunfire sounded broke through the air and fled to Rojin. Bang bang, the sound was deafening and very loud. Rojin looked very calmly. At that moment, his stature seemed to turn into countless illusions. He was swinging between bullets. He easily escaped these bullets. This proves once again that no one could contempt the White Phoenix. In an instant, Rojin has arrived on the deck of Akainu's warships. Then he moved his eyebrow with a smirk smile. I don't have the time to play with you. Don't chase me again. His body suddenly turned into a gust of wind, and he passed through the densely marine crowd. After a blink of an eye, the crowd turned upside down and seemed to be hit by an invisible ability, then they fell into the sea. Damn. What? It hurts. At that moment, there was a chaos and mess in the marine. Rojin had an incredible speed, like a phantom, like the light. Less than 5 seconds, the entire of marine were thrown into the sea under the warship of Akainu. To me, Akainu was extremely annoyed. He was the only one left on the warship. He rushed to Rojin with anger. However, Rojin was so much faster than him. Hey, you are so slow like a nightmare, the words resounded in Akainu's ear. As the wind, Rojin ran directly to Akainu. Drops of blood fell to the deck like petals. Akainu's body shuddered, and he touched his cheek and saw the blood in his hand. Akainu got a hard heartbeat. Luckily for him, he sensed the coming attack with his haki at the last moment, because if he didn't his neck could break fast, it was too fast. Chapter 6, a great fight. He clenched his fists. Rojin had a faint smile, confidence, and disdain. At that moment, he was so attached to the White Phoenix. Behind him, there was Akainu, who had fear in his eyes. The 2 men turned back and they stopped the fight. I don't want to have too much entanglement with you, don't follow me again. Rojan faintly spits the sentence which made Akanu's full body shuddered and clenched his fists. He eventually didn't want to rush to Rojan once again. "Boy, don't you see the Marines?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the top. A huge body descended from the sky, and with an incredible speed, he rushed to Rojan. Like a flash, Rojan changed his position. "I like it." Bang! Rojan dodged the hit and the deck divided. A figure heavily landed here. Flash step. At that moment of landing, Garp took another shot and his body suddenly disappeared. His speed was obviously much faster than Akanu. He has already rushed to Rojan again. Finger pistol. Garp's fingers were hard like a gun and they can stab a body. Rojan's eyes shrank sharply and his head was slightly twisted. Sharp. His cheek was bleeding and Rojan didn't believe what's happened. His right hand huddled like an eagle, his body suddenly accelerated, and then he moved forward to attack Garp aggressively. Iron body. When? How? At the next moment, the sparks actually collided, Rojan's heart trembled, and he immediately retreated. Then, Monkey D. Garp raised his right leg and used Rankyaku, one of the 6 techniques of 6 powers. Wow, sharp. The mast on the ship broke. Garp was incredibly powerful. Rojan constantly retreat that moment. He felt a strong power in the face of Garp, and there was enormous pressure. Compared with Akanu, Garp's experience was higher. The two were fast like the wind, quickly fought, they moved to the deck at an extremely fast pace. Rojan sharpened his eyes, there was no doubt that Garp was stronger than him, he could barely fight him at this moment. He released the power and speed of the White Phoenix and IP Man on the same day. If this fight took more time, he will get exhausted and no doubt, he will lose. Finger pistol. Once again, Garp attacked him. Rojan's face changed, there was a bloody hole in the right shoulder, he was injured under the constant attack of Garp. He was hit because of a lack of experience. You can't escape Rojan. Garp closed his hands. His muscles were tight, he stared at Rojan and he was ready to attack him again. Haha! Rojan flashed the next moment, and the White Phoenix was behind him. He ascended it and flew with 3 times increased speed. At that moment, and from 10 meters altitude, Rojan fell toward the bottom again. With gravity, his speed increased again. Feather blade. Only an instant, Rojan has arrived at Garp's eyes and then he waved. This wave was like a fierce bird waving his wings. In the void, a cold light flashes. Garp stare and shout, iron body. When? The sound of metals collided and sparks burst rushed out, Rojan's eyes flashed, and his right hand felt a sharp pain. After facing Garp's block, his right foot was like a big turntable. He came toward the sky, and then he pointed down against Rojan. Do you like it? The powerful blue projectile formed in an instant. The sharp shot seemed to cut the air and rushed toward Rojan. Rojan morphed like a bird and avoided this chopping attack. He had to bend his legs, stepped into the air, and rushed forward again. But suddenly his face changed dramatically. On his right side, someone quietly lurked and attacked him. Finger gun. A shot was between the lights and the flint. Rojan avoided important parts, puff there was a hole in his stomach, and the blood immediately flowed out. 2 seconds later, Rojan fell heavily on the deck, rolling a full 10 meters before he stopped. After lifting his head, Rojan became pale. In the front of him, Akainu stood there cold-blooded. Garp frowned at Akainu and he wasn't happy. Akainu, don't you think that's too much? What? He is a wicked criminal. Akainu dismissed. Garp was even angrier. According to him, Rojan has not done anything sinful. In essence, he was very resistant to the command of the headquarters of the Marine to arrest Rojan. For him who advocates justice, one person commits a crime, while others were involved, it was a violation of justice. Somehow, Rojan painfully stood up, he took a deep look at the 2 men opposite, and then he moved his hand toward his mouth and blew it. Fweet. The large white bird hovered immediately and swooped downwards. Go fast, don't let him escape. Akainu saw this scene, he shouted loudly and speeded up toward Rojan. However, Rojan got on the Phoenix, then the Phoenix jumped up, soared with an incredible speed. In an instant, they have flown up 20 meters when Akainu came to Rojan's location, he was only able to watch him flying away. Garp. Akainu yelled to the back of the ship. Catch him. Garp looked up at Rojan, then he turned back with fake ashamed sorry, my moonwalk is not done yet. Akainu clenched his fists in anger and looked at Rojan who was escaping on the white giant bird. He was very annoyed. In the air, Rojan looked down. The white giant bird quickly flew in one direction and he disappeared in an instant. On the warships below, the Marine had just climbed one by one from the sea and lay on the deck, they breathed heavily. Damn it. Akainu was angry and helpless. At the same time, on the sea about 5 kilometers from here, a civilian ship stopped silently. On the boat, there were several civilians which were faint and while they were watching everything from there. How? Deputy Captain? He is our captain's brother, is he alright? We must take him. A white-haired, middle-aged man who stood in the forefront and wore glasses and had a long sword on his waist, deep in his eyes, and he was chuckling. He has left and he is safe. In addition, I am not your deputy captain. Chapter 7, The Future. They will be separated from today. All the crew on that ship had come to their own different future. Go, you two, what are you doing here? Really sounded a little heavy and scolded Shanks and Buggy. Deputy Captain. Shanks and Buggy cried out. They couldn't forget the days of laughter and cry together. Shaking his head, Rayleigh turned away and went straight all the way. After a while, he disappeared from their eyes. Buggy, let's go together and be my partners, we will set up a cheerful pirate corps. Shanks rubbed his tears and said to Buggy seriously and solemnly. At this moment, Shanks made his decision to be a pirate, with the greatness of Roger's name and him being one of his underlings, he will achieve that glory again. Who's going with this guy? Buggy shook his hand. Don't forget, you still owe me a treasure map. After finishing his words, Buggy turned to run away. Shanks looked at Buggy getting away and shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at the sea in front of him. The sea was like a giant beast, waves rushed forward, he heard bursts of thundering sound. This beastly sea, someone will have to conquer it. In the running time, who can stop him from going forward? Shanks muttered those words, then he disappeared from here. At the same time, the bird was struggling above the sea. Ook! The sharp bird screamed through the air. Rojan stopped halfway over the white phoenix, he put his right hand on his shoulder, the blood leaked out between his fingers, he couldn't stop this bleeding. The sweat on his forehead dribbled slightly, it fell into the seawater. The night is coming, I must find a place to rest as soon as possible, Rojan thought with a cold and serious face. He patted on the white phoenix under him, which made another buzzing sound. It quickly flapped its wings, speed up again and headed straight ahead. The possession system takes an hour and it has been only 30 minutes, but Rojan felt that he couldn't control the power of the white phoenix. He understands that. This system is related to his physical state. He sweated more and more, the power of the white phoenix started to disappear slowly from his body. Fast, I must be fast. On the large sea, it was very calm at the moment, with the warm sun ray, everything seemed peaceful, but Rojan saw his fate. In this endless sea, if he couldn't find a place to rest in, even if he had such a strong power, he can't escape death. His wooden boat has been destroyed by the marine and sank to the bottom of the sea. At that moment, he was carrying only the money from his friend Izawa. If I didn't find a place to stay before the white phoenix power disappears, I will die. Rojan was facing a life and death crisis, which let his heart beat faster and faster. Hurry up. He presses the internal force of his body, and the white phoenix gave out a sharp cry, spread its wings and flew toward with an incredible speed. 3 minutes later, Rojan had already felt that he was weak and the strength of the white phoenix was less than 50%. He was exhausted and the pain made him lose his energy. Come on, I can't die here. Rojan urged the phoenix to hold on and continue the flight. 5 minutes later, the sea below them had some small waves, fishes were jumping up and down, and seagulls were flying in groups. The scene was wonderful, but Rojan's heart sunk. He still didn't find any place for landing, and the time for possession was coming to end. At most, no more than 5 minutes and the white phoenix will disappear and leave him alone. The wound on his shoulder has not been dealt with and started to get numb, this means his right hand didn't feel anything anymore. Come on, continue flying, I can't die like this. Rojan was sweating from all his body but still did not want to give up. The white phoenix was approaching rapidly on the sea, its speed was getting slower and slower. This big bird, which he has been flying all the time, has reached the limit at this moment and will not be able to support Rojan anymore. 3 minutes later, Rojan's voice suddenly brightened. On the horizon, a small black spot appeared in his eye. Boat. It's a boat. The white phoenix also issued a cheerful sound, speed up the flight and head towards the boat. A minute later, the white phoenix whined and fell down slowly towards the boat that was moving slowly below. Rojan reached the limit at that moment, the white phoenix's power has quietly vanished and he closed his eyes. Chapter 8, Hina the Little Captain. It was a small normal boat, which was mostly filled with sailors and migrant workers. However, the captain of the boat was a little girl and that's unusual. She was about 16 or 17 years old with a pink hair and wore a shawl. She looked pretty and pure. At that moment, she was standing on the bow of the ship and she was watching quietly the calm sea in front of her. Everyone in the ship was wondering what she was thinking about. Suddenly, there was a sound came from the sky. The girl turned her head. She got surprised. What is that? She saw a giant white bird came from the sky. She was even more shocked by the fact that it was carrying a young boy. Hi-oh. The sound of a heavy breath cracked, as the man approached 1 meter to the deck. The huge white bird suddenly disappeared like a phantom. Bang. The man fell onto the deck and cracked the wooden board. Where he landed he made a pool of blood. What? I saw a bird falling from the sky, and in a blink of an eye, it became a boy. He seems to be injured. The fall of Rojin attracted the attention of the sailors on board, and all of them were curious about him. The girl with long pink hair looked at Rojin carefully and her expression changed quickly. She immediately called out, "Call the ship's doctor. We need him now. This guy is injured." All the people shouted, and an elderly man was dragged by a teenager. "What's the matter with Hina? This old man isn't in good health. I'm not young anymore and can't help like before." As the old man squeezed over the crowd, he complained. Hina paid no attention to the old man's complaints, and she said, "Fred, look at him, he seems to be seriously injured." Fred saw Rojin in a coma. He couldn't help but he wondered, from where does this kid come from? Look at his clothes. They are dry. It's not like he came from the sea, from the sky, he fell from heaven. Someone next to him shouted and pointed to the sky. For them, the young boy who dropped from the sky and he was saved by the beautiful girl Hina, it was undoubtedly a very gossiping event, enough for them to talk about it for a month. The sky. Fred glanced at the sky strangely, then he shook his head and crouched down to observe Rojin's injury. After a while, Fred shook his head and frowned. His injury is not critical, but he lost too much blood. Fortunately, I came at the right time. If it was a little bit late, no one could save him. He lost too much blood, and if Fred didn't help him at that moment, then only God could save him. At first, I had to stop his bleeding, and then I have to give him blood. His wound is like someone pierced him with a sharp tool, which hit his artery. I did my best to save his life. I hope he can make it." Fred grinned and quickly closed the wound of Rojin. Rojin was laying down for a long time. The doctor put a layer of bandages on his wounds, then he wiped his sweat and let the people around him took Rojin to a room. Fred looked at the crowd that carried Rojin to the basement. He has frowned. He suffered such a severe injury. The dark and damp basement is not good for his wound recovery. He must stay in a place with plenty of air and sunshine. All the sailors looked at each other. They all thought of the one room, the only comfort place on the ship. It was the room of Hina. "Put him in my room," Hina said. "We need to save him." After a while, Rojin was resting in the room of Hina. When everyone left the room, Hina looked at the sleeping teenager in her bed with curious eyes. Her eyes were full of interest. This man was standing on a bird. And how did the bird disappear? For the next 3 days, Hina took care of Rojin. People on board saw this scene and talked about it in private. "I saw Miss Hina and she cared a lot about this kid." "No way, you meant the new boy. He looks very handsome." "That's not an unusual thing for our Captain Hina." In the voice of the crowd, Dr. Fred made a cough and said his own thoughts. "He is a very good-looking kid, but there's a story behind him, very peculiar. It should be this thing that made Hina fall in love, and in the age of Hina, it's normal to fall in love." 2 days later, Rojin opened his eyes and looked at the strange place, with a splitting headache. "Are you awake?" Hina surprised and stepped forward. "Where am I? What is this place?" Rojin asked in confusion. "You are on my boat. You fall down from the sky then fall into a coma, and I saved you." She said it quickly and she was handing a glass of cold water. Rojin took the cup and after he drinks it, he felt a weakness. He closed his eyes and he remembered everything before he was unconscious. Marines. He suddenly opened his eyes with some flashbacks. "It was you who saved me. Thank you so much." Rojin looked at Hina for the first time. He couldn't stop staring at her. The girl in front of him had a long pink hair and wore a shawl. Her skin was white like the snow and she had a pretty and delicate face. Her body was cool like the frozen lotus in the cold wind. She was very gorgeous and charming. "You just woke up," she said with a lovely smile. "I've been worried about you for a long time. Can you tell me your name, please?" "Rojin." Time passed quickly, a week has gone, and during that time, Rojin and the crew became friends so fast. The sailors and others who lived in the boat were so cool. All day long, they were very cheerful and optimistic. "Rojin, haven't you dated the captain today?" "Ha ha ha." On the ship, the doctor was the older one, but he's so naive. Every day he was pranking Rojin and made jokes on him. "Brother Rojin, I can see that my sister quite like you have to seize the opportunity." It was Hina's younger brother, Doran. He was only 10 years old. When he said that, everyone on the boat burst into laughter. Rojin's face became red. He was very shy. "Hina is very good, but you don't have to make fun of me all day. In this way how can I talk at her?" The atmosphere on board was very warm. Rojin enjoyed some of this life. It was the first time that he went out to the sea. He liked this feeling. Chapter 9, The Reward. In the following days, Rojin knew that the goal of all people on the ship was to travel to an island called Nancy in the East Blue. Hina's family were doing business. She was also the eldest daughter of the family with an age of 16, but she was already responsible for her family business. The people on this ship were also very convinced by the power of Hina and her nobility that made her very kind. The ship had made 1 month in the sea, and it paused and replenished 3 times. Rojin had a great relationship with all the crew, especially with Hina. 2 youngsters, a handsome boy and a beautiful girl, their meeting was kind of a miracle. This was the beginning of a great love. No one knows when they will develop the relationship between them and be together. On this day, the ship refilling has just completed, and then they slowly left the port. The sailors were sitting under the sun, they were taking a lunch break. Suddenly, several seagulls flew in the sky. They had strange packages on their necks and carried lots of newspapers. During the passing of the boat, a colorful paper flew through the air. One of the papers falls right on someone's face. He was sleeping and it waked him up. He opened his eyes and took the paper. What is this? Galdi Rojin wanted with a reward of 110 million. Attention, this person is extremely dangerous. If you found him, immediately call the marine or kill him, wanted regardless of life and death. After reading the words on the paper, the man was looking at the printed paper, but the next second when he noticed the person on the paper was their new friend. Rojin? That kid. The fear appeared on his face. At the same time, several people on board also caught this paper reward in their hands. They were shocked and the horror was clear in their eyes. For ordinary people, this huge amount of money was available only for legendary pirates in the Grand Line. They were passing their days and nights together. Rojin, who has a warm and cheerful personality, turned out to be such a dangerous person. At first, they didn't want to believe that, but after taking careful consideration, they couldn't stop fearing him. After all, people who were rewarded with such bounty had to be exterminated, of course. What we must do? Rojin turned out to be such a terrible murderer. We must tell the captain as soon as possible. We must show her the truth of Rojin. But the performance of Rojin during this period of time was not like a bad person at all. Some people hesitated to say that they didn't believe Rojin, who had been with them for so long, has turned out to be a bad person. What do we know about him? He didn't say anything about his life. And when he fell on the boat, it looked like that everyone knew very well that he was in war with the marine. He was injured and he just fled to our ship. The crew members talked in a low voice. After a half-hour later, they finally decided to tell the captain Hina secretly. Hina. When she heard the call from her crew, Hina was busy in checking the bills in her room. There were many details in the family business. She had to check and check every time before she could rest assured. What's wrong? Hina laid down her documents and she looked at him doubtfully. Hant. What's the matter with you? She noticed that Hant's face was very tense. Captain Hina, I must tell you an important thing. Hant took a deep breath and came to the side of Hina, and said quietly. Hina looked at his face and said seriously, come on, say it. I'm listening. You saved Rojin, but he is wanted with a big reward. Hant came up with the paper and showed it to her. He has been deceiving us all the time. His reward is huge, it's 110 million, and he is a very scary guy. After she heard Hant's words, Hina had no expression because she knew that many rumors were not worthy to believe, and when her eyes swept to the reward, her face changed. This is the latest order issued by the Marine. There is the Marine mark on it, nothing fake in this. Rojin, he is a vicious criminal, honestly, he is a scamp and bastard. He deceived you and deceived us. Hina, he tricked you. Hina clenched her hands, and her face changed. She was listening to Hant, who still talking. She couldn't say anything but, get out. Hina, you don't want to be deceived by him. We must tell the Marine quickly. Otherwise, this guy, I don't know what he will do to us. Hant was very anxious. I said get out. Hina stares at Hant. Get out. Hant looked stunned and he wanted to say something, but after hesitation, he sighed and went out. She waited until Hant went out. Hina's face became annoyed, and she stared at Rojin, who was outside smiling, and she only sighed heavily. Oh Rojin, are you such a demonic guy? At this moment, Hina hesitated. She knew that her decision will affect her just established relationship with Rojin and will also affect the lives of all those sailors with her. What kind of person is Rojin? During this period, Hina felt that this guy was very cheerful and optimistic. He shows a clear smile when he saw her, but from any point of view, Rojin definitely was not a bad person. As if this fellow could have a reward of 110 million belly, he can't even beat me. Why, he has a reward over 100 million. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he is a bad guy. In the end, Hina took a fiercely hit at the table, stepped out of the room, and headed to Rojin. When she did that, Hant had assembled the crew around him. I just went to the captain and she disagreed with our thoughts. She's still too young to face her lover. She is fooled by this guy. We must handle him on our own. Let's call the Marines. We have to tell them to deal with Rojin. The crew got an agreement. Indeed, if this dangerous guy stays on the boat, they won't rest. Totally worth it to get his reward. Hant's face revealed a hint of greed. 110 million belly. This amount made the eyes of the people around Rojin. All of this. Chapter 10, The Repartee for Ordinary People. 10 million was a big value, but this was 110 million belly. This was a very tempting value. This huge amount of money was enough to make people who aren't rich be too greedy. They had a good reason. In the name of justice, help the Marine, arrest the world's biggest criminal, the brother of Roger. Everyone's eyes sparkled and looked at each other. They had the same opinion. Then, Hand went to the basement of the boat, where Rovi was busy. I think there is one thing that you must be interested in. Rovi was a middle-aged man. He was not tall and he had a blonde hair. When he saw Hand, he raised his head and frowned. What are you doing here? On weekdays, he was a quiet person and the most respectable person in Hina's boat. But Hand's character was arrogant and very sneaky. Rojan, do you know about him? If you have something, say it directly. I don't have time to waste it with you. Rovi was impatient. He still had more work to do. That guy is a criminal with a reward of 110 million belly. Hand said that and threw the wanted poster to Rovi. Oh? And then what? What do you want to do? Rovi stopped the work. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. Go arrest him? Be a bounty hunter? That's not true, although the boy looks pure and straight, and he doesn't have the slightest strength. He can be rewarded with a lot of money by the Marine. It's not something that we have to deal with it. Hand shrugged his shoulders and had a sense of self-knowledge. Rovi frowned and asked, does Hina know this? Hand smiled and said, of course she knew. I talked to her before she sent me to tell you. Rovi glanced at Hand with a grin on his face, and he said disdainfully, stop with your stupid ways. If Hina wants something she will come directly to me and you want to find me. What's the matter? Don't be fooled. There was a glimmer of anger on his face and Rovi forced him down. Then he said, I consulted with the others and we will report Trojan to the Marine to let them come and catch him. Even though we can't get all the money of the reward, we will get a part of it for the report. He. Rovi smiled after listening quietly. Very good plan, but Trojan is a good boy but the money is more attractive. With a flicker, Rovi threw the den mushi into the arms of Hand, then he cut the reward paper, and a smile appeared on his face. Be sure, we will not be less than you. Hand took the den mushi. He didn't hesitate, he directly dialed the nearest Marine base. The Marine Division 73102, please answer. A clear male voice came across. He coughed twice. Hand was stern. Hello Marine, I am Hand from the East Blue Chamber of Commerce. I have clues about Trojan, who recently had become wanted. Trojan? What Trojan? There was a hint of doubt in the Navy's voice. Yes, the brother of the Pirate King, rewarded with 110 million belly gold. The Marine didn't complete his sentence and the voice cut, then another person's voice came out from the den mushi. Hey, I'm the chief executive of the department, Osaki, please give us a quick report of your location, quickly and don't disturb him, always pay attention to his action. In the voice, there was a strong majesty. Across the phone, Hand was stunned by Osaki's vigor and he promised him to calm down. We will arrive after half an hour, keep in touch. Osaki quickly said and then he hangs up. Hand could clearly hear the other side's dense footsteps on the den mushi. Obviously, the Marine has already moved fast. When the Marine arrives, the big reward will come. It was a reward of 110 million belly. Maybe it was not a huge amount but it was enough for him to have a good life for a long time. In addition, wherever he needs money, all day long, in the wind and rain, he could drift again to the sea. In this world, there are three kinds of people in the sea. The first, the sailors who had to work hard to survive. The second, the ferocious pirates who were relying on stealing people treasures. And the last was the Marines. Of the three, the weakest and the least risky was them. They lived the most bitter days and they enjoyed the bottom of life. It has to be said, the world is really unfair. When Hand hangs up, Rojan stands next to him. Rojan, I have something to tell you, you must be prepared. The ship's doctor was talking, Fred, the old man, who had a hard time at the moment. His face was so serious. Fred, what's wrong with you old guy? Your face is very ugly. Rojan smiled and his eyes flashed strangely. Your identity has been leaked for everyone and you must leave this place quickly. All the crew has already discussing to tell the Marine about you. As soon as the Marine comes you will be finished. My identity? Rojan swiftly rose and said, you all know? Your reward order has spread, everyone knows about you. The old man nodded. What about Hina? Rojan bit his mouth and asked in a loud voice. At this moment, his heart suddenly had a strange feeling. On weekdays, when everyone gets along with each other, it was enjoyable and very intimate relationships. However, when someone's identity exposed, everything will change. He couldn't understand what these people feel at this moment, greed, hesitation or fear. Hina asked you to come. Fred the doctor took a deep look at Rojan. She told me to tell you, take care of yourself. Rojan had a heavy weight on his chest, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if he felt that his whole body was relaxed. Some people will harm him, they will not believe him, but others will choose to believe and help him. She says she'll always believe you. Fred sighed and patted Rojan's shoulder. Rojan shook his shoulders, but he felt like his heart became heavier. It was difficult to endure leaving the beauty Hina. Rojan has complex eyes, and he didn't know if he should talk or not. Just go. If you delay, they will catch you. Chapter 11, The Pirate Attack. Rojan didn't know what he felt at the moment. Hina believed him, however, she followed him. He was very confused. When must he leave the ship? Where must he go? The sea is very big and it seems like he could go anywhere, but he couldn't be anywhere. Fred pushed him and said, come on, there is a spare escape boat on board, you can take it and leave. Sipping his lips, Rojan had to leave the boat by Fred. At this moment, Rojan suddenly felt that life was sometimes helpless. Hina didn't choose to tell him personally what this meant, he naturally understood. Once again, a great relationship and very intimate, this two already had a diaphragm at this moment. This diaphragm may seem thin, but it means that they may separate from each other. She didn't choose to meet up with Rojan, it was destiny, she asked herself and didn't let Rojan explain. That's because that girl was very clever, she knew clearly that she and Rojan were unlikely to be together. Therefore, Fred's arrival means that the relationship between the two had came to an end. A criminal with a reward of 110 million belly must not discuss with him when he had the strength to destroy everything. They knew also that such a person couldn't live with ordinary people at all. While Hina was doing business, perhaps she really could give something for love, but before this step, she was hesitant. She couldn't tell her feeling for Rojan at the moment, she just sighed then followed Dr. Fred. As they walked quietly, they came to the deck, also they walked around the road, and there was a terrified scream. At the same time, several sharp whistling voices also came. Fred and Rojan quickly looked up and immediately saw 3 black cannonballs passing overhead, and then slammed into the other side of the boat. Boom! A large expanse of seawater exploded and the ship creaked and began to shake violently. Captain. Pirates. My God, it's pirates. How can there be pirates here? What should I do? What do we do? At that moment, people on the boat were panicking. It was impossible to imagine that there was a pirate regiment in this area. Fred heard the creak of the boat, his white hair was splashed with water and it looked very embarrassing, but at this moment, he was completely uninterested about it. He strode forward and then he looked to the sea. And Rojan quickly followed him. In all of this, there was a very fast ship coming toward them, and it made a loud sound. The canvas swelled high with a hideous skeleton on it. In the office, Hina was alarmed and she quickly ran out. When she saw the pirate ship on the sea, her face changed. Captain, this is the Sodders pirates. Their reward is 15 million and they are the most dangerous group in the sea. There are rumors that they had gone to the Grand Line a year ago. How could they appeared here? Behind Hina, there was a middle-aged man with a sickle on his waist. No matter what is going on, we can't go without a fight. Summon the combatants on board and prepare for the battle. She stared at the distance in a dignified way and quickly said. The middle-aged man nodded, turned quickly, and began to call on the ship's fighters. As a merchant shipping fleet, it was normal for them to hire some fighters to protect them. Rojan, it seems that you can't leave for the time being. Fred looked at the sea, shook his head, and said. Yeah. Rojan nodded. The pirates come. Well, he couldn't leave them. 3 minutes later another round of bombardment descended from the sky and fell heavily on the sides of the ship, splashing a huge wave of water. This was an alert and they didn't want to attack the boat, it was just to force them to stop. However, the people on the merchant ship were scared to death, they held their heads and didn't dare to move. Soon the pirates hopped onto the board. Wearing a captain's cap, the middle-aged man with a long scar, and his eyes were full of viciousness. Give me another wave of bombardment, and this time hit their tail. When he said that, a man was beside him immediately had a little doubt on his face. Captain, if you hit their tail, the ship will drown. Before it sinks, take away all their money and food and kill them all, understood? Sodder said coldly, he is not turning back. The person who spoke stunned and then hesitated again. He waved and shouted fire. Boom. The harsh sound of artillery came out, and in a moment, the tail of the merchant ship was hit hard. The ship began to shake violently. Many people fell to the ground and more than a dozen of them who was in the tail were bombarded. The bloody atmosphere covered the ship in an instant, everyone who saw this scene got panicked. At this moment, they finally remembered the horrors of the pirates. The tail is on fire, and the keel has broken down, the ship is going to sink. In the crowd, the old man looked pale and cried out in horror. This sound made all the people on board more afraid. Fred, did you know this group of pirates? Rojan suddenly asked. I know that they are the Sodders Pirates Corps. Captain Sodder has a reward of 15 million belly, it seemed that he had entered the Grand Line last year, how could he come here? 15 million, that's it? If Rojan will face him and that opponent has just this value, he will win only if he possesses the ghost. He just remembered the attitude of all people on board with him. He had a desire to help them and resolve this problem. He wasn't a bad guy, but in case of danger, he will become ruthless. I can't leave them in this situation. I must help my friends. As they walked along the boat path, they saw more than a dozen pirates with rifles on their waists. They were arranging the crowd together to stabilize the public mood. Hina was very nervous about what will those pirates do. After a while, the frightened feelings of the people finally settled down. A dozen of armed men with big weapons stood in the front of the crowd. They took out their weapons and they waited for the coming pirates. At this time, the distance between them and the pirates was only 200 or 300 meters. Put down the sword, open the bolt and don't do anything, just breath. I had experienced all the dissatisfaction in the Grand Line. There is no need for this battle. I won't hurt anyone, I promise. Chapter 12. Do you understand? On the ship, there were few pirates, only 20 or 30 of them, but their breath was fierce, and the captain's skin was full of scar and gun marks. Obviously, this was a trance that he has experienced countless battles. Such a team was not afraid of death, even trained swordsmen couldn't defeat them. In an instant, the distance between the two ships was getting closer. The people on the merchant ship became more and more nervous. They will face these fierce pirates, and they were so worried. Captain. The man with a long knife on his waist came also, and his expression was dignified with a hint of despair. We had to leave as soon as possible to escape from them. Our ship is going to sink soon. Jack, I'm leaving. What about you? Hina's eyes flashed. She was looking at the people who had gathered on the deck. The sailors and the workers had a look of panic on their faces. The attack of the pirates made them fear immediately. I think that your life is more important than their lives. Jack blinked and said quietly. My men will delay the group of pirates for a while. I'm responsible for your protection until you leave to a safe place. Hina was hesitating. At the moment, she didn't know what to do. Abandon the life of the entire people on the boat to gain some time until she runs, or stay here with her crew and die together. What to choose in the end? She doesn't know. Just go. Jack said with full of encouragement eyes. Staying there was too dangerous. She must leave. There was only one way to go. She kept thinking, then Hina looked behind and turned to leave. The escape boat had already prepared by Jack. Hina took the money and the precious goods and boarded on the ship with Jack and 4 or 5 other people. Then the boat left quickly. They pulled out from the back of the boat so no one could find them. Captain, someone escaped. Someone of Sauder's pirates looked sharp and saw Hina and the others, so he immediately tells his captain about them. Sink them, the captain said with cold eyes. Fire. In a short time, the artillery fire sound began, and the dark cannonball pierced through the air and went toward the ship where Hina was located. Just for a moment, the shells had reached the top of the group. Then Hina shouted Jack. Jack suddenly stood up, his eyes become fierce and dignified. He held on to the sword in his waist. When the cannonball fell on the boat, he pulled out his sword and gave a loud roar. Huh. Swish with his long sword, a stream of light bloomed, and the dark cannonball split in two and went toward the sides of the boat. Boom boom. When the bomb's pieces fell to the sea, all the people on the boat were wet with the water splashed. Jack shook his sword and began to gasp. It was his limit to contend with the cannonball. Jack. Hina shouted and looked worriedly at him. I'm fine, keep going, don't stop the boat, Jack answered her with a self-confident. The boat continued to sail and disappeared after a while. On the pirate's boat, the captain said, catch them. Don't worry about them, they can't resist our shells, they are so weak, they waste their time. Take me to that ship and before sinking it, kill everyone and then take all their treasure. Sauder's voice was cold and cruel and his pirates were all excited. 1 minute later, the Sauder's pirates yelled and rushed to the merchant ship. All sailors on the merchant ship were panicked at that moment. Screams, panic shouts continued to ring. The fighters were very desperate to fight these pirates they left behind, and a dozen of them had already been killed. These civilians were totally incomparable to those pirates who were fighting in the sea all day. Help! Help! People on the boat wanted to run, but there was nowhere to escape. Some of them were confused and they jumped from the boat and they were instantly swallowed by the sea. In this vast sea, there is no chance to survive. On Rojan's side, Fred looked at him anxiously and ran around. It is over. This group of pirates already attacked us. What can we do? What about Captain Hina? Where did she go? They kept searching for Hina. Fred asked the crew about who saw her, but none of them knew where she was. In the rear, the sound of swords clashing and people screaming, and a faint smell of blood came over, causing the two men to become very angry. Pirates started killing people. Fred said with a trembling mouth. At this time, Hans strode over and said sarcastically, don't look for her. She followed Jack, the captain of the guard, and left with the escape boat. What did you say? The old man, Fred shouted and grabbed Hand. Don't say that. How could she left us and ran alone? And what? She is already on the escape boat which was prepared for Rojan. Hand's mouth was more mocking and disdainful. She certainly didn't leave alone, but also she took her younger brother and who was close to her. What about us? After listening to these words, even Rojan's face has changed. He didn't believe that Hina could do this, but the whole ship didn't see her around. If you are really a big pirate with 110 million rewards, I think that these guys are nothing against you. They are not a problem for you. Hand didn't care about Fred's shock. He said that directly to Rojan, who had fear on his eyes. The reward is real, no matter what kind of secret the person in front of him have, and the Marines obviously fear him. This person should have a good idea of how to deal with the present situation. Hey. I'm not a pirate. However, Rojan, who was silent, said. There is another reason for the Marine which made a 110 million belly on me. A look of surprise appeared on Hand's face, and then he asked him, I don't believe that you haven't enough strength to defeat all the pirates on the board. Why you don't want to help us? There are many people who are injured on this boat and many of them died already. Rojan was startled and then giggled a little bit. Then he looked directly at Hand. It's funny, I don't have that power to do it, and if I can deal with them, then I will. Why should I help you? Because you told the Marine about me, you put me in danger. Hand was shocked. If it wasn't for Hina, I could already beat the crap out of you. Do you understand? Chapter 13, Rojan's voice was very unkind. He said those words that made Hand extremely embarrassed. Indeed, as he said, they thought about hurting him, but now they are trying to use his power to ensure their own safety. Isn't that ridiculous? After he completed talking, Rojan left Hand there and took Fred away quickly. He scanned the whole ship for a few more times, but still didn't saw Hina. Only then did he confirm that she was indeed afraid and left them. Hand was very clever and he closely followed the two men. Rojan saw him but he ignored him. Some people choose to believe you, Rojan. When they came to a hidden place, Fred watched Hand and said to Rojan. Even if you don't want to save everyone on this ship, but there are some innocent people. Look, I saved your life once before, so please, if you're really strong enough, save them. Fred's voice was very heavy and there was an expectation in the eyes. If someone can survive, who would he choose to die? Rojan closed his eyes then looked at Fred and Hand. Their eyes were full expectations. I don't have that kind of power that you think I had, he spoke slowly, and the rays of expectation in their eyes dissipated. Well, it looks like we're all going to die here. Fred sighed. They were hiding and could hear the outside. The pirates had basically controlled all the situations and gathered the crew together in one place. Some people of the crew were arrested and others escaped and died in the sea. Hurry up, catch those rats that are hidden on the boat, bring them to the captain, then execute them directly without hesitation. The voice of the pirates came over and the hearts of the three men became tight. They immediately held their breath. Rojan looked closely at Fred and Hand, and found that their cheeks were full of sweat. They were extremely nervous. The three men hid and didn't move at all, and the footsteps quickly passed outside. At that moment, they were relieved and began to move to another place. 3 minutes later, they changed their place, but just after entering the room, a chaotic knock came on the door. Open the door. Hey, I saw you. A rough, raging sound came in, and the wooden door was kicked by the pirates, followed by the intensive footsteps. I found them. Hand and Fred faces turned pale. Rojan with a tight heart clenched his right fist. Do you want to use the power of the system? He had few gold coins, only about 30,000 left. And only one orange call can be made. Last time, the White Phoenix possessed power disappeared, because he did not defeat any of the two high-rank Marines. So he had only more than 50 attached coins, and could not learn any of the skills of the White Phoenix. Bang! The wooden door was finally knocked open, and a big, tall and fierce pirate rushed in. Hand was scared and continued to recede from behind. Damn you bastard, how dare you? How could you hide? A strong man with a big head shouted with rage. Pirates at the rear immediately rushed in with machetes, and the situation became very hard for the three people. Rojan glanced at the pirate in front of him. When he looked at Fred he clearly saw the panic and despair in his eyes. Stop it. Alright, I plan to save my power for later, it seems that I must try my best. When he saw these pirates, the idea of saving that money and silently escape completely disappeared. 30,000 belly, should be able to summon a good ghost? After laughing at himself, Rojan's eyes squinted. This time he consumed 30,000 gold coins. If he didn't become more powerful than those pirates, so there is no doubt that was wasted. Summon the orange ghost. Grade 30,000 gold coins. He was speaking with the system silently in his mind. When he finished his last word, an orange whirlpool appeared on the system interface. From there, something stepped out from this whirlpool. It was a tall, burly and cold man. He had a long sword on his waist, his face was full of chivalry, his voice was full of justice, and it was clear that he worries about people. In the deepest part, There was still a heavy experience of the vicissitudes of life. Summoning Soul, Jni, the Sword Saint, 30,000 gold consumed just for a moment. The swordsman with a long sword stepped out and merged with Rojan. Rojan was shocked, his danchan was full of air. It was like an invisible power was merged into his body, his eyes became sharp, at the same time, he didn't know when he got a long sword with its scabbard. At that time, Rojan squatted, then he exuded the sharp sword. Suddenly he became vicissitude swordsman. Gain Ni, one of the male characters in the Ming dynasty, he was the best swordsman of Qin. At this moment, the soul of Rojan and Jni merged and became one, his eyes sparkled, on his waist, there was the famous sword named Yuan Hong. He has all the knowledge of using the sword, on the next moment, he put his right hand on the hilt of the sword. At the same time, a group of 4 or 5 pirates separated in 3 ways and rushed. "Help us!" Hand shouted out loudly. The faces of the pirates were full of scorn and grim smiles. They were very calm. Because they used to kill innocent people. Die. Without a trace of tolerance, the pirates waved their machetes toward targets. At that moment, Rojan pulled the sword from the scabbard. Chai-ying. The bright and the crisp sound of the sword rang out loudly in this small room. A little wind blows, the pirates who were standing there only saw the flash of light in front of their eyes. Then the light disappeared, and the man's body fell softly on the ground. And the echo of the sword didn't disappear. Rojan slowly put the Yuan Hong in his hand and showed a trace of appreciation. This is a great sword. The blade of the sword could kill without getting stained any drop of blood, and when he uses this sword with high speed, it reflected the rainbow lights. The sword was really good at that moment. Walking toward the door step by step, finishing all those pirates who were rushing, until he got to the door and then he softly said, "Come, what are you doing there?" His faint voice awakened the 2 people who were waiting to die. Fred and Hent just looked up and saw the indoor scene, the blood flowed through the wooden floor and the dead body was everywhere. They all dead? Chapter 14, Wonderful Swordsmanship at the door. The figure of Jni was very tall and slim, Hent and Fred's eyes were shrinking. He did all of this. They didn't even hear any screams. 4 or 5 fierce pirates died here silently. They knew that these pirates were not ordinary pirates, also they knew that they were in the Grand Line. They went there and came back alive and even the Marine didn't catch them. When the Sodders pirates left the East Blue, they were 1,000 pirates, and now, just 50 pirates of them came back on the ship. That means that the others have died there, and leaving only these elites. Because of this, these pirates on board were more terrifying. They were powerful and fierce, and the most difficult men to fight against. But in a moment, these guys were killed by Rojan. "Rojan, is that you?" Fred stuttered and he was shocked. "Let's go, it's not time to be surprised." Rojan's voice was a bit cold, he was influenced by Jni character. Hant swallowed and didn't dare to say anything. He can see that the guy in front of him was really powerful, but how strong was he? That was not clear. "What do you want to do now?" "There are so many pirates outside." Fred approached Rojan and he pulled his arm. Rojan stepped forward and smiled. "I will kill them all." He said it with a narrowed voice, while his eyes squinted. "This ship will not hold for so long, we must act quickly." Fred and Hant looked at each other with wonder in their eyes. What does he mean by "we must act quickly"? However, Rojan did not pay any attention to them, perhaps because of the integration of Rojan and Jni at this moment, his temperament revealed the coldness and solemnity of the swordsman. Walking on the deck with great strides, at that moment, Rojan was completely different than before. He walked with a great light, calm face, no fear, and the light was shining in the eyes. "There are people here." Their movement and unconcerned walking immediately caught the attention of the pirates. The dense footsteps rang quickly, but only 3 seconds later, they saw the figure of the pirates. Rojan went forward with a serious face, he put his right hand on the hilt. The pirates on the opposite side raised their machete and rushed toward him. Fred and Hank shuddered and trembled, they were very scared. Facing the fierce pirates, those 2 people were scared to death. After a moment, Rojan was in front of them. Chai-ying. The crisp sheath sound came out, and the stream of light flashed, then Rojan passed the pirates quickly. Just a moment later, the 6 pirates had horror and fear on their faces, and then they fell heavily on the ground, without any more noise. Under their body, the blood flowed out and dyed the deck with red. Rojan jumped over, he came to the board of the ship, which there was a large number of sailors and the pirate crew gathered around them. The merchant ship carried more than 100 sailors, crew, and laborers. At that moment, it was firmly controlled by more than 30 pirates who were armed. All the pirates formed a circle and surrounded the crew. On the board of the pirate ship, wearing a captain's cap, Saga was standing coldly and watching everything happen. He had a revolver at his left waist and a long western sword at his right waist, revealing a cruel, bloody smell all over his body. "Captain, everyone is under control," We knocked out every useful information from their mouth, and we got all their treasure." The tall and thin pirate smiled and said that to Solder, then he glanced at Trojans who had a blood his face. That was not Trojan blood, it was the blood of the dead pirates from the warehouse. "Do you caught everybody?" Solder smiled, and then he moved his eyes and looked directly to Trojan's direction. "So, what about those 3 people? I am quite doubtful about your ability to handle things. If that's the case, I don't mind to replace you." Suddenly, his voice became angrier. "Do you understand me?" The tall pirate's face became pallid, the sweat on his forehead rolled out immediately. He bent over and said, "Understand, Captain." He turned and waved. Then he rushed quickly with 8 pirates toward Rojan. "Rojan, Solder's pirates are coming, is that a problem for you?" Fred said that and he was so afraid. "Of course there is no problem, Rojan's bounty is nearly 10 times higher than that guy." Hant was afraid, his heart was beating hard but he didn't show any expression, he was very calm. Rojan listened to the words of these 2 men, then he shook his head and smiled. After that, he looked at the coming pirates with cold eyes. The front of the ship was full of the crew members and dead bodies, it's clear that they had been dead for a long time. With his right hand, he took out the Yuan Hong sword from the sheath, which made a crisp sound. Then he pointed it to the coming pirates from the front. "Huh, a swordsman? We have guns in our hands." The Genie force will end soon, and Rojan didn't know that, but at this moment, when he saw the pirates raise their guns, his eyes suddenly squinted and a dangerous cold light glowed. Swayish. He bent his knees, at the next moment, he disappeared from the eyes of the pirates. The distance between the 2 sides was only about 10 meters. When Rojan moved, he was already in front of them. Genie used his technique 100 steps flying sword, within 100 steps, his long sword looked like it was flying, his speed was enough to reach the acme of perfection. Moreover, his control over swordsmanship has reached the realm of culmination. The hard moment of life passed on him, he has been training for many years of Kendo, and Genie was the most powerful swordsman in his time. At this moment, Rojan with Genie possession showed an exquisite and incomparable swordplay. He took 1 step to the left side, then chopped horizontally with his right hand. Puff! A pirate was bleeding and screaming, then fell to the ground. In a blink of an eye, Rojan just cut one of the pirates. In the next second, Rojan made another move and stepped in front of the pirate who raised a gun. His sharp eyes seemed to glow in a dazzling light. That pirate saw Rojan at this moment. His fingers had been placed on the trigger were actually shaking and could not press it. "Die." A loud whisper, Rojan cut him into 2 parties. Puff, the blood spilled and another one fell to the ground. Chapter 15, 100-Step Flying Sword. It was crisp and neat, like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Rojan's body was incredibly fast, his figure just rushed to the front of the pirate, and then he jumped across them all and the light spread from him. After a second, the blood sprayed and many pirates fell softly on the ground. His aggressive attack immediately attracted everyone's attention. Solder was far from the scene. He found that Rojan was different. This sword. This legendary sword was definitely not something that an ordinary person could have. Who the hell is this kid? Solder cautiously stepped forward and jumped directly on the merchant ship. Then he waved his hand, "Kill him." On the side of the merchant ship, when the pirates saw their captain wave, they immediately rushed forward with their weapons. They all saw the previous scene, which was absolutely extraordinary. "Aim at him." A few people whispered to each other and nodded. "Ready." The sound of the gun hung up. Rojan turned his sword around and his eyes were very sharp. His body was slightly curved and ready to sprint. "Shoot." At that moment, the pirates shouted loudly and pressed the trigger. Bing, the gunshot ring was low. Rojan slightly bent his body at this moment, like a leopard tiger. The storm suddenly dropped, he made longitudinal jump left and right. Ding, a bullet flew directly through him, rubbing his cheek, then crashed into the metal behind him making an annoying sound. At this moment, his keen sense and reaction gave him terrible mobility and conditioning. Somehow, he was able to saw the trajectory of the bullet, which the real naked eye could not see it at all. All of this was done entirely by intuition. Rojan jumped directly to the left, also the pirates moved their guns quickly toward him and fired him again. Rojan's eyes condensed, he leaped, then he flew into the sky. He escaped pirate shots again, then he immediately landed on the deck. This time, he was about 20 meters away from the pirates. "Die." Whispered in a low voice, Rojan figure flashed, once again he rushed away. "Shoot. Shoot him." The pirates were frightened. How could this man easily escape their bullets? Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets fired out, Rojan rushed with high speed, the sword in his right hand flashed an icy cold light. The glowing of that sword was so wonderful. All the bullets hit the sword then bounced to the other side, producing a crisp sound. After 3 rounds of attack, with only 5 seconds, Rojin has leaped about 50 meters and came to the front of pirates. This terrible speed, as well as the sharp ability to react fast, that shocked all the pirates in the boat. Kill him. Kill him. The pirates opened their mouths and shouted. However, just after these words, the Yuan Hong in Rojin's hands flashed again. At the same time, his stature rushed forward and quickly he crossed the body of all pirates on the boat. Puff. 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 A series of sounds spread out. The pirates couldn't believe that they were bleeding from their necks and their chests. After a moment, they fell softly to the ground. What a great swordsman! Soder's eyes shrank. He was shocked. He didn't hesitate. From these two brief battles, he already saw the strength of Rojin, which was absolutely extraordinary. It was not something that these miscellaneous soldiers could deal with. Who are you? With a few big steps, Soder came to Rojin's opposite. He asked loudly. Goldie Rojin. Rojin lifted his sword and pointed it towards Soder. Get to your ship and leave now. I won't kill you. Rojin's words were very heavy. He was very serious while he said that. How powerful is this Jni? What is the strength of the first swordsman in the great Qin dynasty? At this time, it was clear that Rojin was a master of the Kendo and full of abilities. Comparing with the two marine majors he met before, this pirate was so much weaker. A 15 million pirate, it was easy to deal with him, completely effortless. Rojin. Soder was stunned. Then his pupil suddenly shrank. He remembered that name. The next moment, he carefully observed the face of Rojin. His heart was beating so hard. This face. It's the guy on the reward. A reward of 110 million Peli, you are Goldie Rojin. But the legend said that the brother of the pirate king Goldie Roger has no strength after the death of Roger. His legend would not be lacking in the Great Waterway and even in the Four Seas, and everyone will explore to find all the secrets and history of the One Piece, as well as the previous history. You are Rojin, yeah. Rojin, rewarded of 110 million belly. Soder with a smile on his face. If he could kill Rojin, his prestige among the pirates will be greatly improved. It looks like it will be good for me. As he spoke, he pulled out the sword on his waist, and then he pointed it at Rojin. I will kill you, Rojin. Your reward is greater than the treasure on this ship. Rojin was indifferent. The Yuan Hong sword in his right hand was pointed at Soder. So you gonna die? Soder's eyes were blinking. His western sword was trembling. Then he rushed to Rojin. His speed was terrible. Soder's strength was undoubtedly higher than many ordinary pirates. The reputation of this pirate ship can be said that it was only supported by Soder. His reward was 11 million Peli, which was also the reward for the entire ship. After he went to the Great Line. He failed there, so he returned, but his strength has improved. At this time, his reward should be close to 20 million. However, all of this was in vain. Now when he is facing Rojin, Soder was twice powerful as he was before. The first swordsman of the Great Qin dynasty, the Sword Saint, the first swordsman in the world, all these powerful names, all concentrated on this man, Jni. With his sword skill, fame and martial arts, which have reached the master level. How could such a person lose to an unknown pirate? When the long sword was brightening, Rojin's right hand flashed and he immediately moved. Not only moved, also he moved his sword around. The icy and ruthless Yuan Hong sword, this moment seems to bloom out a bright light. It turned into flying dragon, roared and rushed to its enemy. This sword technique is the highest killing skill. 100-step flying sword. Chapter 16, The Arrival of Rear Admiral. In the meantime, everyone saw a heavy rainstorm. Dark clouds covered the clear sky, and there was a flying dragon coming from the sky and made a loud roar. When the dragon moves his wings, raindrops emitted. This dragon was greatly moving. He came from the sky and landed on the ground. The dragon opened his big mouth. This fierce momentum shocked everyone, and it was an unimaginable scene. On the deck, Rojin took out the Yuan Hong sword, which made a whistle. The sword was pointed at Soder. Soder didn't even make a reaction. Rojin attacked with the Yuan Hong, and it was very fast. Puchai the blood spilled. His head was turned up to the sky by the strength of the hit. Captain Soder was fully shocked, and he didn't believe what was that. Soder didn't imagine that Rojin had the power to kill him in one hit. The rumor said that Roger's brother has no power. Even when he saw him killing his own crew, he thought subconsciously that Rojin was not as strong as he was called. But in any case, Soder could not believe that he could kill him easily. Poop! Soder fell heavily on the ground. The scarlet blood instantly dyed the deck red. The rest of Soder's crew opened their mouths and squinted. They all saw that scene. Rojin slowly put his sword into the sheath, then he turned his head toward the other pirates. At this time, all the pirates shuddered with obvious fear in their eyes. Soder, their captain who was the strongest in their eyes, was killed by one hit of a sword. It's really a waste when I use the 100 steps flying sword. Rojin spat on the dead body while passing him. He walked toward the crowd. Rojin looked at the merchants who hold their heads and was still afraid. He frowned. He is dead. I killed him. You are safe, Fred. Hand, let's go to the pirate ship. Fred and Hand immediately reacted and began to command the crowd to run toward the pirate ship. This merchant ship was obviously unable to support them anymore, and soon it will sink in the sea. Rojan was facing the rest of Saga's pirates alone. He looked at them with a cold look. These pirates saw Rojan coming over. They all shuddered. I was going to kill you, but you still have some use. Now help my crew to transfer things from our boat to your boat and don't try to do anything rash, otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. Rojan's voice was very deep, which made the pirates more afraid. But staying alive and follow his orders was better than dying. They quickly agreed and started to help. About half an hour later, the transfer has been completed, and the merchant ship began to enter the water. The water level keeps rising. He stood on the deck and watched the merchant ship quietly sinking. Rojan came at the front of fearful pirates and said, "Let's go to the nearest port." The pirates quickly followed the order, and immediately the pirate ship started to sail. About 10 minutes later, the pirates panicked. Captain, Captain. The Marine, it's the Marine." A tall and thin pirate pointed the two black spots on the sea, with a clear panic on his face. When Rojan heard those words, he walked quickly to the edge of the ship, then he saw two warships sailing fast and breaking the wind. Because the distance was far away, he couldn't see them clearly, but the outline of the ship made him recognize it. It was the Marine. Vaguely, Rojan saw a burly figure standing at the front of the ship, with a white cloak of justice. Indeed, there's no doubt it's the Marine. "What should we do?" the pirates said nervously. "Avoid them. Go away from them. As for the port, we will look somewhere else." Rojan meditated fast. And Rojan's eyes flashed and said to the pirates, "Control everyone on the boat, don't let them speak loudly and keep it calm. If you didn't follow my orders, I will kill you." Rojan didn't forget his identity. He was recognized as one of the dangerous pirates in the world. There was a bounty of 110 million belly on his head, and for their own safety, it's necessary to control the entire ship. The pirates bowed, and they followed Rojan's orders. The pirate ship changed its course and headed in the opposite direction from the Marines. The two ships that were close to each other started to separate. When the Saga's pirate ship left, the two Marine ships were on its right. "Rear Admiral Dragon. It's a surprise for me to see you here." There was an obvious reverence in the tone of Osaki. The rank of Dragon was not much higher than Osaki, but this may be the rank that he couldn't cross in his life. It's just the strength and the status of Dragon was enough to make him flatter. Osaki didn't expect that when he went to arrest a criminal like Rojan, he ran into an elite from the headquarters. That's a coincidence. Many of prisoner was arrested by rear admirals, of course, we do that. Dragon laughed, "After all, I'm also a Marine." As he spoke, Dragon's eyes looked at the pirate ship that was running away, and because of the far distance, he couldn't see them clearly, he only saw the pirate mark on the canvas. "They are the Saga's pirate, they just returned from the Grand Line, they are a failure pirate gang, Rear Admiral." A casual Marine saw the look of Dragon and quickly explained, "Do you want to catch them, sir?" After hearing him, Dragon turned back and shook his head. "We don't need to waste time on them, we will arrest them in the future. And now accelerate forward, we have to catch Gold D. Rojan, can't let him escape." Osaki's eyes were very serious, he closed his legs and he immediately saluted. "Yes, sir." He has already decided that in any case, he would listen to the Rear Admiral, because if a Marine in his rank from the headquarters suddenly appeared on the East Blue, that represents that he came following to his superior orders. Although the East Blue is currently the most powerful sea area, it still has a far lower level of strength than the pirates in the Grand Line and the New World. However, at this time, Dragon came here. Once again, he glanced at the pirate ship that was getting farther and farther, he looked back. The world government sent him to the East Blue to be the leader of this area. They must focus on the Sea of Gold D. Roger. This is the toughest case for the government. Codenamed Clean Up the East Blue, the leader Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 17, Getting Stronger. Gradually, the distance between pirates and the Marine was getting farther and farther, and eventually turned into a black spot and disappeared on the sea. On the pirate ship, Rojan and the pirates were relieved. It was best for them to have no trouble with these Marines. The pirate ship was calm. After 3 hours of sailing, they saw an island ahead of them. Rojan directly ordered the pirates to go over there. The ship approached the port in 15 minutes. "Fred, when you get there, you will be safe." Rojan went to Fred and said it with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Rojan. You saved our lives." Fred was grateful, and behind him, most people were excited and some bowed their heads feeling ashamed. They wanted to report Rojan to the Marine, they didn't expect that Rojan was a good guy. It was Rojan who saved them. Most of these civilians had good intentions. They felt so guilty. "When we get there, we will separate. In the future, if I have the chance, I will see you again," Rojan said. After that, his heart suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He didn't know where that feeling came from, but he was urging him to get out of there. Moreover, he couldn't use this pirate ship anymore. This kind of intuition is from IP Man combined with Chni. Why the hell did I felt like this? Rojan was very confused, but he didn't dare to ignore that feeling. Those who practice martial arts pay attention to the whim, and this feeling was necessarily harbinger of some kind of foreshadowing. This feeling came to Rojan at the same time when he was busy talking with Fred. He just suppressed this feeling. About an hour later, the pirates had already completed the transfer, and Rojan returned all the stolen goods to them. Later, after the separation of Fred and Rojan, the ship started to sail and they left quickly. "Captain, where are we going now?" There were only 20 pirates left on the ship. Their eyes were full of fear, but they couldn't be trusted. At that moment, the Genie possession had already disappeared, but the temperament still existed, a pair of hermits, so that the pirates couldn't see the real him. "Sail in the opposite direction of the Logue town." Rojan's eyes flashed and said softly. Then he stopped talking to the pirates behind him and looked up at the calm sea before him. The sea shimmered by the sun, but Rojan seems to see the hidden surges beneath the calm sea. "It seems that this place is not that calm," he murmured, and he suddenly shocked. Something wrong. In his mind, he suddenly flashed a marine warship that had passed by them before, and his eyes suddenly brightened. The 2 warships. There must be a terrifying man on these warships. Because of this, IP Man and Genie sensitives gave me this terrible intuition. After thinking about it, Rojan finally understands that. His heart was relieved. He knew the source of that feeling, so he could handle it well. "Captain, there is an island in front of us. Shall we get some supply from there?" After 3 hours of sailing, the pirates came over with a look of distress. Basically, they didn't eat for a whole day, and they stayed with this strict captain. These pirates were really facing massive pressure all the time. In this case, their physical energy naturally consumes faster because of hunger. "Keep sailing." Rojan just said those words coldly, and he didn't care about their state. The pirates were annoyed by the acts of Rojan. Someone wanted to argue, but he was pulled back by his friend. At that moment, he only cares about himself. He was checking the harvested coins after Genie's possession. "I have got 5,600 possession coins." After he saw his amount of possession coins, he got surprised. When he used the IP Man soul to defeat the greedy people in Logue Town, he only got few hundred possession coins, but now after defeating Sauder and some of his pirates, he got 5,600 coins. "Oh, you Genie." Rojan made a sigh, and then he starts looking at what he can obtain from Genie. The ability, 100 Steps Flying Sword. The Rainbow Abyss Sword. The ability, the White Penetration Rainbow. Genie had only 3 skills, but these abilities were more expensive than the abilities than IP Man. Of course, that's because there was a huge strength difference between the 2 men. Genie was stronger than IP Man. After reading these 3 skills. Shit, 5.600 possession coins is not enough to get those 3 skills. Rojan smiled wryly. These skills were undoubtedly very powerful. At least they would make him equivalent to 20 or 30 million pirate. If he obtained these skills, he would be from the strongest pirates in the East Blue, and able to enter the Grand Line. 100 Steps Flying Sword, 3,500 possession coins. Yuan Hong, 2,000 coins. The White Penetration Rainbow, 3,000 coins. Rojan bit his lips with angry. He wants to earn these 3 skills, but he didn't have this amount of coins. There is no swordsman without a sword, not at all. The 100 Steps Flying Sword or the White Penetration Rainbow, I can only choose one of them. It was too hard for him to choose. The 100 Steps Flying Sword was the highest swordsmanship method, and the White Penetration Rainbow was developed by Genie himself, which was extremely powerful. After hesitating for a while, Rojan chose the 100 Steps Flying Sword and the Yuan Hong Sword. Deduct 5,500 possession coins. Congratulations to the host to earn 100 Steps Flying Sword and Yuan Hong Sword. Just after the electronic voice said that, a huge flow of information came out from the void, rushed to Rojan's head, and emerged with his mind. After this action, Rojan opened his eyes. In his right hand, he had a long sword. The sword was crystalline clear. That was the Yuan Hong Sword. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Instantly mastered. Rojan murmured, and his eyes burst forth by the bright sword. This was the first time he learned a skill given by the possession system, and he also discovered the real power of the system. He had a good mood, that's what helped him learn it in an instant. However, this kind of sword technique must be trained by thousands of times before he can learn it. But, by the power of the system, he mastered it in a second. Unfortunately, I still not that strong. At this time, with my physical condition and this amazing sword, I can only beat 15 million pirates. Chapter 18, A New Ship. This was just a rough judgment of Rojan. It was not certain how much strength could be expected in a fight. After all, he didn't engage in many battles in his whole life. There was a lack of combat experience, and all the previous battles, he was attached to the other person's souls, with their strength and their own abilities. They carried out these battles. There must be a huge difference. He slowly pulls out the Yuan Hong sword and kept looking at it. It was clear like a crystal, and its edge was very sharp. Rojan's eyes were blooming in the bright light coming from the sword. Then he gently sheathed the blade. It was a very calm moment. Rojan went toward the warehouse of the ship. He was looking for the treasure. The pirate's warehouse was in the basement under the deck. So he walked through it and lighted the candlelight and looked around. However, the scene that he saw made him frown. That's it. He thought that the soldier was a robber, an evil pirate, who had a great treasure. But he didn't find that much. There were only 2 or 3 piles of gold. Their price was probably 5 or 600,000. He stepped onto the deck and summoned a pirate. Why is there little treasure in the basement? Where is the rest? He said that and his right hand pressed the hilt. Also his eyes had a cold light, which made the pirate in front of him very scared. When we entered to the Grand Line, we got robbed by other pirates, and when we got back to the East Blue we attacked some small pirates and robbed them. The pirates were scared and jumped to hide. Rojan loosened the hilt. He was upset, and he didn't expect a bad luck like that. He returned to the warehouse and put all the treasure he found into a black package, and then he carried it on his back. The package wasn't big, but because it was mostly metal, it became a bit heavy. After returning to the deck, he put the parcel beside him and sat down. Keep sailing, don't talk. A pirate next to Rojan just swallowed his word back into his throat. The pirate ship has been sailing for 3 days and almost came to the most remote place in the East Blue. Rojan just stood up. Get close to that island. He pointed to a small island in front of him. The pirates were overjoyed. They didn't eat for 3 days, also their captain's killer ordered them to never stop sailing. After a while, the ship got near that island. When the pirates were about to disembark, Rojan stared coldly at them again. Get out of here now. Besides, don't reveal my location to anyone. The hungry pirates glimpsed, and some of them were furious and were about to scream, but their friend pulled them back and covered their mouths. Hush, don't talk, I just saw another island not far from here, let's go there. If we offend this guy, he will kill us. That man was stunned and didn't dare to talk when he saw that sword in Rojan's hand had been squirted for half an inch. They immediately shrank and swallowed their angry words into their mouths. Rest assured, Captain, we'll keep silent. Let's leave right now. The pirates were very happy. They were free. They immediately drove the pirate ship away from there. Rojan stood on the coast and kept watching the pirate ship quietly until it disappeared. Then he turned and walked toward the island. Here, the feeling of danger has almost disappeared. But, it still exists. When I learned the 100 steps flying sword, this dangerous feeling dropped by 30%, and now after 3 days of sailing, it decreased by 40% more. Now, when I get here, this dangerous instinct is only 30%. As soon as he saw a village, Rojan went toward it. The island wasn't big, there was only one street, behind him there was an endless sea, and in front of him, there were the rolling hills of the village. The first thing that made Rojan came to this island was to find someone to exchange some of the treasure and get 100,000 belly. The system doesn't recognize the treasure, only recognizes belly, which made him very helpless. Also, if he will go back to sail, he will need some money. Fortunately, people in the village think that gold is more valuable than paper money. The second thing is to find a bar and start eating. The pirates didn't eat for 3 days, but he actually did. After having a big meal in the bar, he found a hotel and slept in it. When he opened his eyes the next day, it was already afternoon. Now, it's time to find a boat. As soon as he left the hotel, Rojan began to ask the villagers which ships were the best to sail for a long time. Nautical ships? Are you going to travel? If you want to travel far, you have to avoid fishing boats. At least we have a sailboat. The chief of the village thought about it and said slowly. Yes, I need a boat that can sail for a long time. Rojan nodded. So, there's only Roth's family. I remember that they had a sailing boat. But, it seems that they didn't use it for many years. The chief wanted to help Rojan. Thank you, chief. Finally, Rojan walked toward Roth's house. This family was obviously the richest family in the village. Walls surrounded their house, and the yard was about 500 square meters. It was a beautiful garden with a path made of bluestone, and the best thing was the house. It was a 3-story villa. When he entered the house, he found Roth and told him why he came to his house. Do you want my family's sailboat? Roth looked at Rojan with a strange look. Yes, my ship is broken, and I came here yesterday. Rojan nodded. Seeing you with a sword made me wondering. You are not a pirate and not a marine. Are you a pirate hunter? Roth asked curiously. Rojan's eyes flashed and he smiled. Yes, I'm a pirate hunter. The last time I met a strong pirate, He destroyed my boat and I hardly escaped from him. Pirate hunter is not a safe job. Roth sighed and said, well, I'll sell it to you and I won't ask for a lot of money, 200,000 is enough. At the time, my father spent 700,000 to build it. The keel of the boat is very strong and its durability is absolutely reliable. Just after the death of my father, there was no one in my family who could sail with it. Rojan nodded. 200,000 chips, it was indeed very cheap. Okay, where is the boat? It's in the small port behind the island. No one used it for a long time. But I often send workers to repair it. After all, my father gave it to me. Chapter 19, The Dragon Route. After all these years, it didn't change at all. Roth said that to Rojan while he led him to the small port. After a few minutes, they came to the port. The port is actually only one side of the island, but the island shape leads to an inland bay near the sea. At that moment, the ship was quietly anchored in the bay. Rojan looked at the ship from the distance, showing a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. From the outside, Roth didn't lie to deceive him. The ship's canvas and contour were intact, and there was no accumulation of dust, proved that it hasn't used for a long time. On the contrary, it looks neat and clean, as if it was a new ship that had never been used before. The shape of the ship looked very interesting because the structure was concentrated in the middle of the boat. At the front of the bow, there was a sculpture of a dragon leaping. The dragon was added by my father. The ship called the Root of the Dragon. Roth said slowly. Whiz. Roth blew a whistle to the workers on the ship. The ship in the distance turned around and came towards them, smashing the surface of the water. Here it is, goes and take a closer look. Rojan nodded. When the ship approached, he discovered that it wasn't that big. It was about 20 meters long. However, the draft was very heavy, and it appears to be thick and stable on the surface of the water. It was difficult to feel the tremor on the board. Root's material made of the silkwood Nanmu from the four seas. The Nanmu produced in the bottom of the sea, and it's a very strong wood. It has been in the sea for a long time, which makes him more tenacious. Roth briefly introduced. Rojan nodded and followed Roth to look around. He picked a few places and knocked them to see the quality of the wood. But all of them made a strong sound. He didn't know much about the ships. His brother Roger was actually a very good guy who knows a lot about the history of the world and all walks of life. This affected him. In addition to the martial arts, some people expected him to go beyond Roger's way. After half an hour, the two discussed the price. The ship was eventually sold for 200,000 billy, but Rojan had no cash, so they exchanged some of the treasure with equal value. Both of them had achieved the desired goals, so they were all very satisfied. Roth was pleased to invite Rojan for a meal, so he readily agreed. In the afternoon, Rojan left the place. After buying some necessities and enough food for 5 months, he went to the Dragon Route. Rojan looked at the boat in front of him with a big smile. This ship wasn't big, but in the future, it may be his home. He has a big bounty on his head, so he could not stay in one place for a long time. From then on, he could only live the days of wandering around. The next day, Rojan drove the boat slowly away from the island. Just 2 days before he left the island, the Sodder's pirate ship came to a small island. The 20 remaining pirates were starving. They rushed to the restaurant on the island and threatened the shopkeeper to kill him if they didn't give them a lot of food. Give us all the food, or we will kill you all. The pirates were screaming with a fierce voice at the waiters and the owner. The food came up quickly, and they devoured the food. After the satiated meal, the pirates had a long sigh of relief and a satisfied look appeared on their faces. Oh, that's so good. That asshole, we didn't eat for days, we almost starved to death. Next time when we see that bastard, we must kill him. The pirates complained, but there was still a look of panic in their eyes, so it was just for event. They were not willing to meet that kid again in their lives. Just after they complained, when they were in the middle through their meal, suddenly a young man said quietly, "Where's that bastard you were talking about?" The pirates woke up abruptly and turned to see the tough young man. That man was wearing a black robe covering his body and face. His voice was low and serious. There was some mysterious atmosphere. "Who are you?" they shouted. They didn't dare to talk about Rojan. He threatened them if they said anything about him, he will kill them all. "Who am I?" The young man in the black robe burst out laughing. He did not answer the question of these pirates but said that with a low voice. "Not with you, it's a very cautious person, this boy is different from the others. He seems to be a very smart guy." As he followed, he stood up slowly. At that moment, the pirates discovered that his height was more than 2 meters, burly and extremely oppressive. The man took the robe off his head and exposed a red tattoo. "I'm the Rear Admiral Monkey D. Dragon," he said with courteous voice. However, the faces of the pirates changed, and their long swords, which had just been picked up, fell to the ground. After a second, the Marines, which already prepared an ambush outside, rushed in and pointed their guns at the pirates. In fact, on that day, Rojan escaped from Dragon, and the latter didn't know till he came to the position of the merchant ship and saw it sink. Recalling the previous scene, he immediately remembered the Sodder's pirates. It was difficult for the casual Marines to understand that, but in this case, when a high-rank Marine with them, it was easy. It was only couples of hours and they started following the Sodder's pirate ship. After a short inquiry, Dragon's eyes flashed, then smiled. "That's it, Rojan is on the island right now, and very close to here." "Yes, Rear Admiral," the pirates said. "Rear Admiral Dragon, do you want us to start looking for him immediately?" Osaki asked. "Haha." Dragon smiled and his eyes showed a wise light. "No, that kid, I'm afraid he has already run away." "What a kid, Rojan." Chapter 20, The Last Voice. When Dragon caught Sodder's pirates, Rojan had already left the island with his new ship. At this time, I think that the Marine has caught those weak pirates, huh? The danger instinct has disappeared, and Rojan's face finally showed a smile. He was with Sodder's pirates on their ship, then he landed on the island and let the pirates go. Actually, he did that to attract the eyes of the Marine toward Sodder's ship. In this case, he gave himself a chance to escape the Marine. Rojan was not stupid. His whereabouts have been known by the Marine, and naturally, he couldn't escape from them easily. Under such circumstances, if he stayed on the Sodder's ship, sooner or later he would be caught. He didn't know who he would face from the Marines, but it seems that Rojan knew there was a person from them who had a magnificent strength and could easily defeat him. Moreover, the warning in his heart has never disappeared, which proves that his guess was correct. Until then, that intuition disappeared, and Rojan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rojan stood at the front end of the ship and he was looking at the calm sea. Then his eyes flashed. What should I do next? Rojan was puzzled. He ran away from the Logue town, then he suffered a bad injury cause of the fight with the vice admirals, then Hina rescued him, also he eliminated the Sodder with some of his pirates, and now. In a short period of time, everything he had experienced was far exceeded than what he has experienced in his 16 years of life. This kind of life wasn't usual for Rojan, it was very stimulating, so that made Rojan doesn't know if he should be excited or afraid. After a half an hour, Rojan was immersed in this exciting and terrified thinking. After a long time, he raised his head and showed a smirk. I have to admit that this feeling is really amazing. He laughed, then he began to think about his future. If I remember correctly, my brother Roger will soon have a baby. And now I have the strength to protect myself. And with this possession system, even if it is a big consumer, it gave me a great power. It's a very powerful system. The boat was slowly going forward, and after an hour, Rojan heard a noisy coming for the front. Again? Are these pirates? Rojan frowned and looked at the chaotic scene ahead of him. He saw two ships in front of him fighting fiercely. One of the ships had a flag with a skull on it. This era caused by Roger, the pirates' era. Which made the sea filled with greedy, shameless and vicious people. These guys are real garbage. Because of this, Rojan was more disgusted to become a pirate. All the pirates he saw, except Roger, were scums and murderers. They had no moral bottom line. They are the worst. I will become a pirate hunter, then I'll destroy these disgusting pirates and I'll clear the world from them. Roger's son, and his wife, I must save them. It appeared in front of him, Roger figure smiling, he couldn't help but smile. Roger was a great brother to him, because of the difference in age between them, Roger is more indulgent to him, they had the same blood, and they were true brothers. After a while, Rojan approached the chaotic situation ahead. He grabbed the Yuan Hong sword with his right hand with deadly eyes, and then he took out a mask. When he was on the island, he asked the master of the island to make him this mask. It's the mask of Wukong the Monkey King. The Monkey King mask, a black robe, that's how Rojan looked at that moment. It's really disgusting to see people like them. The war between the two ships was very fierce and the blood scattered from both sides. All of a sudden, a strange voice came over. The pirates immediately were frightened, then they turned their heads, especially the woman who led the pirate, she was holding a machete, and immediately saw where that voice came from. A small ship, with someone on the front of it, who wore a black robe and a monkey mask. Get out of the way, I don't have time to deal with you. Stella yelled. The 3 million reward, Stella. You didn't have time to deal with me, but I have time to destroy you. Rojan took out the rewards papers and said with a chuckle. You are a bounty hunter? Stella's face changed. You got it right, and the reward is on your head. His face suddenly turned cold, Rojan bent his knees, and then he jumped from his ship and in an instant entered the crowd. Stella was fierce. She waved to her pirates. Cut him to death for me. Immediately, a dozen of pirates ran toward Rojan with their weapons. As soon as he saw them, his eyes shrank, then he leaned forward slightly and muttered. I will pass through this road ahead. I'm invincible. You are on my way, so you have to die. His voice suddenly became ferocious, then he jumped with incredible speed, leaving a stream of light in his place. He shuttled across over a dozen pirates like electricity. A gust of wind appeared, these pirates who were rushing toward Rojan, they were shocked and afraid. Puff! A large amount of blood spilled out and dyed the deck red. More than a dozen pirates fell to the ground without any movement. Wow! Such a crisp and fierce sword technique stunned all the people present. They were looking at Rojan. Their eyes were full of horror. The fighters on the civilian ship had a sigh of relief. You! Who are you? Stella shouted with fear in her eyes. Such swordsmanship has already surpassed her a lot. If you want my name, I can tell you. Rojan said softly while he was stepping forward, slowly moving, and his long sword was leaning to the ground. Remember the last voice you heard in your life? Huh, my name. With a leap, Rojan rushed toward Stella and stopped in front of her. She wasn't even able to react and her face became extremely alarmed. When Rojan turned the Yuan Hong sword, the bright and beautiful rainbow sword glowed and a burst of crisp sound came out. Hi-ow! Cutting the air, the tip of the sword turned and moved toward Stella's neck. The sword saint, Jni. Puff! Blood spurted out, and her big head burst into the sky. After that, Rojan stepped in and came to the remaining pirates. The long sword swept around and started cutting everyone, puff, puff. After 2 minutes, Rojan smashed this pirate group easily. Chapter 21, I need to save money. This was the first pirate defeated by Rojan without possession from the system, but it will never be the last one. His Monkey King mask and his terrifying swordsmanship left a deep impression on the rescued people. After killing all the pirates, Rojan quietly left. Hidden his face and his name. He left only the name of the sword Saint Jni. After 3 days, he went to the marine base. Rojan's eyes became deeper when he saw the marine barracks in front of him. The safest place is to stand under their eyes. No one would think that I have become a pirate hunter. Strode towards the marine's branch. When Rojan arrived at the gate, 2 guards blocked him with a serious face. Who are you? The sword saint, Jni. Rojan coldly answered with these words, such as the words of Sonorous, so the 2 marines suddenly trembled and looked at him with dignified. The pirate hunter? In the recent days, they also heard of the pirate hunter called Jni, who was wandering in this sea area. Up to now, there were 4 or 5 pirates groups killed and they thought that he eliminated them. Therefore, when they heard his name, their faces were full of respect. Rojan was strong, and he maintained the justice of the marines. They had the same enemies, so he was their natural ally. Yeah. This is the head of Stella. Rojan said with a cold voice, and then pulled out Stella's head, which surprised the 2 marine soldier. There was a rumor said that this female pirate was very cruel, and killed a lot of people. Even some people said she was eating human flesh. She was extremely ferocious and strong and no one could get on her way. However, in front of them, a thin guy with a monkey mask, holding a sword, has defeated such a terrible pirate. His strength won him their respect. The 2 have been good with Rojan. Where do I hand over this head, and where do I get my reward? Rojan kept talking coldly, his voice does not contain any feelings. Come with me, please. The 2 marine respectfully led Rojan into the inside. No one could see his identity below the mask. After a minute, the soldiers and Rojan came to the office of the chief petty officer. Are you the sword saint, Gani? In the small office, the chief asked while he observed Rojan carefully. The chief petty officer saw the terrifying sword of Rojan as if it wants to rush out from the sheath. It was amazing. Yes, sir. He is Gani. In his heart, the chief petty officer raised the respect and the importance of Rojan. You 2 can leave now. He waved his right hand and ordered the 2 marines to leave, and then he let Rojan sit down. This is Stella's head. Where can I get the money? Rojan directly put the package on the table, just to show Stella's head to the chief. The chief's eyes shrank. He confirmed her identity, then his heart trembled hard. It is undoubtedly, Stella, we will give you the 3 million belly. Just 1 minute. The chief petty officer nodded. I want it as soon as possible. Rojan said coldly. He was ready to get up. Wait a minute, Saint Gani. The chief suddenly said with a smile on his face. I wonder if you are interested to become a marine. With your strength, if you join us, I guarantee you that once you enter the marine, you will get directly the rank of Master Chief Petty Officer, and the battles will be easier with your skills. As soon as you kill a few pirates, you will upgrade immediately. I promise. Under the mask, Rojan's eyes flashed, and his lips showed a hint of interest, but his voice remained cold. Not interested. I'm here only for money. After that, he turned away and left, accompanied by the chief, and went to the place where he will get his money. The finance department of the marine was not far away. Only a moment, Rojan got his 3 million belly. At that time, the chief kept persuading, enlightening Rojan of all the benefits of being a Marine. Now the Marine is preparing to clean up the East Blue. We need the strongest and powerful people to join us. It is a good time for you to join us. You must cherish this opportunity. I assure you, after 3 years, no, 2 years later, you will get a rank of Vice Admiral. Even in the East Blue, a Vice Admiral is a very high rank. Believe me, Gani, you will make great progress. Even though the chief was so excited and full with expectation, Rojan just said with his cold voice, I am only interested in money. He only needs money to purchase souls. As long as he has a lot of money, he can become stronger and stronger. In this chaotic world, this is his only hope to survive. Because of the distraction of the chief, Rojan was delayed for a quarter of an hour, so he left the Marine base late. The chief was willing to know who's under the mask, which made Rojan's heart trembled. He turned his head, walked forward and left the place. It's too late, I use masks to cover my identity, and if it wasn't my strength they won't be interested in the face under the mask. But, if I join the Marine, I won't be free, and one day, one of the higher ranks will suspicious me. What I must do now with the Marine is, don't get close, don't leave, keep distance. This is the best way. That was the first trade with the Marine, and in the next 3 months, Rojan went all the way back to Lobe Town. He killed dozens of pirates, which had rewards over 1 million on their heads. This kind of record was to let the name of Gani spread throughout the civilians and Marines. The high ranks have also begun to watch him. After all, killing a 3 million pirate could be luck at one time, but after killing so many pirates with bounty more than 1 million and didn't get hurt once, that's mean that this guy is really strong. Such a talent, the Marine needs it during this period. At the same time, the pirates began to pay attention to this pirate hunter with a Monkey King mask and his terrifying sword. A powerful pirate hunter was a great threat to pirates. In the middle of the East Blue, Rojan was sitting alone on the deck of his ship the Dragon Root, holding a bottle of sake in his hand and drinking it slowly. After defeating several pirates, his money has accumulated to 35 million. All of a sudden, he transferred from the poverty to well-off level. With my strength, I will kill every disgusting pirate I meet. This is the way to become rich. Rojan stands on the deck and he was very drunk. He points his hand to the mountain as if he was talking with it and said those words. In his previous life, he was just a poor boy who never passed the 4 digits in his pocket. I want to save money. A lot of money. With money, I will be very happy. Rojan shouted and there was a blush on his face because of the sake. Chapter 22, The Captain Wants to See You. Drunkenness made Rojan very arrogant and supercilious, and he shouted loudly at the wide sea. In these days, so many things happened, the death of his brother, the pursuit of the Marine to him, the separation with his friends, the sudden arrival of the possession system which gave him a great power. He suddenly became a strong man and able to ride in the sea. Above that, he became a pirate hunter. All these things, he couldn't even imagine them happening at once. He was only 16. Everything comes fast, so amazing. In Rojan's heart, there was always a pressure, confusion about his future and doubts about his own strength. He didn't know what he must do. Until recently there was a hint of enlightenment. It was an experiment and an adventure for him to receive the reward in the Marines base on that day. He wanted to know if he could stand against the person who's chasing him, if he had the courage or not, and if they identify him, he will be in dilemma or not. His heart remained calm as he approached the Marine base. Therefore, he finally confirmed that the possession system was strong and he has changed him. His mental state let him become placid and able to face any danger. He was crazy, also he was very happy, not only because the money he got from the rewards but also because of his strength. He was very happy. Rojan sipped his drink and after a while, he fell asleep. The ship slowly followed the sea breeze without a guide. On the next day, when the sun was rising, the warm sun shone on Rojan's ass, which woke him up. My head. After a while, he slowly returned to his mind and thought about everything, then he washed his face. I don't have enough money, I need more. What I summoned before, I used only 10,000 soul class, the orange tier, and they were really strong, so what if I use 10 million class, or even 100 million class, how powerful the soul would be? I really want to know. Well, Rojan already knew that the more expensive the soul is, the more powerful he would be. What if he could summon those powerful souls and fight with them, would he gain their power? For this Rojan was full of desire. Later, Rojan set the Dragon Route to sail in the East Blue. Time was fast, and 3 months already passed. In the past few months, Rojan's reputation has become even more famous. His strength allowed him again to beat 3 pirates with a reward of around 5 million. This adds up 15 million to the total of his money. Moreover, most of the weak pirates ran far away when they saw the Dragon Route ship. These small pirates didn't dare to fight me anymore. In the past 3 months, I didn't make much money. Helplessly Rojan shook his head. He felt for the first time that his fame wasn't a good thing, which meant that it becomes hard for him to earn money. On this day, he went to the nearest marine base to get the reward of the defeated pirates in the recent days. It took him 3 days to sail to the nearest marine base. In fact, after a long time of sailing, he has almost traveled every area in the East Blue. Rojan wore his mask and went to the marine base, carrying a black package. Jni was known at all the marine bases. Inside the marine, there was a mutual rumor that this pirate hunter with the Monkey King mask was a great swordsman. His strength was incredible. He was a terrifying person. Going all the way to the finance department, he was very familiar with the layout of the marine base. Most marine bases have the same design, and only special bases were different. Silu, his reward is 5.5 million with indifference. Rojan put the black package on the table. He took off the pirate's head from the black robe. The inspectors carefully looked at the head and nodded. When Silu was dead, his pirate group had already been disbanded. Such a major event naturally spread quickly among the marine. Therefore the authenticity of the news is not suspected, and this head was not fake. It's him, the inspector said, and then he handed the 5.5 million belly to Rojan. Working hard, pirate hunter, Jni, the inspector said with a smile. Rojan nodded and didn't utter a word. He was ready to turn around and leave. Please wait, our captain is interested in you. Can you please go to his office and have a cup of tea and talk with him? The inspector said again with the same smile. Rojan frowned. He didn't want to have much contact with the marine. Not interested. Rojan shook his head and turned to leave. As he walked to the door, 2 soldiers suddenly blocked the path, and they put their hands on their guns. This action of threat immediately made Rojan's eyes shrank. What do you mean by this? Don't get me wrong, Captain Ross really wants to see you. He wants to meet the famous swordsman of the East Blue. The inspector kept smiling, but Rojan's heart has an ominous presentiment. The Marines already gathered the outside of the finance department. They stood in front of it, in case of problems. This was a deterrent and a threat. Rojan's eyes condensed and he looked out. Seeing that Rojan stood still, and did not say any word, the inspector smiled and got on their way. Rojan slowly put his right hand behind him. After half the way he said, I hope that there are no more surprises when I meet your captain. Rojan said these indifferent words with a cold voice. Of course, be assured that our Captain Ross is very hospitable. The inspector laughed, then he waved to let the 2 men at the door retreat, and then he led Rojan to the office of the captain. 5 minutes later, Rojan came to the front of the captain office on the 3rd floor. Knock. 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 Please come in. Rojan took a sigh, and then he entered the room. As soon as he entered, Rojan saw the simple furnishings, wooden tables, chairs, bookcases and some plants. In addition, there was nothing else. The sword saint, Jni. At this time, the middle-aged man picked up his eyebrow and looked at Rojan. Hello. I'm Otaku-senpai. Here's today's chapter, hope you like it. I appreciate your support and I hope that you like this novel. I just published chapter 36 on my Patreon Otaku-senpai. If you like this novel and want to support me, please join us there. Chapter 23, Where the hell did he come from? Captain. Under the mask, Rojan's face was a bit cold and he nodded indifferently. In the impression of the marine, the mysterious pirate hunter Gani was such an indifferent swordsman. Therefore, Captain Ross didn't care about that. He just smiled and then he asked Rojan to sit. I have always been very curious about you, so this time I wanted to see you and I hope that you don't mind. Rojan slightly nodded. He was sitting rudely in front of him and didn't say anything. After waiting for a long time, Ross didn't want to wait anymore for Rojan to talk. He was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, Jni, please say anything. Say what? Rojan asked with a strange look. For example, something about your life, your birthplace. How did you get such strength? Ross' eyes flashed and asked softly. Actually, the marine wanted to know everything about these powerful hunters. They need so many fighters to deploy them in the East Blue. These pirate hunters are the best choice for the marine to recruit. They already recruited a large number of pirate hunters to become marines either by money or by seducing. In the meantime, many divisions were very curious about this mysterious and powerful swordsman. They collected some information and inquiring about him. What was surprising for them was that Jni, as if he suddenly appeared. Before that, there was no information about him. This person was as if he dropped from the sky. It was something unusual. My life? My birthplace. Rojan said that with a little smirk and there was a hint of anger in it. Huh, Captain, you invited me just to find where I come from? After that, Ross smiled and said, I'm really curious. Then he stared deeply at Rojan's mask. After all, you are our excellent partner, and we want such a trustworthy person. Your background is not clear. What kind of person are you under that mask? Unless you are a pirate? That would be funny. Isn't it? Then Ross looked at Rojan and said. A pirate. Haha, you can really make jokes. Everyone knows that I, Jni, never showed mercy to the pirates. Rojan was a little angry. You want to know my identity? Alright, I'll tell you. My hometown is not in the East Blue, but I recently came to this area by coincidence. I learned my swordsmanship in my hometown, Shanghai. My master called Gigu, and he taught me the vertical and horizontal sword techniques. That's all I can tell you. Go check it out if you want. Rojan was full of self-confidence, and he shows a strong dissatisfaction with the captain asking about his identity. Haha, don't be too angry, sir. The Marine wanted to know everything, I hope you can understand. The Captain Ross heard Rojan simply explaining his identity, and he just remembered few words from his sentence, then his eyes flashed and laughed loudly. You are not from the East Blue. No wonder why we couldn't find any information. Shanghai, Gigu, the vertical and horizontal swordsmanship? The captain remembered these keywords. Ross was going to report it to his superiors later. The Marine has branches all over the world. It was very easy to find out whether the news was true or false. Is there something else? You delayed me here for a long time. Rojan was very angry. It's a bit embarrassing to say, maybe there's something inconvenience for you to cover Jni, but... The tone of Ross was suddenly solemn. Please, take off the mask on your face. His deep, solemn tone and the momentum that gradually ascended, made Rojan very confounded. Indeed, these guys have begun to suspect me. Rojan's heart trembled and he was on alert. That's impossible. Captain Ross, I'm not a Marine, please don't go too far. Rojan's tone was tough, and then he put his hand on the hilt. That fierce sword on his sheath made Ross's face look dignified. It's worthy of being heard that you are the legend of the Sword Saint. People want to know your true identity, and with such a sword, everyone would admire you. Today, I must see your face. The tone of Ross was very firm, and he stood up. In a moment, the captain took the western sword on the side of the chair, and then he suddenly spurs it forward. Rojan felt the turbulent flow of the air, and a sharp stream of air broke through and blocked the captain's attack. It was a hard slamming impact. Do you want to do this? Yes. The Yuan Hong sword squeaked when it was coming out from its sheath. At the same time the western sword was unsheathed. Rojan stepped back 3 steps and his right hand was turned. The Yuan Hong sword appeared a beautiful reflection when it stood in the air. Here we go. The two swords tip collided, which made a crispy sound and the glare came out. Ross' eyes contracted, he was shocked and his right hand was trembling. He attacked first, but Rojan blocked him as if he was waiting for him. At that moment after the reaction of Rojan, a great power came from the Yuan Hong, which made Ross felt as he has a weak sword. Such a powerful force, great swordsmanship, let Ross admit that he wasn't good enough as Rojan. Great sword master. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Rojan looked at Ross' eyes, and then he slowly put his sword back and left the place. The captain looked at Rojan's back while he was leaving and he pulls back his western sword, his hand starts to tremble and hum, and then he sat down too hard on the chair and he was stunned by that strong block. The perfect control power, amazing swordsmanship, this guy, where the hell did he come from? After thinking and hesitating, he looked at the Den Mushi next to him. Finally, he didn't give an order to intercept Rojan. He wasn't sure whether Rojan used his whole power or not. Even if Captain Ross knows his face, the Marine will arrest Rojan. His confidence and indifference make him suspicious. It seems that, even if he would face the entire Marine division, he was confident that he could leave safely. Shanghai? Let them check it out. But I think it's fake. This guy's identity is definitely a problem. Ross' eyes contracted. We must keep an eye on him. Hello. I'm Otaku-senpai. Here's today's chapter, hope you like it. I appreciate your support and I hope that you like this novel. I just published chapter 38 on my Patreon Otaku-senpai. If you like this novel and want to support me, please join us there. Chapter 24, Gall D. Rojan. When Rojan left the Marine base, there wasn't any Marine chasing him, which made him feel relieved. After all, it's good to have less trouble. Otherwise, if the Marines were all besieging him, then it will cost him a lot of effort to get out of this Marine base and a lot of money. Although he has accumulated a lot of belly at the moment, he needs to be careful and save his money. There are many strong pirates in this world, and when he reaches the Grand Line and face those enemies, he was afraid that his money would not be enough to resist them. In a sense, the sole value of the possession system is equal to the strength of the pirate bounty. Of course, this wasn't absolute. For example, the sword Saint Jni from the Qin dynasty, which has a lower price for summoning. However, in this world, his subtle swordsmanship, for some reason, there was a variation on his value. His strength was not inferior to pirates with 10 million reward. On the ship, Rojan's heart alerted. I must leave the East Blue as soon as possible, I can't stay here any longer. It wasn't good that the Marine suspected him. After another month, Rojan defeated 5 pirates and exchanged their reward with the Marine. He saved until now 75 million belly in total. It was a huge amount of money, which made Rojan's heart relieved. If I exchange these 75 million now, I won't reach the next class level of the 100 million. That Marine with a high rank who's representing the East Blue was Invincible. Rojan gave himself 3 days off. He spent these days on a small island, hanging around, looking for a quiet bar, listening to the violin, watching a beautiful woman dance. After this period, he left the island and moved toward the Grand Line. As far as he knows, if he wants to go from the East Blue, he must go up the waterway of the Reverse Mountain. Of course, he didn't know that he only heard that from guys talking. To go to the Reverse Mountain, he must pass through his hometown, the Lobe Town. When he thought about that, his eyes narrowed and his face became serious. Looking at the nearby town, which was familiar, Rojan felt nostalgia. In the beginning, he was forced to leave that place. Even his martial art couldn't help to stay there. He didn't expect that he would have a great power after turning around the whole East Blue. In the end, he returned to his hometown. When the dragon root quietly approached the shore, Rojan slowly took out the mask and put it on his face. Then, he jumped off the boat and went to Lobe Town. Just as Rojan boarded in the shore, meanwhile in the town, in the Marine Division's office there was a discussing. So, you suspect that Chni is a pirate? He transformed to a pirate hunter just to hide his identity? The middle-aged Commodore Smo frowned at the young man in front of him and his eyes were full of doubts. Yes, that's for sure. The young man smiled and his tone was abnormal. Dragon, you have to know that if your news is not correct, you will put the Marine in a big trouble. Smo said quietly. I can't be wrong. He said that and his eyes became deep, then he looked out of the window. I'm not only sure that he's a pirate, I also know who this guy is. Since that time he missed the chance to catch Rojan, Dragon did not let any clues of this case. He visited several nearby islands including the island where Rojan bought his ship. Slowly, Dragon took a drawing in his hand. What is this? Smo wondered. It's the boat. Dragon said. What do you mean? Smo still didn't figure it out. This is the ship of that guy, the Sword Saint Chni, and he is the brother of Roger, Gul D. Rojan. He bought it from a small aristocrat family named Roth. From the day that he bought this ship, Rojan disappeared, but at the same time, a pirate hunter named Chni was born. This guy is very clever. He almost hid all the traces, but he wasn't smart enough. Dragon said softly and his eyes were full of interest. Do you mean that the famous pirate hunter Chni turned out to be Gul D. Rojan? Smo was shocked. Dragon didn't respond this time, his eyes flashed and he smiled. Very interesting guy. Dragon muttered, and then he took out the Den Mushi. Report his position. He asked. Smo looked curiously at the young man in front of him. He didn't understand what he was doing. In the Lobe Town. The low voice came out from the Den Mushi, which made Dragon very happy. After he heard that, he didn't care about Smo, he waved to the commander and walked out of the office. Rojan started for a long time, but there was no news since he left his hometown. He was too smart. It seemed that he had disappeared, however, after a period, a guy named the Sword Saint Chni came over. It was strong evidence, which proves that his identity was wrong. He was right next to him. In the South Blue, there is no swordsman named Gigu, also there is no Chni who was lived there. The South Blue Division affirmed this news. Therefore, the identity of Chni was fake. This made Dragon curious, why such a pirate hunter would hide his identity with a mask. There must be secrets behind this. It must be very interesting. At first, Dragon checked Rojan's swordsmanship, but he didn't find any clue. After that, he checked the ship. It was the ship that solved his previous problem. Because of it, Dragon knew that Rojan changes his identity. Then, through all the clues, Dragon contacted the Marines in the finance department, and they affirmed that so-called Chni used a sword, exactly the same as Rojan used against Saga. He is the same person. That day Dragon confirmed that. Because Rojan came to Lobe Town, then he will go to his house. This is very interesting and funny. Such an interesting guy, I really don't want to take him back to the Marine. But, because he is interesting, he is more dangerous. Compared to Roger, you are accustomed to hide behind a mask, which is even more overwhelming. Gul D. Rojan. Chapter 25, The Strongest Soul Standing on the Street. Rojan's expression was a bit complicated. It was time to leave his home where he lived for 16 years. But what happened to him was like the world fell apart, and it wasn't smart to fight against the Marines. For now, it's a waste of money. No one could imagine what Rojan was feeling at the moment. During this period, not only he became so much stronger, even his heart became tougher. The influence of his mastermind exerts a subtle influence on him and develops towards a mature and perfect direction. The house in front of him had 2 floors, the living room on the first floor and a bedroom on the second floor. The house was small and made of wood, but it was warm. Rojin raised his pace, and then he walked slowly when he got to his house. The door was not locked. At that time, he was in a bit of hurry. After entering his room, Rojin looked around it. He didn't find much change. There was no difference since he left. But, what surprised him that his house was very clean. Houses that have not been inhabited for a long time, especially wooden houses, are easy to accumulate dust and insects. However, there was none. Obviously, someone was cleaning this room. Who is it? When Rojin thought about it, he understands. His heart couldn't help but get warm. Even if he was gone, Lolita and Izawa would not forget him. They were cleaning his house. They were waiting for him to get back to his house with a blessing and sustenance. Rojin silently went to the upstairs and entered his room. His room on the second floor was too simple. It had a single bed, a small table, and a wardrobe. On the table, there was a picture. Rojin looked at the photo and couldn't help but stood calmly. There were 2 people in the photo frame, a young man, and a 3-year-old kid. That young man with a mustache has a bright laugh, and a little child rides on his neck and looks happy. Brother. Rojin muttered, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. The man in this picture frame was his brother, Galdi Roger. They took this picture when Rojin was 3 years old. From then on, the 2 didn't have any photos. After Roger's death, it can be said that this photo was the only way he used to remember his elder brother. He went over and put this photo in his pocket. Rojin looked around again and didn't find anything worth grabbing, so he turned back and left. He was afraid that it would take a long time when he wants to come back again to his home. Rojin went downstairs. He walked toward the door and looked carefully from it. He was very cautious and slow. Just when he closed the door with his back against the street, a figure suddenly appeared. The shadow was very big. There was a tattoo of runes in his face. The justice cloak behind it fluttered by the wind. The marine's clothes were very spiritual and full of justice. Behind him, more marines appeared, but not many, just 5 or 6. But this team of the marines, which were less than 10 members, was terrifying. They were all terrifying. As soon as they appeared, the entire street becomes quiet. That's the Rear Admiral. The Rear Admiral of the Marine headquarters. In the crowd, there were a lot of hidden pirates, and they all knew that Marine with the high rank. This young man standing in the front was actually a Rear Admiral. Why would a Rear Admiral come here? The faint murmur was very light, but it was clear introduced into Rojin's ears, and it shocked him. Subsequently, Rojin closed the door. The lock issued a click sound. The lock was firm and solid. He slowly looked at them, with a hint of helplessness on his face. How did you find me? Rojin was really helpless. He was careful enough to make sure that any part he did was perfect. But they still found him. Is it locked? Are you serious about that? Dragon asked with a chuckle. Between words, there was no expression on the enemy's face. For Dragon, Rojin was very curious and admirable. It was such a 16-years-old teenager, but he managed to gather 6 high-ranked Marine of the East Blue together in one place, even if it was by a coincidence. It was impossible to hide his identity anymore. My own home, I always take it seriously, Rojin answered seriously. You had an opportunity to come back? Dragon asked freely. Yes. People who go out always come back. Rojin was very serious, as if he would be responsible for every word he said. Oh? You have a lot of self-confidence. Dragon's eyebrows were slightly raised, and then he laughed. Indeed, Roger's younger brother is extraordinary. Over these years, the Marine has been paying attention only to your brother, and also ignored your existence. Even so, many people don't know that he has a brother. I am Roger's brother, but I am only Rojin. My brother's glory, fame, belongs to him, and has nothing to do with me, Rojin said with an expressionless face. My greatness, you will see, but in the future, not now. Rojin said these sentences with resolute and certainly extremely. These words were full of strong self-confidence, which made Dragon's eyes narrow. You're too dangerous, boy. I'm afraid that you are not allowed to leave this place. You are coming back with me to the Marine headquarters. Rojin's eyes became red. He stared at Dragon, and then he laughed. Rear Admiral, I belong to the sea, to the land, but I will not belong to the Marine. Maybe I will go anywhere in my life, but the only thing I will not go to is the Marine. Dragon was stunned, and then he laughed. Interesting, young man, but it's not up to you. Then, with a wave of his hand, 5 or 6 Marines behind him moved quickly. Seeing the enemies coming to him, Rojin's eyes were tightly narrowed. The strength comparison between the Marines and Rojin wasn't obvious. Under such circumstances, only by raising his own strength to the limit so he could escape. The Marine sent such a team. Obviously, they were very confident. There is no doubt that these Marines were from the strongest. Still, Those soldiers who rushed toward Rojan were not as terrifying as Dragon was. Confidence, cold expression, perfect body, all of this made him the hardest to deal with. So, Rojan didn't hesitate to summon a soul from his possession system at that moment. Summon a 75 million soul, leave nothing. Give me the strongest soul now. Chapter 26, Itachi Uchiha. The system's voice suddenly came to Rojan's mind, and it gave an answer. Spending 75 million belly to summon a green-classed soul. A faint whirlpool light bloomed, and a big figure came from the horizon and it merged with Rojan in a twinkling. This figure's face was cold, with scarlet eyes, which seemed to glitter with endless lights. The speed of his integration with Rojan was extremely fast. It took him just a moment to merge into Rojan's body. His whole body was shocked. Rojan opened his eyes, they were scarlet, and there was 3 Magatama spinning fast. This is the soul of Itachi Uchiha. He had a smirk on his face. Rojan didn't know how the system arranged the soul, but 75 million belly unexpectedly summoned a great ninja from Naruto's world. Had to say that Rojan was extremely lucky. Green Peak Soul, Itachi Uchiha. He has the Sharingan and he is a great user of Genjutsu and Ninjutsu. In his mind, this information given by the system was very fast, and Rojan was rapidly integrating with Itachi. Gradually, he could feel a huge power expanding. It was flowing to his limbs and spreading in his entire body. For the time being, Rojan had the Sharingan in his eyes, and the 3 Tomoe was spinning fast. Suddenly, the Marines rushed over him. In his sight, they were so slow. At that moment, Rojan also moved, and he pulled out the rainbow sword behind him. Shying. The crisp sound of the sword rang, and a brilliant light suddenly burst out. Rojan strode out, and with few steps, he had already reached the front of the Marine. He jumped a distance of more than 10 meters like he teleported. This huge speed shocked the Marine. Followed by, even more terrifying, the appearance of the Yuan Hong. A beautiful blue light came out from the sword, shining all over the place. The blue light bloomed in the eyes of everyone. Such brilliance was very beautiful and fascinating. Rojan's expression was quiet and that was clear in his eyes, cooperating with Itachi's battle experience. At this moment, he displayed the extremely terrible abilities of Itachi. Shua. Rojan didn't stop at all, rushed and crossed the Marines who came to attack him. Puff. Suddenly, the blood spread out, which made the Marine screaming in pain and fell to the ground. In the face of this fierce sword, they couldn't even react to his hit. Seeing this scene, Dragon's eyes contracted. According to the information he got, Rojan was a pirate worth only 40 million, but now he found out that he worth a lot more than that. However, these high-rank Marines were immediately defeated and laid on the ground. This kid still hides strength? In one move, he defeated 5 Marines instructors. This kid is ferocious. With such a terrifying power at this age, it can be said that Rojan's potential was not less than his brother Goldie Roger. This also proves that he is worthy of 100 million bounty. I underestimated you. Dragon made a step forward, the cloak of justice behind him swayed and his expression was full of attention. Hey you, what's your name? Rojan passed the instructors of the Marine who had fallen to the ground and pointed his sword to Dragon. The characters in this anime were very familiar to Rojan, but he could hardly distinguish them when they were in front of him. Monkey D. Dragon. The Rear Admiral. Dragon said quietly, Rojan, in the name of justice, I'll arrest you today. You must surrender? When Rojan heard the name of that Marine, he couldn't help but glimpse. Dragon? He didn't expect that this extremely energetic guy turned out to be Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army who had set off the world in the anime, and was hailed as the most vicious criminal in the world. He is an amazing character and from the most powerful persons in the whole world of One Piece. Interesting, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Rojan smiled, and his heart became calmer. Suddenly encounter such a strong enemy, had to say that Rojan's heart still excited. It was a very interesting thing to compete with the famous and powerful young man in the anime. Do you know me? Dragon raised his eyebrows. The famous Monkey D. Dragon. Who doesn't know you? Rojan chuckled. Dragon was surprised. This was his first time to leave the headquarters for a mission. As for his great name, it was only known inside the Marine, how could any outsider know him? Rojan stopped talking, his eyes narrowed, and the 3 Tomoe began rotating with high speed. It's unlikely to start a fight with all their strength. The beginning of each fight must be a test of each other's strength. The Rainbow Abyss sword was pulled out and it issued a crisp sound. At this moment Rojan moved. His pace was brisk and strange, but it was very fast. Only in an instant, he was already in front of Dragon, and his sword drew and went straight to Dragon's neck. Whoa! Like a gust, Dragon dodged this attack. But then, more stormy shadow of the sword hits came. Dragon was surprised. Rojan's swordsmanship was impenetrable and extremely repressive. At the moment, Dragon was forced to retreat. Da. They were fighting fiercely. Dragon dodged away and stepped back. Just a moment later, they had already fought over 100 meters. Ghost Valley's swordsmanship, the vertical and horizontal technique, was a guard and attack skill. It attacked like an angry thunder, violent and cruel. When the sword tip trembled, it let the enemy fall into a storm and get hit by the thunder. Punctuality like a snake, impenetrable like a turtle. There was no flaw in this attack. Under such circumstances, even Dragon had to retreat from this attack. It was so interesting that Dragon was pushed to the fountain in the street. At this time, Rojan's right hand moved again and more fierce hits came out. In an instant, he stabbed 36 pierces by his sword. These were distributed in the air in front of Dragon. This means that at that moment, the swordsmanship issued by Rojan attacked Dragon in 36 different directions of his body. A frightening swordsmanship. Dragon's eyes narrowed. This time, he didn't avoid that attack, he got hit by all the 36 stabs. After that, Rojan's pupil suddenly contracted. It got through? The sword's shadow actually passed through Dragon's body. And at the same time, a big hand fell toward Rojan. Chapter 27. The fight continues. It was Dragon's hand, and with the strong wind, Rojan could feel that the distance between him and the Dragon's palm was getting close too fast. It made a huge pressure. Boom. Rojan's eyes narrowed. It was only a moment of battle, and he noticed then how strong was Dragon. At the same time, he raised his hand violently with an open palm, and he pointed his hand toward the coming attack from Dragon. Boom. His two palms collided fiercely together, and the ground under Rojan's feet broke up, exploded, and splashed everywhere. Then, they jumped back a bit. Rojan grabbed the hilt of Yuan Hong's sword. Then he rushed again. By this time, Dragon's figure was already on the ground. The sword's tip has reached his back and stabbed him hard. Dragon felt the danger behind him, and his face became cold and said, "Iron body. Zai Ying." Yuan Hong stabbed on the back of Dragon. It made sparks and didn't harm him. Rojan was shocked. His enemy's body turned into steel at this moment, which was extremely hard. Iron body, it was one of the 6 techniques of 6 powers. As a well-known, this young man of the marine, Dragon obviously reached the realm of perfection with his move. What a strong sword. Dragon felt a tingling in his back. His eyes immediately became irritated. After a quick contact, the two of them leaped toward the rear and stood apart from each other. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful like that." The tone was a bit heavy, which made Dragon's attention to Rojan increase a lot at that moment. The Rear Admiral, well-deserved rank. Rojan pointed the Yuan Hong to the ground and his expression was cold and serious. The two stood opposite of each other, and after moments their figure disappeared again. Rojan used his Sharingan. The 3 tomoe in his eyes turned quickly. They had an insight into every move of Dragon. With a Sharingan, he has the prejudgment skill. He could always swing his sword toward Dragon's position and suppress him. Dragon also could rely on his haki to make every Rojan's attack clear and easy to dodge. In a few seconds, the two figures interlaced. They quickly attacked. They kept hitting each other, but none of the hits fell on the other side. Da. They quickly jumped back and breathed hardly due to the intense attack. Dragon's voice was very dignified. This kid had a strong sword. They did not get any advantage in fighting each other's physical skills. Dragon has the best fighting technique of the marine. He had the observation haki so he could perceive his enemy's moves. But he was shocked because Rojan also seems to be able to clearly know any of his actions. It's those eyes. Dragon's eyes shrank. He saw Rojan's scarlet eyes. The 3 tomoe was slowly revolving, containing violence and blood. What kind of eyes is that? It seems that I have to use some more strength, but this boy still has a lot of secrets. Dragon's eyes narrowed, and then he started his next move. As a marine elite, he was promoted to Rear Admiral at a young age. He rarely encountered enemies who let him fight hard. But at this time, he felt that he must exert his best or he wouldn't be able to win this fight. Dragon's eyes condensed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Flash step. He was very fast like the light, and he appeared in front of Rojan. Then his index finger protruded out, condensed into sharp power, and suddenly broke out. Finger pistol. The speed of this move made Rojan's heart tremble, but with his Sharingan, he could see clearly that attack even if it was very fast. However, his body was completely unable to escape this attack. The 3 tomoe was spinning very fast, and in a moment, it turned into a dark shuriken. It was the Mengekyo Sharingan. Puff. The finger gun was deeply inserted into Rojan's body, which made Dragon felt relieved. Got you. But after a moment, Dragon was stunned. He actually saw Rojan with a strange smile on his face. Then he turned into a group of crows and disappeared in a moment. What is this? Devil fruit? Countless black crows chirped and flew toward the rear, and then gathered together to form another figure of Rojan. Devil's fruit. Huh, if you think so, that's it. Rojan laughed. Your eyes? Dragon looked at Rojan's eyes, and he was so shocked. It was like a windmill turning slowly, and surrounded by blood, as if these eyes can see the unknown and gave fear to the enemies. What the hell are you? At this moment, Dragon began to doubt the identity of Rojan. In his understanding, Rojan was a kid who has no talent in fighting, and there was absolutely no way to compare with his brother. However, what was the reason that made him, in a short period, became a strong person who could actually confront Dragon? What? Haha, I'm Goldie Rojan. Rojan was laughing loudly. Then his laughter suddenly stopped and he inserted his sword into the scabbard. Dragon, you are so strong. You are totally worth it, I will use all my strength. Looking at Rojan's expression, Dragon's heart became more vigilant. He is not using his sword. What's his trick now? As everyone knows, that Itachi had a rough life, but he was so talented and strong. Not only his great Genjutsu, but also his ninjutsu and taijutsu and the Sharingan, it made him a frightening person. Da with his hands hanging back, Rojan swayed forward and rushed toward Dragon. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. His hands quickly printed the hand seals, and bang! 3 copies of Rojan appeared beside him. All of them were cold and looked serious. Then they attacked Dragon. What? Dragon was shocked. This kid. For the first time in his life he saw someone who was able to summon 3 copies of himself and fight beside him. He didn't understand what was that. In an instant, the 3 copies rushed to the front of Dragon. They threw a lot of kunai at the same time. All the kunai burst out a cold light and formed a highly oppressive attack. These attacks were very fast and vigorous. Dragon was very fast, so he avoided them and jumped high toward the sky. But at that moment, the last figure of Rojan appeared quietly behind Dragon, his hand quickly interlaced and printed. The cold and ruthless words spat out from Rojan's mouth. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Chapter 28, Crow. Poof! Rojan's mouth actually spat out a huge fireball. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, the scorching of the air was very hot. And with a very strong impact, it rushed toward Dragon. The flames were overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, it approached Dragon face. Just in a moment, his figure was hidden inside the fire. It can be seen clearly that the flame engulfed Dragon's arms, body, and legs. The flames fluttered around for 3 seconds, and then it disappeared. Dev. Rojan's feet fell on the ground, and the 3 copies separated from him and stood back to back with him, so he could see everything around him clearly. Using the Sharingan, he saw the figure of Dragon in the air began to emerge again. His clothes were clean and tidy, but he wasn't affected by the flame of Itachi. In the same way, Dragon fell from the air to the ground. Devil fruit? Flame? You can also divide to 3 copies of yourself? At this moment, for Rojan's attention, Dragon has been linked several times. Just in a short fighting time, this teenager gave him a succession of surprises. He had a terrible melee swordsmanship, he could divide into countless crows, which were not subject to any harm, he could summon 3 identical clones, and finally, he could throw a huge fireball. These features of 2 types of devil fruit, the Parimsha, and the Logia characteristics. At that time, even Dragon couldn't find a way to quickly arrest the boy in front of him. I admit, I underestimated you and your skills. After a pause, Dragon's eyes were fierce. It's so weird. Weird? Rojan smiled lightly. These bloodstains techniques from Naruto, the ninjutsu, in the world of One Piece, were indeed quite different and strange. But what he just showed was nothing more than the 3 basic skills of Itachi. The mighty ninja from Naruto has not used yet his most powerful abilities, the spiritual world and darkness, neither his other powerful ninjutsu. So, what do you want? Rear Admiral Dragon. What? Dragon's expression was so serious and said. Of course, I'll arrest you. How can I let such a dangerous person stay outside? Boring. Rojan mocked with a smile. Do you think that you are strong enough to stop me and run to the heart of the sea? At that moment, Rojan's figure had been flickering. The 4 clones of Rojan acted at the same time, they jumped high in the air, and they threw out some kunai from their hands. They didn't throw a lot of kunai, but they were close and coordinated. In a twinkling, they were in front of Dragon. However, when the attack had reached him, Dragon didn't need to escape from it. But his body just flashed and went straight through the kunai, he crossed them and flashed again. Rojan's face changed, he didn't expect that Dragon would make such a strong breakthrough. With another flash in the air, Dragon's blow came toward Rojan's face. His right hand stretched out, and it became like a claw and went toward Rojan to grab him. Dragon Claw. Hook. It was like a real dragon's claw, the airflow rushed with a hit. For a moment, Rojan's location and time began to shrink, as if he was blocked. There was no chance to escape. Shit, that's not good. Rojan's heart trembled, and the claw attack got him. Fierce momentum, a fierce claw attack, as if a real dragon soared into the air, and launched an attack on him. It was so powerful attack and completely irresistible. Quack quack quack. Countless crows spread again and again. The figure of Rogan was attacked and a lot of phantom crows scattered from him. Once again, he gathered himself. You are worthy of being a rear admiral of the marine, your attack is really fierce. Rogan faintly praised. Even if I don't see your attack, it will not harm me. Dragon's eyes were more dignified, and Rogan observed it carefully. That's it. At this moment, Dragon was thinking so fast. He was recollecting every detail of the battle, from the beginning until now. There is something wrong? He can't be invincible. Devil's fruit? No, it's impossible. There isn't any kind of demon fruit, can have that a lot of abilities. Dragon was not a person who has low knowledge. Naturally, he understood the ability of the devil's fruit. He knew that no one could eat more than one devil fruit and every fruit has just one type of power. But he couldn't understand how can Rogan do all of this. In other words, his abilities that he performed were not from a devil's fruit at all. Suddenly, Dragon's eyes were opened and became more dignified. His right hand became like a claw again and suddenly rushed toward another copy of Rogan. Voom. The airflow surged again, and Rogan's figure turned into countless crows again. The other 3 clones were running, jumping, and approaching Dragon quickly. Dragon's eyes were terrifying and his paws were constantly waving. Bang bang bang, the 3 clones of Rogan exploded into a white fog. When he saw such a scene, his eyes flashed thoughtfully. It is not a real one. Once it is subjected to a strong attack, it will disappear. That is to say, there is only one real? A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Slowly, everything was clear, and Rogan's clones were no longer mysterious. Ho! As soon as the breeze blew, Dragon's figure suddenly disappeared and dissipated from Rogan's eyes. Terrible speed. Rogan used his Sharingan, and then he turned fast and waved with the kunai. When the sound of metal crashing came out, the clash between the claw and the kunai has made such a melodious sound. The tremendous strength of Dragon made Rogan retreat more than a dozen steps, and the hard kunai crack become crushed. Dreadful. Rogan looked at Dragon in shock. At that moment, he knew how terrifying Dragon was when he realized his power. When Rogan was in shock, Dragon's figure disappeared again. The fierce momentum almost crossed through Rogan's body, at the same time, keeping his shocked face, and then the crows shrieked away again. There is another way. Dragon frowned. He discovered that even though he was too powerful, the other party must have set a trap somewhere or secrets. If he couldn't find these secrets, then this battle will be very difficult to win. It's useless. The crows once again gathered into Rogan. Dragon attacked once more and Rogan turned into crows again. Chapter 29, Elemental. The screaming crows in the sky gradually gathered again to form Rogan. Dragon's eyes were more dignified, he saw cynicism in the eyes of the clones. It was even more shock to Dragon. What kind of abilities used by Rogan was not something that a devil fruit could do. Once again, Dragon hooked his claws and he went toward Rogan to catch him. The fierce wind was like a knife, and he went toward Rogan at an extremely fast speed. And as always, Rogan seems to be completely unable to react, and he shattered into crows again. So back and forth, Dragon's eyes grew brighter, he seemed to feel something unusual with his haki. Rogan at this time has become familiar with the skills and talents of Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the powerful Genjutsu, his eye techniques, and his arrogant ninjutsu were the magic weapon he used to defeat his enemy. In the world of Naruto, Itachi was definitely a very powerful person. With the price of 75 million and he could gain such a soul, it can be said that he was so extremely lucky. Therefore, this time he cherished this opportunity very much. It was a great fortune for him if he could unlock the skills of Itachi Uchiha. But that depends on whether he won his battle or not. Rogan used his Sharingan, and the 3 Tomoe speed up the rotation. The scarlet eyes stared at Dragon, which made him confused. Dragon, for many reasons I can't keep playing with you here. Rogan's words were a bit low, but his expression was very serious. Play? Dragon raised his eyebrows. He found that Rogan looked at him with disrespect, so he just smiled. It seems that you don't respect me as Rear Admiral. Huh? Rogan was confused. He saw that Dragon seems to discover something. If I guess correctly, I am in your illusion? Dragon's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his whole body was suddenly broke out from the illusion of Itachi. Rogan was surprised, and then he showed a smirk. Great job, Dragon. Rogan pulled out his Yuan Hong sword and printed with his other hand. After that, 3 clones of Rogan appeared and they were holding swords too. Then, they surrounded Dragon. You are a bit arrogant, but it's good to have some strength, and it's hard now to define the real one. Looking at Rogan rushing toward him, Dragon shook his head and he didn't evade Rogan's attack. In a short period, the 4-figure of Rogan has already rushed to Dragon, They suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Dragon with their swords. The swords were gleaming, and they completely cut Dragon's figure. However, when Rojan's sword crossed Dragon, his Sharingan turned quickly, and he instantly felt an alert. What just happened? What's that speed? Rojan glimpsed, and in a blink of an eye, the three clones blew up, bang, and they turned into white fog. Followed by, his heart beat so hard, it was goosebumps. There was an unspeakable fear in his heart. And suddenly, a burly figure has appeared behind him quietly, the tall body shrouded him, the justice cloak was fluttering behind Dragon, and his face was full of dignity. So fast. Rojan was shocked, and he didn't hesitate to print. Just at the moment that he wanted to print, the burly figure behind him shot. Bang, the white mist was floating, and Dragon got a rag of Rojan's clothes. Interesting, it's not an illusion. After that, his eyes narrowed, Dragon began to look around for him, and Rojan's figure has disappeared. At this time, Rojan was hiding behind a house, and his heart was beating hard. It's a horrible thing to fight against Dragon. The shadow clone technique is really useful in battle. Then, his eyes narrowed, and his hands were printing again. In a blink of an eye, a figure appeared again in front of him. He used the Bunshin no Jutsu. The two were looking at each other, then the clone nodded and rushed out to the battlefield, while Rojan's eyes were deep, he calmly stepped forward after a lot of hesitating. Ninjas have never been reckless. There were too many factors involved in their battles. Judging the environment, the timing and the intelligence. There was a quite difference between genius and fools shown when they used the same ninjutsu. After the appearance of Rojan's copy, Dragon has already discovered that this was just another clone. At the same time, he had appeared in front of the clone and hit it on the head. Bung. The copy turned out to a white fog. Dragon frowned, and his haki couldn't cover a large place. Otherwise, he could easily find the hiding kid. Clones, illusion, his eyes, those strange tricks are really troublesome at this time. Dragon had to admit that Rojan wasn't a guy that belongs to Roger in terms of potential. Suddenly, Dragon's eyes flashed and he turned sharply. As he turned around, Rojan had already jumped high in the air, and his hand became fast like the phantom. A series of hand seals were formed at the same time. Meanwhile, he opened his mouth, he took a breath and then blew out. Fire release, great fireball technique. Phew. The large flames came in a huge wave, and it went toward Dragon. The speed of these flames was incredible. But in an instant, it has already drowned Dragon. Ho! After heavy landing, Rojan breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked forward with a dignified expression. If an ordinary person were submerged by these flames that have reached more than 3 feet high, they would be burned into ashes. But this is hard to happen with Dragon. In fact, before he crossed, the manga didn't mention what the capacity of Dragon was. He knew that this man was extremely dangerous. He was more dangerous than Roger. The honor of the world's first criminal was not easy to deal with in a fight. The mad flames eroded Dragon, but when everything passed away, Rojan's eyes contracted. He clearly saw that this man who was covered by the fire had emerged little by little from the flames and had finally become intact. He wasn't burned at all, not even a bit. So, the grand fireball technique didn't work on him. Chapter 30, The Last Hit. The great fireball technique wasn't effective at all. Then, Rojan felt danger. In a moment, Dragon's figure flashed like the wind and with a horrible speed, he teleported in front of Rojan. Rojan didn't even see him moving. Too fast. No one could keep pace with his speed. At this moment, Rojan's heart beat violently and got shocked. Even his Sharingan couldn't catch him. Then, when they made eye contact, Rojan used his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Sakami." Rojan said it with a cold voice. His whole body chilled out and a cold sweat appeared on his face. Then, he jumped away from Dragon. It was a moment of life or death. He even believed that if he didn't defend himself and let Dragon get in touch with him, that he would get a serious injury. After all, he wasn't really Itachi, he was just attached to him. He does not have his powerful body, so he couldn't withstand that attack. He just has a normal body, and he will die if he got hit by Dragon's claw. In the other side, Dragon found himself in completely another place. After a glance around, he found himself tied to a cross, unable to struggle, and the sky looked gloomy and bloody. He noticed that it was like the color of Rojan's eyes. Is it an illusion again? That's brilliant. Dragon was amazed by that illusion. He until now has not discovered where Rojan has been releasing it. No, his pupil. Suddenly, Dragon saw the scarlet sky, and then he reacted with a smile at the corner of his mouth. But because of this, he was even more amazed. As long as we make an eye contact, he will be able to drag me to this place of his illusion. He is such a great kid. After that, he saw a figure approaching him coldly. Puff. As if there was no emotion at all in this figure. It cruelty pierced his body. For an instant, his body has been torn, Dragon's whole body was trembling, and his forehead was covered with sweat. This is really painful. This illusion, it's tearing up my soul. He thought that this was the end of the matter, but the pain that he suffered contained, and even Dragon, the most outstanding of the rear admirals, his face changed dramatically. Immediately afterward, he suffered the most painful torture in his life. He will never forget Rojan's face for the rest of his life. In the outside world, hardly a few seconds have passed. Rojan was alert to see Dragon open his eyes, only to deal with a sudden white face, messy eyes, as if he suffered from a heart attack. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The Tsukuyomi was effective. Rojan was happy and satisfied. He stared at Dragon's eyes and he was going to cast it again. But at this time, his eyebrows were drawn, there was a sharp pain in his eyes, which made him scream loudly from the pain. Because of that, Dragon also took a slow breath. None of them attacked again for a while, they quietly took a break and kept looking at each other. The time has passed quickly, and after a few breaths, Rojan touched his right eye, and clearly saw a trace of blood between his fingers. It's dangerous to use it again. Looking at Dragon, he saw that Dragon still have the exhausted expression. You are too dangerous. It seems that I must kill you here today. Otherwise, if I let you leave this place, I'm afraid that will lead to more terrible consequences to the world. Kill me? Huh. Rojan laughed and wiped the blood in his hand. Then, the two stared again at each other. They were full of killing intentions. Dragon raised his right hand, his eyes were so serious, and then he fisted his right hand. Boom! The sky above Logetown changed and burst into dark clouds, and the golden lightning and thunderbolts crisscrossed, as if there were electronic dragons floating inside the clouds. Suddenly, a huge storm came in. This scene was so shocking, and the dark clouds almost covered the whole Logetown in an instant. Why does the weather change all of a sudden? Look at the sky. I'm afraid the storm is coming soon. But the sea outside the island is still calm. The people on the island didn't know what was this situation. They looked at the sky in confusion. Rojan's eyes narrowed, and then he ran towards the coast. Having the possession of Itachi Uchiha, his speed has already exceeded the limit, his hands were hanging backward, and he was leaping and running on the roof of the building. He almost turned into a phantom. Just after a few seconds, Rojan has already left Dragon's sight limit. You can't escape me. Dragon squinted at Rojan's back. His face was still pale, and his spirit was badly damaged by the Tsukuyomi. After all, it was a direct attack on the soul, even Dragon couldn't defend against it. Dragon's figure has flashed like the wind. In a blink of an eye, he vanished from that place. Rojan was flowing fast on top of the building, and when he saw the golden beach, he stopped running. He glanced at it, and the light shined in his eyes. My ship is on the beach about 2 kilometers away from here. If I defeat Dragon now, I will quickly leave this place. Looking at the horizon, Dragon's figure has appeared in front of him, so Rojan took a deep breath. I didn't intend to use my full strength. It seems that there is no other way. Dragon was worthy of being a rear admiral of the marine. He cracked out from Itachi's illusion, and his other attacks, he can easily avoid any attack, but also Rojan didn't get hurt either. It was an embarrassing situation. At the beginning of the fight, he has the advantage to defeat Rojan, but now, the scale has been slowly tilted. The time slowly goes by, and Rojan does have a lot of time to spend with Itachi's possession before it's gone. This battle must end now. Once his eyes narrowed, Rojan's momentum suddenly increased. Alright. Dragon noticed a change on Rojan, his eyes shrank, and he stared closely at Rojan below. Just in one look to his eyes, Dragon's body trembled, and his eyes flashed with confusion. Unconsciously, he was afraid to get into another illusion. It seems that I can't look into his eyes. He closed his eyes. Dragon completely gave up the vision. However, this has no effect on his combat. With his haki, he could still clearly perceive Rojan's actions. At this moment, Rojan said from the bottom. Dragon, this is my last shot. If it catches you, you will only be sorry. Chapter 31, Amaterasu. Rojan's voice was so deep and majestic. The expression on his face was so serious that no one could ignore it. After hearing that, Dragon opened and narrowed his eyes. You decide to make your final move for the victory? You are a little too small to see me. You underestimate me. As one of the strongest men of the Marines, Dragon's pride was naturally so high, and he didn't want to feel inferior to anyone. Dragon's body was slightly shocked, and some wind has blown around his body. But it was almost invisible and nearly transparent. Rojan from below did not pay any attention to Dragon. He closed his eyes, his spirit emanated, feeling everything around his body. Suddenly, everything seems to be slow and calm. The roaring thunder in the sky, the undulating waves of the sea, everything was very clearly reflected in his mind. At the same moment, everything that Itachi Uchiha learned, has been extended in Rojan's mind, and then merged with him deeply. Suddenly, Rojan opened his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan swirled swiftly. At this moment, his scarlet eyes became even redder, more like dark blood. Amaterasu. His mouth whispered, and his eyes suddenly stared at the location of dragon. Visible to the naked eye, dark flames came out of nothing, burning up, and in a moment, dragon was wrapped in it. What is this? Dragon was shocked. And just with a little touch, it burned his clothes. The high temperature of that flame has burned some of his skin, and the pain spread quickly from the burning spot to his whole body, which made him frightening. In an instant, dragon's figure has vanished. He began to jump quickly in the air, trying to escape that terrible flame, but something more shocking happened to him. Below, Rojan's eyes moved rapidly, following dragon, who was jumping around in the sky. He saw a hot black flame appeared and wrapped him. Just after a short period, the two of them were near the beach. Dragon was still burning with the black flame, and Rojan surrounded the place with it. And the aftermath of the flames, inadvertently it spread to the coming waves, and Dragon was stunned because those terrible flames could even burn over the sea. What the hell is this flame? Dragon was shocked to find that this flame had reached his sleeves and didn't want to extinguish at all. It was burning so fast that it had spread to his arm in 3 seconds. It's terrible. His eyes were sharp, and then he cut off his sleeves and threw them to the ground, and in a second they were burned to nothing. Ho! He turned his head and looked at Rojan, only to see his scarlet eyes. As far as he knew, that black flame was coming from his eyes and forming a terrifying attack. This kid is so dangerous. This black flame could burn and incinerate everything. He tried several times to rush to Rojan at his fastest speed, but the Amaterasu seemed like a wall, and it was hard to stop in front of his Sharingan. What makes him even creepier was that the black flame was spreading more and more on Dragon's body in a few seconds. Huh. Vigorous breathing, Rojan's eyes were bleeding a lot, and his face was pale. He was staring at Dragon from 20 meters away, and he didn't dare to relax even a bit. Dragon has an amazing speed and a strong attack that he was able to catch or even kill him in a blink of an eye. Rojan believed that Dragon, which has been forced back by the Amaterasu, must have an extremely powerful attack that could erupt at any moment. But Rojan has planned everything from the beginning to the present moment. He even calculated the orientation, and also the speed and position of the released flame. He believed that this last attack would surely defeat his powerful enemy. "You gonna die?" Rojan said with a deep and low voice, and 2 tears of blood broke out of his eyes and ran down on his cheeks. At this moment, Rojan's face was extremely ferocious and twisted. Voom voom. From the void, a larger mass of black flame quivered and burst directly towards Dragon, which had been surrounded by the flame. To me, seeing the flame around him and another one coming towards him, Dragon felt an extreme danger. At the next moment, the rushing flame in the air was going to cover Dragon. Hoo. Rojan breathed heavily, and his scarlet eyes trembled and turned dark. Rojan took a deep look at Dragon, who was covered with the black flame, and then he turned his head and ran away. Just in an instant, Rojan has disappeared from that place. After a few seconds, Rojan was far by 1 kilometer from Dragon. He covered his feet with chakra and ran at high speed. I have to run. And get out of here quickly. I must leave this place. Dragon, the Rear Admiral, the distinguished elite of the Marine youngest generation, was absolutely extraordinary. Even though Rojan launched and covered Dragon with the Amaterasu, but he didn't think that would beat Dragon. After 30 seconds, Rojan's speed was slowed down. His ship was parked in the 3rd place on the port. There were 3 high-rank Marines standing with serious faces. And all through the way, there were more than 1,000 Marines. The siege of this large number of the Marine was enough to prove that he was so important to the Marine. While Dragon was fighting with him, the Marines stationed in Logtown affiliated with Dragon, and they stayed waiting in the back. These Marines were careful and serious in this mission. They were just regular troops, but their layout was tight. The criminal is here. Get ready. Fight. In the moment when Rojan saw the Marines, one of them, who was standing on the bow of the warship, unleashed a loud roar to encourage all the present Marines. Yeah. A series of roars sounded. At this moment, countless long guns were pointed at Rojan, but Rojan didn't care about them. He was so relaxed, which shocked all of them. He gazed at them with cold and dead eyes. Instead of slowing down, he growled and raised his speed to the upper limit. Die. Chapter 32, Horror. Since the road was blocked, then he would fight hard to get through. I didn't want to use this ability. But you forced me. While Rojan strode forward, his eyes suddenly changed from black to scarlet again, and then the 3 pinwheels quickly turned. In an instant, Rojan's footsteps became heavier. Meanwhile, a huge amount of chakra surged out of his body. His fierce momentum shocked everyone. Step by step, it became bigger and stronger. The Marines in front of his ships were shocked, and they were so surprised. Susanoo. Rojan said with a low voice. Rojan originally has a small body, but at that moment, his figure was expanding. Kada. 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 The bones and joints quickly assembled and made a creepy sound, which made the people who saw it tremble. My god. What is that? Monster, is that man a monster? Or the devil? It's so gloomy, so violent. The Marines saw the transformation of Rojan and they became terrified. It was a fearful and sinister atmosphere. Just this feeling could make people lose their desire and hope of fighting. Pieces of thick bones and joints made of chakra suddenly appeared from Rojan's body, and in few seconds, it outlined a huge and an incomparable skeleton. Boom. After a while, the white skeleton behind him has become extremely plump, with 50 or 60 meters high surrounded with red chakra. It was billowing a very high temperature. Then it stood up. Dan. At this time, the Susanoo has been completed. Its eyes were like two fireballs. It looked down to the Marines, which made everyone trembled. There was a clear sense of fear of death in their eyes. The next step, when the skeleton formed a layer of armor. This thick armor wrapped all the body. By this time, the huge Susanoo has been in the complete form. It was wrapped in armor, and its defense was unbreakable. Its eyes were glistening red, gloomy, chilling. Bang. The Susanoo just stretched out its right hand and it began moving. The ground was cracked. While he moved, the Susanoo formed the Yasaka Magatrama and held his sword the Totsuka no Tsurugi. Boom. 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 At the next moment, this giant Susanoo moved forward. Every step it made, the ground was shaking under its foot. With its huge strength, it caused numerous small earthquakes. Get the hell out of my way. After a few steps, Rojan became in front of the ship facing the Marine. Looking at Susanoo, the Marines were frightened. Comparing with it, they were as small as ants, and it could crush them with its foot. What the hell is that? How are we going to beat him? The Marines were extremely afraid and frightened by this huge monster. Crush. Rojan roared, and the Susanoo stepped on the Marine. Boom. It stepped directly on the center of the Marine and dozens of them were pushed to the sky. They screamed and then fell to the ground. They couldn't move after that. The Susanoo waved its sword toward them. Wang. 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 With the Totsuka no Tsurugi, he used his swordsmanship, and this wave of horrific attacks swept hundreds of Marines straight away. Loud screams came out of the center of the battlefield. After a few seconds, Rojan defeated more than half of them. What are you doing? Attack. Attack that monster. Do you want to die? Attack. The rear admiral was standing on the bow and he was very angry. At that time, the Marines instantly reacted. They nervously took up their guns and fired at the Susanoo. Bang bang bang. The area was filled with smoke, and countless guns at this moment fired and hit the Susanoo. The huge armored Susanoo just frowned slightly and didn't care about the tiny bullets. However, the Marines below were completely stunned. No, it doesn't work. We can't break his defense. How could we attack him? All the presents were confused. Boom. Susanoo stepped on them again, and countless Marines were screaming under his foot. Then they were lifted up into the sky and then fell hard to the ground. Rojan's face was cold. He moved forward and a Marine near him could hardly make a slight impact on him. After a few steps, he was in front of the warship, and with his scarlet eyes, he stared coldly at the high-ranked Marines on the bow. Behind him, hundreds of Marines were fearfully looking at that demon. They were very afraid and they had no courage to attack him again. Get out of my way. A loud shout came, like a thunderburst, shook the ship, and made the casual Marine fell on the deck on their asses, with fear in their faces. What the hell is that? Several instructors of the Marine were looking at Susanoo and they were also afraid of it. They had never seen anything so horrible like that. It was a weapon of war. No matter how many Marines were in front of him, they were afraid that they couldn't stop him. That monstrous Susanoo was horrified. It waved its left hand, and it was heading toward the Marines on the board. Susanoo's huge fists were like a meteor, fiercely pressed them. The wind swelled and the boats were fluctuating. The Marines were screaming in horror. At this moment, the fist was in midair and didn't come yet, but they had imagined themselves being smashed by that fist. Ah! Help! This is terrible, help us! Monster! This is a beast! The instructors bit their lips, they narrowed their eyes and jumped. They struggled to stop that falling fist, and they wanted to stop this horrible blow. Subsequently, Susanoo's fist trembled slightly, and the instructors flew directly into the sea, spurting blood. They collapsed. In that instant, the rest of the Marines on deck, when they saw that power, they seized the opportunity and directly plunged into the sea, briskly and quickly. When the fist was going to hit the deck, it stopped abruptly, creating a terrible air pressure, which pushed the boats to the surface. Vroom. Rojan's eyes were indifferent. He stood against the air pressure and stepped on the deck of his ship. Chapter 33, Escaping. Stepping onto the deck of the ship, Rojan's imposing manner was cold and ruthless. He scared all the present Marines. From the distance, the huge Susanoo was even bigger than the wooden ship, standing steadily on the deck as if he was a great general stationed in the frontier. At that moment, the sea wind blew, Rojan's hair fluttered in a messy way. With cold eyes, he looked down at the terrified Marines. They stopped attacking him, they were frightened by the horrific fighting abilities of the Susanoo. When he moved his right hand, the anchor's wooden boat left the shore. Duve. The huge Susanoo waved its arm and smashed it toward the shore. The tremendous power was like a mountain, shook the beach, and it made a huge shock force instantly sent the rest of the Marines screaming up into the sky, and then they fell sharply to the ground. The wooden boat, with the help of the force of the smash, the sail immediately bulged up, and the strong wind blew, made the ship sail fast away from the coast. Just in a few seconds, the ship had moved several hundred meters away from the shore. Seeing the giant demon ran away, the rest of the awakened Marines had a clear relaxed expression on their faces, then they released a heavy breath. Standing on the dragon root, Rojan hasn't rest yet. The Susanoo launched again several punches toward the sea, which caused a huge force, and made the ship going faster and faster. It looked like a sharp arrow breaking the air on the way. After that, the route was far a few kilometers from the coast. The black flame was still burning, it was so strange that even the sea couldn't quench it, and it burns everything it touches, nothing could resist it. Suddenly there was a moan and a groan of pain coming from the stern flame, then a dark hand popped out of it. Then another hand quickly stretched out, these arms appeared from nowhere. This black flame was fierce, but it wasn't easy to cause damage to them. After 3 seconds, the two reached out fiercely and a figure stepped out. His body suddenly appeared from that flame, his clothes had been completely burned out, a naked body and a burning smell came from that body at this moment. There were 2 or 3 spots on the half-top of the body still burning with the black flames and never extinguished. But at this moment, Dragon turned a blind eye to these terrible flames and endured the burning pain, and with one hand he reached up into the sky and screamed out. Hoa! Over the sea, there were clouds gathering fast, and countless thunder and lightning were constantly passing through the clouds. The destructive black clouds pressed the island and these dense clouds suddenly sent thunders and thunderbolts, which fell on the dragon root. Rojan's eyes were indifferent, he looked up at the sky, and the Susanoo was shocked. The 2 red flames in the Susanoo's eyes got bigger, and then it looked at the lightning in the sky. Didn't give up yet? Dragon? Rojan whispered in a low voice, he didn't move, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the dark clouds became more vigorous. Release! On the coast, Dragon yelled with a cold face. Boom! The thunder and lightning roared in the clouds, it was immense. After an instant, the thunder dragons finally lost control of their anger and them struck down. Bang! 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 Like a diving dragon, the lightning had the ability to destroy everything, it was coming fast from the sky toward the Susanoo. Dragon! Rojan said his name, and his eyes were so sharp. The Susanoo waved its hand, and the Totsuka no Tsurugi came out from its hand, then it pointed toward the rushing thunder. Boom! The next moment, the 2 attacks suddenly collided. The huge explosion produced countless lightning spread over the Totsuka no Tsurugi. Just after the contact, the countless lightning was split directly, but there were scattered lightning rushed down the blade toward the Susanoo. When the thunderbolts reached the Susanoo's wrist, his strong arm trembled and crushed completely. Afterward, the Susanoo was angry and made a loud roar. Roa! That sound was so loud that even the dark clouds above the ship have been scattered. Then it swung its sword again straight to the clouds. Kacha! The sky seemed to be shattered, and the dark clouds were cut apart by this sword. Immediately afterward, with a very high speed, the Susanoo waved its fierce sword again toward the beach, burning through all the way. Shua! In a moment, the shock wave of the flaming sword has reached Dragon. His pupils were constricted and his hands were stretched out violently to cover himself. Boom! The sand and stones splashed, and the figure of Dragon flew out. On the dragon root, Rojan's face suddenly turned pale, and a blood rushed out. Behind him, the Susanoo's armor began to collapse, leaving only the skull frame at the moment. Go! With a low voice, Rojan controlled the Susanoo and hit the sea, resulting in a huge wave. The root was flying fast over the sea, like a sharp arrow, and in a few seconds, it left completely the log town. On the coast, the Marines ran in panic toward the position that Dragon flew to it. When they came to Dragon and saw the black flame burning on his body, they tried to extinguish it, but they were stopped by the tired Dragon. Don't touch, this flame can burn everything, it's dangerous. In a moment, the Marines stretched out their hands and froze there. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, Dragon coughed violently, and his mouth was filled with blood that dripped on the beach. He was shaking. Rear Admiral. Dragon-sama. The Marines cried nervously. He is the Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. If he was in danger there, then their unshirkable responsibility was to protect him. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Dragon waved his hand, and then his eyes were complicated, looking at the black flame that was still burning on his body. What's hurt more than these flames, is the guy who escaped. Yes, the guy who left was more dangerous than the serious injury on his body. It was impossible to imagine how Rojan, at this age, has such terrible strength. At this time, Rojan, who had already been far away from the Lobe town, was paralyzed and soft enough to come down, and his Susanoo has completely disappeared. Oh, almost died. Chapter 34, It's his brother. After spitting blood 3 times, Rojan's face paled. The time limit for the possession didn't end yet, and from the beginning to the end of the fight, about half an hour has passed. I still have about 20% chakra left, but the load of using this power is too heavy, which damaged my spirit and body. In the next half hour, I need to use the chakra to heal up, or it will make me unable to fight for a long time. After deciding what to do, Rojan proceeded with his plan. As for where he would go now, he didn't decide yet. He closed his eyes, and after a short while, he entered a deep meditative state. He didn't know how long it would take him to completely recover, but it needed to be done as fast as possible. At this time, a den-den-mushi rang in the Marine Headquarters. Peru. 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 Someone picked up and responded with a calm voice. Hello, this is the Marine Headquarters. This is Dragon. Dragon said with a weak tone. Hello, Rear Admiral Dragon. Send support from the headquarters. What? When the Marine heard that, he became worried. Send support? I was seriously injured in a fight just now. Dragon suppressed his anger as he said with a low tone. Then he looked at the injured Marines behind him. There are also many soldiers injured here. Hurry up. After saying these few words, Dragon ended the call. He didn't want to ask for support from the headquarters, but his men were injured and at the black flame on his body. He was helpless as this flame didn't show any sign of extinguishing. He had been maintaining his devil fruit's power on the part with the black flame so he won't be burned, but several parts started to wrinkle and feel hot. This terrible flame affected even his ability. This made Dragon feel chills in his heart. That person must be dealt with, otherwise once he recovers, it would be hard for anyone to deal with him. At this time, the headquarters was boiling by the news they just received. One of the most promising Rear Admiral was actually defeated and injured in his trip to the East Blue and asked for support. This was quite unbelievable. It's important to know that the Marine had a merit system which allows the one succeeding his mission to get his promotion faster. In any sea out of the 4 blues, these outstanding people won't be normally defeated, but someone actually was defeated and asked for help. The problem was the one who has been defeated was Dragon, the most powerful Rear Admiral who had the potential to become an admiral. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Dragon actually asked for help. Kong, the Fleet Admiral, at this time said with a faint tone as he looked at a Vice Admiral. After the Vice Admiral sensed this stare, he looked up, then he went back eating. Next, Sengoku's head was full of black line as he hit the Vice Admiral's head and apologized to Kong. In the same place, Admiral and Vice Admiral sat down as they looked at the information they just received. Even though there are strong pirates in the East Blue, but with his strength, there shouldn't be anyone who can make him ask for help. That means there is someone so strong there that even Dragon couldn't deal with him. Sengoku said. When we received a call from Dragon, we already investigated the incident. Kong's eyes flashed as he looked at the information on the paper, then threw it to the others to look at. Everyone looked at the piece of paper and it turned out to be a wanted poster. The reward was 110 million berry with a teen's face at the age of 16. This is the teen that was fighting Dragon. What? This sentence made all the admirals look at the poster once more. If something can indicate a person's talent, it's his achievement at such a young age. Just 16 years old with a bounty of 110 million, and what is more terrifying, he fought Dragon and made him ask for help. This bounty wasn't issued because of his fighting powers, it should be replaced. Kong said quietly. This kid can have such a bounty just because of his identity. Identity? The group of Vice Admirals and Admiral looked at the poster and couldn't make a guess. The young boy had black hair, a thin body, a handsome and a gentle smile was drawn on his face. With such an appearance, they couldn't imagine how he had such a bounty. Even after looking for a long time, they couldn't recognize him. Fleet Admiral, who is he? A Vice Admiral asked. Sengoku looked at the poster with an opening mouth, but no words came out as the only shock was on his face. At this time, Garp looked at the poster with eyes full of complexity. Why? Isn't he already dead? Garp whispered as he seemed to know something. Shut up, Garp, Sengoku shouted loudly. Garp didn't say anything else as he shook his head. Oh, it seems like you're not paying attention toward the criminals without a worth mentioning bounty. Kong said. His name is Gold D. Rojan. Doesn't this name remind you of anything? You all should already know his brother. When they all heard this, they were surprised. Some of them held their breath and others' expressions were full of shock. He is Roger's brother. The entire room was quiet. Yes, it's the Pirates King that was recently executed, that same Roger. This news blew the mind of everyone inside that room. Chapter 35, What Should We Do? Gold D. Roger. It was the hottest topic during this time. There was no doubt that the world government always wanted to execute the current Pirate King. The Pirate King who started this era has been executed by the Marines, and their reputation was suddenly got to the peak. The power of the Marine has expanded to an unprecedented level. But at the same time, because of Roger's words before his death, the strength of the pirates reached a peak never been seen before. Gold D. Roger, this name was so glorious at that time. It can be said that his name is the symbol of the new era. All over this world, anyone who heard this name, he would get goosebumps all over his body, and the blood would rush toward the top of his head. It makes people's feet tremulous. His name seemed to have infinite power. It brought peoples from all over the world for one objective. He pushed this era to its peak, a level that has never been reached before, and the conflict between the Marine and the pirates has reached a very acute level. Well, it wasn't just the time when he died that made the pirates fly out to the sea, it has continued for many years. It can be said that the Pirate King Roger was the one who created this era. After Roger's death, the Marine wanted to get rid of his pirates, his family, and his affiliated forces. The Marine regarded that as the most important thing to do. It can be said that once Roger has a son or a relative like his brother, then, it was very likely that his era will once again be pushed to the highest wave. Roger died, but his fellow pirates, who once were belonged to him, they drank their last sake together as a team, then they split up and everyone went on his own way, but their alliance and friendship still exist. In this case, if they heard about anyone related to Roger has appeared, then there is no doubt that they would group up for him. These pirates were all in the Grand Line, and they were from the strongest and the most ranked in the world, and if they got back together that would have a huge impact on the whole world. Is he the younger brother of Roger? I know that Roger has a younger brother, but our information said that he is so weak and powerless, he didn't inherit Roger's strength. Even more, our headquarters had already sent a Marine to catch him. How could he have the strength to fight Dragon? This kid is too dangerous, we must kill him. The scene became complicated, and every one of the Marines realizes the importance of this matter. Actually, his strength wasn't the most important thing, the most frightening thing was the identity of this person. Roger's brother still so young? No one would think that this kid called Rogen would become the next Pirate King. Now, are you clearly aware of his identity? Khan raised his eyebrows and suddenly said. So, how should we deal with him? Khan threw the problem to the present group of the Marine officers and he didn't utter a word after that. The entire room was silent for a while. They were all thinking about this issue. This person's identity was really too sensitive. If they didn't handle it properly now, it will shake the world later. Rogen, this guy is very dangerous. Once he reaches the Grand Line and the New World, it's impossible to imagine what the pirates of Roger would do. It's true that Roger doesn't have that many pirates in his crew, but they sailed all the way with him. They are enormously strong, they are even stronger than the Whitebeard. I suggest putting a high bounty on his head to stop him before he gets to the Grand Line. At the same time, we must send an admiral and annihilate him on the spot. A young petty officer said after thinking for a while. Oh? Higher reward? Khan looked at the petty officer with interest. So you say how much the reward must be? 600 million. A vice admiral didn't hesitate. This reward is a bit low. It's difficult for the normal pirate hunters to deal with this kid, it only can arouse the greed of civilians. Only a high bounty can let us keep track of his location, as well as the strongest pirates hunter will move to hunt him. Haha, interesting. Khan didn't agree yet, and also he was no objection, he just smiled. The officers, who listened to the idea of the vice admiral, they nodded and thought that the vice admiral was very reasonable. The high bounty not only could make the bounty hunters move but also it could arouse the civilians. At that time, the world would be full of Rogen's enemies, and this something will benefit the Marine. However, just as everyone agreed with this suggestion, a steady voice suddenly rang out. I object. Everyone looked at him, and when they recognized the voice, their eyes became serious. Oh? Sengoku, why are you against that? Khan asked. The high reward could make Rogen be in a dangerous situation, but at the same time. After a pause, Sengoku looked at all the present with dignified. At the same time, it's also to inform the New World or the crew of Roger in the Grand Line, the presence of Rogen. All the Marines were stunned. You know that these pirates didn't know about the existence of Rogen. Even in the Marine, only a few of us already knew that Rogen is the brother of Roger. Roger's reputation has reached the entire world, but Rogen is unknown for the world now. If we aren't careful and did not inquire, we wouldn't know the existence of this person at all. But, if we put a high reward on him, it will take the attention of the whole world, it like we are telling them that this kid is special. Once those pirates know the identity of Rojan, we couldn't imagine the consequences that could happen. As you have said, we put a high reward, which will encourage the bounty hunters to catch him, but at the same time, they will avoid him because of his identity. Roger's young brother, there are few people in the world who dare to do it. The officer who said that suggestion kept silent. Comparing with Sengoku, his thoughts are somewhat simpler. Then what do you say we should do? Kong asked again. Taking a breath, and then Sengoku talked again. I suggest that we shouldn't change his reward, and we should send our strongest marines to arrest him. In addition, we must hide his identity and it needed to be classified as the highest secret. We need to issue a strict seal order on all the information about Rojan. Finally, we must send at least a vice admiral. Chapter 36, Reverse Mountain. Even if it's necessary, we can also dispatch an admiral. These words shocked all the officers, but then they took it for granted. Rojan's identity deserves all the attention of the marine. They were willing to give everything in the bud to eliminate this potential danger. After that, Sengoku stopped talking. On the other side, Garp seemed to be in a desperate mood. He didn't pay attention to anything. Do you have any opinion? Then it's over. After looking at everyone, he smiled and ordered. In addition, don't forget to quickly support Dragon. Garp, could you please go visit him? The meeting is over now. After these few words, Kong left the meeting room. However, none of the officers in the conference room left. They kept looking at Sengoku. All the present officers knew that Sengoku would take over as soon as possible. As long as the above appointment letter came down, then Sengoku will become the new fleet admiral of the marine, and Kong would be commander-in-chief in the world government. Chasing Rojan is a troublesome task, which can be seen only from Dragon's failure. Therefore, we must pay all of our attention to this matter. Secondly, the prohibition order must be promulgated as soon as possible. Rojan's information must be known and controlled only by this small group of people. Sengoku calmly ordered, and the people present were nodding and listening carefully. When Kong wasn't involved and not in charge, a lot of the fleet admiral's work has been handled by Sengoku. After a few minutes, the meeting was over. Later, Garp took a boat and headed towards the East Blue. At the same time, in the marine headquarters, a young man with black sunglasses and a yellow striped suit stepped on his warship, and then he stretched out. Oh, it's a real rush. They tell me to chase the kid, but I'm not good at tracking. What a distress. With a tangled face, Kizaru himself wasn't very hopeful. Then I will just go out and travel. With a low voice, Kizaru comforted himself. 2 days later, a huge number of Marines elite came to Logue Town. The captain, who was originally stationed there, was stunned when he saw the 2 elite disembarking from the boat. It was really amazing how they were coming. My God, why are these 2 people here? One of these 2 men who stepped off the deck was wearing a dog's head cap. He had a majestic face, a tall and burly body, full of anger. It was Garp. The other was wearing sunglasses and a cloak behind him, looked trifle-stricken, with no momentum at all, but when someone in the place saw him, they immediately lowered their heads. An admiral and a vice admiral, they were the heroes of the marine. All the marines would be full of worship and respect when they saw them. When Garp disembarked from the warship, he did not hesitate and went straight to the place where Dragon was. Dragon. Hey, kid, are you injured? As soon as he entered the house, Garp shouted. Kizaru was following Garp closely and he looked curiously inside the house. It was known that Dragon, even he has not yet been promoted to the rank of an admiral, and although he is still young, his strength wasn't that inferior to his father. Garp feels that his boy will catch up with him in a couple of years. How could such a guy get hurt? As they 2 enter his room, they saw Dragon laying down in bed, and after a second, the scene immediately shocked them. At this time, Dragon tried to look like it was nothing, but he was sweating a lot from his forehead, and his face was pale, which made the visitors feel astonished. Garp looked at the black flames burning on Dragon's body and said directly, "What is this?" While he asked, he moved his hand toward it. "No, father." Dragon quickly stopped him, and then he looked at him with a dignified expression. "This black flame is very strange, it can burn everything, and it doesn't extinguish even with water, it's terrible." "Flame? Black flame?" Garp wondered. Then his face was so serious. "Is this the kid's ability?" "Yes, it's terrifying," Dragon said back with a serious expression. Then, Garp didn't say anything else, but a black armor appeared over his right hand, which had covered all of it, armament hockey. After that, without hesitation, he slapped the black flame on Dragon's body. Shoo! 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 When Garp's hand with the armament hockey slapped the black flame, a white smoke appeared and made a strange noise. "A very strange flame," Garp said, His face remained the same, and he closed his hand, and the black flame was extinguished directly. Next, his hands trembled, and he continued to shake. The black flames were all disposed of by him. Ho! When Dragon saw the flames on the body were extinguished, he took a long breath and he was so relaxed. The black flame has bothered him for a while. He even thought that if he couldn't handle it anymore, it would burn his body to ashes in a day. Father, your haki is really powerful. It won't take you a long time to become stronger than me, and this flame will no longer affect you. Garp waved his hand. At this time, Kizaru said curiously. Rear Admiral Dragon, I want to ask you, did the kid escape? Why did you come here, Admiral Kizaru? Seeing Kizaru made Dragon stunned immediately. Although he sought support, they shouldn't send his father, plus Kizaru? Everyone knows that these two are from the strongest marine. I was ordered to hunt down the boy. Oh, it's really annoying. Kizaru moved his hands helplessly. That kid is very strong, Admiral Kizaru, be careful. Dragon thought about it, and still, he reminded him. Kizaru's eyes flashed, and then he smiled and nodded okay. Kizaru was very curious for Rojin, that strange black flame he saw, only observation, could also see that it was very terrible, and he didn't know whether his ability was effective or not. However, he wasn't too worried, his fruit ability gave him an amazing speed, there weren't many people in this world who could compare to his speed. Be prepared, we are going to the Marine headquarters. You are so injured, I'm afraid that you will have to rest for a while. Garp took out a donut, threw it into his mouth, and began to eat. At the same time, Rojin, who was far from Log Town, looked at the nearby pirates with his fierce eyes. He just glanced at the pirate boat behind, approaching him slowly, and then he looked at the magnificent mountain in front of him. The reverse mountain was near. It was beyond description. What a magical mountain. The water flows up against the current, and with the rolling force beating and splashing water, all the time releasing the horrible kinetic energy. Chapter 37, Stupid System. 2 days ago, Rojin started recovering from his serious injury. This time, the possessions period didn't end because of his injury like the last time with the White Phoenix and lasted for an hour before it finished. Hulu. Rojin sighed, and his eyes relaxed. Although time is up, the most of his serious injury already recovered. Moreover, the Sharingan has gone with the end of Itachi's possession. He was very tired. The excessive use of the Sharingan caused him mental and physical damage. At this time Rojin was very exhausted. Rojin set the rudder position randomly and then he fell asleep. He just woke up after sleeping for a whole day. Dragon. Looking at the sea, Rojin's eyes were serious. This world is ever-changing. He just knew what will Dragon be in the future, he just defeated him, but no one knows what he will do in the future. Dragon will be the most dangerous criminal, he just hasn't grown at this moment despite his strength, he hasn't reached his peak yet. Moreover, after he woke up, he realized another important thing. His money was already running out. He used all his money in the battle against Dragon. This also means that if he encounters a strong enemy again at this moment, he won't be able to win that fight. He doesn't have enough money to summon a mighty soul, he won't be able to face a powerful enemy which is fatal. It's really distressing. It was conceivable that he summoned Itachi to make Dragon look miserable. From now on, the Marines won't give up, Rojin will face endless trouble. It's impossible to change my ship, I have no money for that, I can't even summon a powerful soul, I don't want to think about it. I have no money. Money. It's all about money. Rojin was going crazy. He has already left the society where money equals power, why is he still worried about money? Let's check the harvested points of this battle. Itachi Uchiha is a powerful soul. After this battle, he should have gained a lot of possession coins. With a tear in his eye, Rojin thought about the 75 million he spent. You have defeated 650 Marines, you get 65,000 possessed coins, and you have lost to the Rear Admiral Dragon, but you get 300 coins. When he heard the cold words of the system, Rojin was a bit aggressive. What the fuck? What are you saying? I was defeated? What are you saying? I defeated Dragon. Even if I lost. Why, I have got only 300 coins. So the terrifying fight between me and Dragon didn't make me that much of a possession points. Not even more than killing those useless Marines. At that time, Rojin was completely arrogant. He thought that he won the fight. Although he paid 75 million belly, the reward was bound to be great. Therefore, he could purchase the Sharingan and some strong ninjutsu. He didn't expect the result to be like that. I can't get along with you, system. Rojin wanted to break the system. Go and fight again without me, and you will die for sure, I gave you all means to win. Also, I give you the possession coins just to comfort you. The system answered him with an ironic sarcasm. At this time, Rojin was completely speechless. It was right, the system has helped him a lot. In the end, Rojan could only accept it. 65,300 possession coins plus 1,000 coins from last time. You have a total of 66,300 possession coins. Rojan looked at the balance in the system, and he probably calculated it. The 1,000 possession coins were the leftover from the last gained skills before this fight with the Marines. The system wasn't accurate. As long as he defeated the enemy, he would get a high or low reward. Of course, Rojan found that when he summons a ghost for a battle, he needs to defeat the maximum of enemies to gain a lot of possession coins. 66,300 possession coins, what can I exchange with them? After the entanglement, Rojan was so happy. After all, it's better than nothing. The 66,300 possession coins were much more than what he had before. However, just looking at the skill's exchange price, Rojan was stunned. The Sharingan, 50 million possession coins. Tsukuyomi, 30 million. Fireball Jutsu, 23 million. Chakra and basic ninja skills, 10 million. Row after row, Rojan almost smashed the system. No matter what, he couldn't even exchange the cheapest thing. These skills were very expensive. It was impossible to achieve anything. That means that this time, Rojan couldn't purchase any of these skills. In other words, he has nothing to gain, but he will have more than 60,000 possession coins to use in the future, which made him just a little comfort. Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? Rojan shouted loudly at the system. It's not expensive, you think that's it just because you got defeated. If you won, you can redeem any of these skills. The cold words directly hit and shocked Rojan at that moment. When you lose, you have no right to judge me. Rojan no longer has trouble with the system, and he figured out one thing, that was, if he had beating Dragon, he would be able to earn at least more than 10 million possession coins, which would be amazing. These powerful ghosts are really shocking, and, in the future, I need to stop being soft and easy in fights, and I need to be sure that I will win for sure. Rojan looked at the exchange list, and he could only give up helplessly. Tens of thousands of possession coins and he didn't have anything to do with them. After he calmed down, Rojan ate a big meal to embark on the voyage and lift his spirit. At the same time, he set a goal to himself. Well, let's set a goal first. In 3 months, I must accumulate 100 million. Without money, Rojan felt that he was insecure. It was something embarrassing. After setting his direction, Rojan found himself close to the reverse mountain, which was the passage to the Grand Line from the East Blue into any other blue. One day later, Rojan was slowly sailing toward the reverse mountain, and he suddenly found a group of pirates surrounding him. They looked at him with a smirk. Hey, there is such a young kid who wants to go to the Grand Line and become pirate. Fooled by Roger? Maybe, we should teach him the truth. Chapter 38, I have to leave you. The laughter of the pirates clearly came to Rojan's ears. Rojan's eyes narrowed and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. He clearly heard the word, Roger. This irresponsible brother has made him complain for a long time, but that was his brother after all. Hein? You don't believe what he said? Rojan said quietly, and it was clear in his eyes that he had a killing intention. These pirates had a lot of scars on their faces, and there was a ferocious aura all over them. They had no heroism or anything proves that they were good people at all. And it was clear that they had killed many innocent people before. Hey, guy, let's have some fun with surround his boat and before he gets to the Grand Line, haha. There were 4 pirate ships, with the same pirate flag. It was clear that they were from the same crew. Rojan stood on the deck with no expression on his face, he just stood calm, he was chilling. Finally, Rojan stopped his boat because the 4 ships had blocked his way. The pirates sneered and jumped directly onto the deck of the Dragon Root, making a lot of annoying sounds. Hey kid, where are you going? A fat man with a big head asked with a teasing expression on his face while waving his long sword. Rojan glanced at the fat man and didn't utter a word. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you, why didn't you answer me? So I'm gonna kill you now and throw your body to the sea to feed the fish. The fat man said those cold words and this time his body exuded a fierce atmosphere. Hee, Perth, don't scare the little kid. Maybe this little one wants to follow Roger's lie, he wants to go to the Grand Line and try his luck. These days I meet such people. But it's not true. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from behind everyone, wearing a robe and a captain cap, and holding a revolver. This man, with a smile on his face, looked like a kind-hearted person. The other pirates were fearful and full of respect when they heard his voice, and they immediately took a few steps back. All right, Captain. The big man named Perth trembled and fell back. So, kid, have you been fooled by Roger? Do you want to go to the Grand Line to find the One Piece? The captain looked at Rojan and asked him with a smile. Rojan stood at the same place and didn't move at all. He was so calm and didn't utter a word like if he was scared, and then Rojan finally started talking. You don't believe what he said? The captain was shocked. He felt that the kid wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was very calm. You are very interesting. After a word of praise, the captain's face became cold. As for Roger's words, I'm not stupid, how can I believe such bullshit? It's just a lie to fool those stupid guys. So that's why you are going out to the sea? Rojan asked again, with his hands hanging around his waist. His whole body was relaxed. Why do we go out to sea? The captain said with a little bit dumbfounding. Of course, for the sake of wealth, woman and freedom. After a while, his eyes became dense. In addition, there are people like us, we sail to see great scenery, to appreciate the magnificence of nature, and we can also meet such a marine fellow and destroy him. Eating delicious fruit, singing songs, living free, this is happiness, isn't it? The captain's words made everyone on the boat laugh and yell. Haha, it's very interesting. Rojan seemed to agree while nodding his head, and then he asked again, I have one last question. What is it? Do you have money? Rojan suddenly asked. Money? The captain's eyes were narrowing and then he laughed. I have destroyed and robbed 5 pirates' ships on this road and stepped on more than a dozen towns. Instead, I stole a small fortune from them. Why, are you interested in treasure, too? The captain found that this young man was very interesting. Only a few people in that age didn't get afraid when they saw his pirate crew. Rojan kept silent at the moment, he was very brave. Actually, that captain was just interested in playing with the children, and then he was going to kill him and throw him into the sea. Well, it's better for you to give me all your money. Rojan's eyes lit up. Rojan found what he wanted, and it doesn't take him much time or effort to get it. He needed money to fill his empty pocket, and someone was coming to his door. As for these pirates, he didn't care about them. With his current strength, he may have many rivals in the East Blue, but pirates were not one of them. What did you say? The captain was stunned. Did he lose his mind? You don't want to give it to me? Rojan's tone was very cold, his right hand moved. The next second, they only heard shying, and the sword was unsheathed. In a flash, the sword was placed on the captain's neck. His whole body trembled and the captain was frightened. Then die. Before the captain finished his sentence, his neck has been wiped out by Rojan's long sword. Shia. Rojan finally began to move. The Yuan Hong sword was amazing. Every beautiful sword swing was accompanied by the blooming of blood. His sword was cold and ruthless, and his enemies were begging for mercy and panicking. And everyone who gets under his sword would turn into a cold corpse. Step by step, Rojan walked slowly. Behind him, the corpses were falling. These pirates, without a chance to react, they were killed by his sword. 5 minutes later, the faint bloody smell came from the reverse mountain. It was very pungent. Rojan stood on the captain's ship alone after killing all the pirates. Just in time, I should abandon the dragon route. In a low voice, he said, and he stepped out and threw all the bodies into the sea. In addition, Rojan prepared some torches and then he threw them in the other ships. In a short period, a blazing fire broke out on the sea. The captain's ship was bigger and larger than the dragon route, and it has much better in performance. It could be seen that the captain has paid a high price for it. In addition, Rojan took all the treasures of this group of pirates. They had so many treasures, he already checked it before, and they have piled up it in the warehouse of that ship. Finally, Rojan stood on the dragon route. Well, my ship, I'm sorry, we must separate now. Thank you for your company. With a heavy sigh, Rojan threw a torch in the dragon route. Whoosh! He burned the dragon route. From the moment it was seen by Dragon, it was doomed that his ship could not stay with him for long. Turning around, Rojan could no longer see at the dragon route. He was a little bleak, and he felt lonely. Sometimes, people had to accept the facts and continue living. They always have to face the things that they don't want to do. Only when you face these things, you became mature. Chapter 39, Going to the South Blue. With few steps, Rojan came under the banner of the pirate ship. Swish. Swish, with his sword, he shattered the skull's flag and turned into pieces of cloth falling down. From now on, you will be called the... A slightly low voice came out from Rojan, and his mood seemed to be a little bad at the moment. Roger's younger brother, this identity really gave him a lot, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Since the death of his brother, Rojan started an endless escape. He must become stronger and stronger to destroy all the forces that would stand in front of him. He must destroy them all or he will die. Rojan never gave up in life, and he won't be weak forever. He was eager to be strong. He wanted to be like his brother, the Pirate King, and he wanted to be known throughout the world. Rojan and Roger had different characters and different in the style of doing things, but they were yearning for the whole world. Roger was usually careless, he acts fairly on everything, But Rojan was quiet. He used to solve all his problems with his mind and avoid all troubles. This difference in their behavior was because their strength level was not the same. The original dragon root was destroyed, and Rojan was depressed about it. It was his first ship, and it was a testimony that he began to sail in the sea, but he could only sink it in order to destroy all the traces. My ship, it will always be the dragon root, he whispered in a low voice. Rojan's eyes were shining again. Some people, some things, when they left, they will always live forever in others' heart. His future ship may have changed in shape, but its name will always be the dragon root, and it could be only this. Silently he took some drinks from the kitchen of the boat. Rojan poured himself several shots and then he drank them. After a few shots, he suddenly has a kind of happiness and carefree feeling. People say that sake is a good medicament. Cure all sorrows, sure enough. Ha ha ha, why bother? Sailing should be a happy thing. Isn't that always been the case? Suddenly Rojan stood up, and then he threw sake bowl in his hand out of the boat and his expression returned to his former calm again. Let's see what these guys have in the warehouse first. With a cursory look, he couldn't know exactly how much treasures they had in the ship's warehouse. Rojan took a step and entered the basement. He retracted the sails, but there was no need to worry. During this time, the sea breeze would deflect it. In a while, Rojan has arrived at the warehouse. When he entered it, he burned some candles. The pirates' warehouse was guarded to prevent pirates from stealing. This kind of things happened a lot. Like these pirates were some villains gathered together not because of any dream they got together, just for sake of money. Hey! System! Give me the total amount of money in this warehouse. Stepping in the middle of the treasure, Rojan said to the system. After that, the system made a sound dip and the system's cold voice was introduced into Rojan's ears. A total of 60 million treasures. Do you want to keep them in the system balance? 60 million? Rojan showed a big smile. He saw so many golden treasures, piled up into mountains, certainly worth a lot of money, but he didn't expect that these treasures would be worth that much. It was beyond his expectations. Killing people and setting them on fire to get these golden piles. Indeed, robbing these vicious pirates is the way to get rich. With a laugh, Rojan told the system. Take 50 million for spare, and leave 10 million for me to carry them. Have to say, the system quite convenient, especially for the money. Just a golden light flashed, the mountains of treasures in front of Rojan has disappeared and replaced by a pair of packed belly in Rojan's hands, and the numbers of the system balance were raising up. However, Rojan had nothing to be disappointed about. He collected a lot of money, and he saved them to become stronger. In addition, the money on his hand was enough too. With these 50 million, it can guarantee me some security and give me embolden. 50 million, enough for him to summon a strong soul. The green soul must be far stronger than the first 3-level soul. Now I'm going to the South Blue. Rojan's eyes flashed, and he stepped out of the cabin and lowered the canvas. The dragon root made a loud roar sound, the sea breeze blew the sails hard, and it suddenly accelerated the ship toward the spectacular reverse mountain in front of him. After a half hour, the hull banged a shook sound with the mountain. Rojan smiled, and the dragon root quickly sailed toward the sky. The reverse waterfall going up in the sky. I didn't imagine that Rojan can one day sail up breaking the waves, straight through the clouds. Ha ha ha. He had never experienced such an adventure. He couldn't process how this worked. He could only hear and enjoy the turbulent sound of the river and how incredible the feeling of the blue sky when he got to the big scene. It was a vast and magnificent, exuberant in the chest. In a sudden, he felt that his heart got bigger, and the air was absorbed more and more in his chest, and the mood became more pleasant, and at that moment, Rojan had a wide vision. Ah! In this scene, Rojan was standing on the dragon root and he yelled with excitement. All the way up to the clouds, the river of the reverse mountain was very fast. No one knows from where did this power came from. It gives people an extreme passionate feeling. After an hour, Rojan felt that the river was slowing down. Then he looked around and found himself on the top of that mountain, which gave him a bit of dizzy feeling. Amazing. Rojan sighed, and his face showed a big smile. As the speed of the ship slowed down, the ship was at the top of the mountain. At this time, Rojan standing on the bow, he clearly saw everything from that high position. There were actually 4 other ways that go down. There's the Grand Line, but which one is the West Blue, which the North Blue, and where is the South Blue? At a glance, Rojan didn't hesitate to turn the rudder, and with a crunch sound, the dragon root changed its orientation and pointed to the falling river leading to the South Blue. While the speed of the ship slowed down and dropped to the minimum, the dragon root was on its way to the South Blue. Gatshai! Gatshai! The sound of the wood rubbing began, and the head position of Rojan's ship began to tilt downward. Finally, he looked at the river leading to the Grand Line, and his eyes flashed. When I'm not busy, I'll come to you. How amazing is the legendary Grand Line. Chapter 40, A Cat? The dragon root trembled, and directly fell down following the road leading to the South Blue. It drifted down. This momentum of falling down from the mountain was much faster than the rising speed, because of the gravity effect. Rojin was hearing the sound of the running river impact, so he grabbed the mast and kept laughing. Haha. No wonder, I'll be addicted to sailing, it's really fun, I like it. In his previous life, he used to watch a lot of martial arts magazine, drinking water, walking beside rivers and lakes, and he wasn't happy. But in this world, he is a great man traveling on his ship, sailing the seas, having fun, getting stronger and doing whatever he wants. He has sake and a sword too. Why he won't be happy? All the way to the South Blue, he was laughing on the board and enjoying the moment. After half an hour, the dragon root roared all over the place, causing a tremendous shock, and then it finally settled down. Finally, he made it to the South Blue. A bright light flashed from his eyes, which Rojin won't forget it. He came to the South Blue for an important task. I'm a responsible man. Rojin shook his head, and there was a deep look in his eyes. This sea was extremely dangerous, which was equivalent to going straight to the wolf's nest. But he had to go to it. When a great man walks in this world, and he has something to do, he will do it even if he gives his life and without any hesitation. You are not here to do it, so let me help you. If it wasn't for you, for who I will do it? His eyes were so cold, he could tolerate anything, but in this case, he won't retreat even one step. The sails swelled, the dragon roots widened and headed toward to the South Blue. Meanwhile, about 20 miles away from Rojin, there was a loud cry of murder. Some ferocious pirates were yelling around a merchant ship. From time to time, there was a faint bloody smell that evokes some dangerous fishes in the sea. These fishes swam quickly, rolling around the ship. Their eyes were full of greed and their mouths hanging with coveted saliva. Give us all your treasures quickly and you will be fine. Give me your sister first. I will kill you. Wearing a captain's cap, the pirate was very tall and thick. He was holding a machete in his hand, and he suddenly slashed it toward the sailor. After a while, the deck of the merchant ship was already covered with blood. Captain. This guy is already dead. Aside, pirates were whispering. The pirate's eyes were full of fear and dread, and their hands were shaking when they spoke. At that time, he was very angry. Fuck you, you made me angry. I will smash you into meat, then I will chop you, you freak. Die. The captain seemed to have a change of this mood, he was touching the hair on the back of his head as if he was innocent. He laughed and then he twisted his machete. As he walked, the captain shouted and yelled. Brothers. Kill them. And collect all the treasure and don't leave anyone alive, woman nor man, kill them all and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. His tone was soft, but his brutality was frightening. After a while, the screams on the boat stopped abruptly. There was no other voice besides the laughter of the pirates. Captain. Everyone is dead. A clever-looking pirate walked in with a smirk. Well, let us transfer the treasure to our boat and we'll leave. What about these bodies? That pirate looked at the body next to him, and he smiled again. The brothers are all tired. Tired, huh? That's right. Let's go, let the Marines deal with them later. Touching the back of his neck, that pirate waved his hand and ordered the others to transfer all the treasures to their ship. Then, the pirates evacuated and they left the merchant ship in absolute silence. Suddenly, a figure jumped out. Meow. A light cry came out, it turned out to be a cat. That cat was thin, but it was very nimble. It was shuttling carefully between the bodies on the ship to avoid getting stained with blood. At that time, in its clever eyes, there was a glint of sadness and fear. It was acting like a person. Meow. The cat stared at the pirate's ship that was getting far away with depressed expression. Standing on the bow of the boat, the cat looked at the endless sea, and it released a huge sigh. It didn't know where to go or what to do. Suddenly, a ship appeared in front of its eyes. It was moving so fast breaking the waves, which made the cat's eyes sparkle with excitement. Meow. Meow. It seemed that it was calling for the ship, but its voice was very low and the peoples on that ship won't be able to hear it. No matter how high its voice was, it won't reach that ship, which made the cat despair again. Meow. The cat was feeling low and it was crying. Gradually, the ship was getting closer and closer. After a while, the cat saw a young man standing on the approaching ship. The cat opened its eyes, it seemed to be amazed and confused at the same time. Why does this man sailing alone? The cat didn't see another person or hear any other sound on that big boat. The young man was standing on the deck with a smile on his face. He was full of cheerful atmosphere, but it could feel his loneliness. Just then, the young man looked over. When he turned his face and saw the cat, he slightly stunned and then smiled. Ah! It's a cat. Then, the man jumped over. His body wasn't that strong, on the contrary, he was thin. But with just one leap, he got to the cat's side. In a glance, the man has seen the horror of what happened on that ship in its eyes. Is it only you here? The man said in a low voice. He asked this question with doubt because in his heart he knew that it was the only one alive. After making some turns in the merchant ship, he took a torch and held it in his hand. The cat timidly receded and hid in a corner. It kept secretly watching what the man was doing. Lighting the torch, the man wanted to throw the torch directly on the merchant ship, but after thinking of the cat there, he took a deep breath and went to speak with the hiding cat in the corner. These people are dead, and I need to burn them so that their bodies don't rot and stink. So you have to come with me. After that, a fire has been unleashed. Then, he turned and walked toward his boat. The overwhelming flame didn't leave any place without fire, which scared the hell of the cat. Are you coming with me or not? He said it once, and then he burned my boat, really. After thinking about it and watching its ship burning up, the cat jumped in helplessly with that man. Chapter 41, Perfect? The cat that Rojan has accidentally encountered with it was staying with him on his boat. Perhaps when he saw the cat on that ship, which had eyes full with fear and confusion, that touched his sympathy. But when the cat got on his boat, he realized that it was not an ordinary cat. Have you ever seen a cat who doesn't eat raw fish and only eats delicious braised fish? And once the braised fish doesn't taste good, will it give you a disgusted expression? Have you ever seen a cat that climbs up on your face, scratches you with its paws, and wakes you up every morning at the same time? Have you ever seen a cat that when you get angry at it, it becomes angrier than you, and start yelling at you meow, meow, non-stop? This is not a cat. It is a demon. Have to say, after founding you, am I not allowed to stay fine? Rojan rubbed his hair and looked at the cat, which had a look of pride and cold expression, and then he didn't utter a word. Lately, he was despised. Yes, he was despised by a cat. This cat seriously hated his cooking level and even once got on a hunger strike. What the heck, there is something wrong with this cat. He thought that when he got a cat, it will eat what he doesn't eat, but it turns out that he eats what it doesn't eat. Finally, Rojan couldn't stand the humiliation of being despised by a cat. Therefore, he wanted to spend 10,000 billion summon a soul. Give me a red soul. I want to cook, give me a soul with great cooking skills. He glanced at the cat and clenched his teeth. To specify the type of summoning soul, that will cost you the double of the price, please confirm. The cold voice of the system asked, and Rojan didn't hesitate and directly accepted. Shia. The colorful light flashed in front of his eyes, a figure stepped in and instantly entered Rojan's body. In an instant, a kind of deep feeling came into Rojan's mind, and the color of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. A minute later, a smirk appeared on his face. Actually, I'm really rich enough to purchase this soul. The soul that the system has summoned this time was very fascinating. Every person from the previous generation would recognize him from just one glance. God of food, Stephen Chu, skills, cooking skills. This skills that he has, it's good to have them. All the information were so clear for Rojan. The summoned soul was the god of food, the protagonist of Zhu's starring movie The God of Cookery. The film was not about kung fu. It was about Stephen's special cooking skills. After reading Stephen's cooking skill price on the system's surface, Rojan didn't hesitate to get them directly. Congratulations to the host for spending 300 possession points and learning the skills of the god of food. The cold voice of the system said, while Rojan's body trembled, and then he had mastered those cooking skills. With the attachment of Stephen's soul, Rojan immediately went to the kitchen. After a few seconds, the sound of dang, 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 dang came in an endless stream, and Rojan made a magnificent cooking scene with his fists. This time, this kitten won't believe that he will give it, and it will stop taunting him. Wait for my surprise. Smelly cat. By his skills with knives, the high level of ecstasy, and the anger of the humiliation, in a short period of time, a plate of fresh braised fish has been ready to be served. I have to say that those skills of the god of food are not ordinary. A simple dish with a combination of spices made the fish plate become ready. A refreshing scent that was coming out from the plate, and went to his nose, which made an unforgivable smell. Happily picked up the plate, Rojan walked toward the cat's room. This cat was really unusual. It wanted an independent bedroom with a bathroom. At this time, a loud sound of the water was coming out of the cat's room. It was taking bath. Hey, you perfect cat. It's Rojan, I have got you a surprise, come and taste my cook. Rojan shouted and pushed the door. In an instant, the cat shouted out with a panic voice. Meow. The cat stared at Rojan with shame and anger and wished to kill him at that moment. Oh, you're shy? That's funny. You're just a cat, and you're shy, haha. Rojan burst out laughing, carrying a tray, and strode toward the cat. Meow. It angrily glared at Rojan, then it waved its claw. The cat unexpectedly pulled the curtain. After waiting for a while, the cat's expression was slightly cold and then stepped out. However, he could clearly see the shame in the cat's eyes. "Come on, try my new braised fish." Rojin put down the dish with a proud face and lifted the aluminum basin over it. Immediately, an amazing scent came out of it. The cat's saliva just flowed down, and an urgent claw rushed up. Puff! Rojin hit the cat's claws and said, "Napkin and use a fork." Meow. The cat glared at Rojin, then quickly fastened the napkin, picked up the fork, and started eating the braised fish like a little adult. Just a little bit later, the cat's eyes lit up. Meow. 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 It seemed that it was delicious, then Rojin burst out laughing. "This system is not only able to help me fight It seems that my previous thoughts were so wrong. There are so many dead legends, and probably all of them are available on this system. As long as he used properly, Rojin could almost become an omnipotent. Every kind of knowledge he could get it easily through souls from his system. It's such an amazing system, it is really a killing machine. Some of the souls that have a low price, but they are very useful in daily life, and Rojin has been neglecting them before. These special skills cannot cost much, but can enrich himself, which are extremely cost-effective. At that time, the cat started enjoying itself and having fun on the dragon route. In that way, the time has quickly passed over, and in a blink, 2 weeks have passed. In these 2 weeks, the dragon route has been sailing all around the South Blue, and he didn't find the island of Rouge. He only knew from his previous life that she was living on Bayterilla in South Blue when she was pregnant with Ace. Even now, he got to the South Blue and he was very close to her, but he was still a little behind. I must find an island and get a map of the islands in the South Blue. Otherwise, it won't be easy to find it. Standing at the bow and looking at the sea, Rojin's expression was a bit deep. Before this, I must enrich my skills as much as possible. 100 million is not too small, and 1 billion is not too much. With money, he can become invincible. Meow. At this time, the cat walked on light footsteps, and it seemed that it heard Rojin's whispers, and then it pointed one finger in a random way. Rojin was stunned, and then he shook his head and came to his senses. This cat was very magical and could understand the people's words. Even now, it does not have a human body, but it could be said that there was no difference between it and a normal person. "You mean in this direction? Do you know where the island is?" Meow. The cat nodded and looked up with pride. It seemed to be saying, "Praise me. Praise me." Chapter 42, Revenge Time. Even if it was a wrong direction, Rojin has nothing to lose, so he went in the direction that the cat pointed at. About 2 days later, Rojin looked at the cat. "You are not useless after all. You could even distinguish the directions in the sea." For this point, Rojin was amazed. It's unbelievable that a cat can do that. Meow. The cat held its forelegs and looked at Rojin with a proud look. Then it stepped forward and left the place with arrogance. At this time, standing on the deck, Rojin could clearly see an island about 3 kilometers ahead. "Finally, I found something." His eyes were shining. There was a big smile on Rojin's face. After half an hour, the dragon route landed on the shore. All right. When he was going to disembark, he saw 3 or 4 ships carrying pirate flags on the other side. Is these pirates? With a flash look, he saw a group of pirates, a large pirate group in the 4 seas, with about 100 members. Meow. Just after getting off the boat, and Rojin suddenly discovered that the cat starts trembling. Looking at the flags of these ships, the cat's eyes were full of fear. "What's happened with you?" Rojin went to the scared cat, squatted down and asked. Although it was just a cat, but Rojin has spent a long time with it, which made him feel that this cat was like a person. Subconsciously, this cat was like a partner to Rojin. Meow. The cat lifted its claw and pointed it to the pirate ship. Then it was stunned for a while and its eyes were full of horror. Finally, it hugged Rojin's leg and wanted him to leave this place quickly. "Do you want me to leave this place? Are these pirates so terrifying?" Rojin thought about it and asked. Meow. 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 The cat pointed at the pirate ship and yelled anxiously for a while. Rojin understood it this time. Through the action of the cat, it was clear that the cat recognized these pirates in this case. These pirates are the murderer of that ship. At first glance, the cat recognized these pirates who have attacked the merchant ship and killed everyone on it. "I see." Rojin put his hand on the cat head, his expression became serious and a cold light came out from his eyes. Looking at the panic and sadness in the cat's eyes, Rojin knew that the cat's crew were killed in that battle. "Don't worry, I'll deal with them." Slowly lifting the cat up, Rojin turned around, looking at the several undulating pirate ships with a cold aura on his body. "I will avenge you." His voice was heavy and at that moment, Rojin was very angry and full of solemnity. The cat looked at Rojin, took the courage, climbed Rojin's shoulder, and then squatted on it steadily, rubbing Rojin at his cheek. "Don't worry about me. I'm very strong." Softly comforting the cat standing on his shoulder, then Rojin stepped out slowly, and he made a leap to take off the dragon route. Then he was striding toward the 4 pirate ships nearby. Meanwhile, one of them was aboard a pirate ship. 4 or 5 pirates were sitting on the deck, and shouting and complaining. These pirates were playing cards. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind them, shocking these pirates. Then they turned back to look at it. "Who are you, little kid? What are you doing on our boat? Get out. Don't let us disturb the mood of our father." They were looking at a young boy, with a strange cat sitting on his shoulder, looking at them with a terrifying expression. Suddenly, the pirates shouted, "We'll kill you." With a vicious momentum on these pirates' faces, they picked up their swords beside them, and Rojan just fainted like the light. His right hand stroked the hilt on his waist silently, and then as soon as these pirates were about to stand up, his long sword made a whistle. Shining a bright light came out from the sword and crossed in the ship, and it went back to its sheath. The pirates, who were still getting up, had a look of horror in their eyes, and they touched their necks in panic and fear, trying to stop the blood flow. But after a while, there was only darkness left in their eyes. With one hit of the sword, all these pirates were dead. Next ship. Rojan strode down the ship and went to the other 3 boats. Less than 30 minutes later, there was still some noise coming from the 3 pirates' ship, but now it turned quiet. At this time, Rojan was standing on the largest ship. "Is this the captain's boat?" Looking at one of them lying down, Rojan's eyes flashed slightly. On this ship, the pirates were stronger than on the other ship, especially the one beneath him, which took 3 hits to defeat him. Casual pirates only need 1 hit to defeat. Actually, it doesn't matter, 1 hit or 3, there was no big difference, they are all died. Meow. At this time, the cat on his shoulder screamed, and the coldness expression on Rojan's face has dissipated. Then he smiled and touched the cat's head. Then he stepped forward and began to look for treasures on these ships. Fierce pirates like these, robbing everywhere. They must have accumulated a huge amount of treasure. After finding the secret room on the floor of the captain's bedroom, Rojan cut that door and entered the room. When he saw the golden light in the basement, he smiled. Sure enough. He had an insane feeling. It was an unimaginable scene. He will be happy only if he keeps filling up his treasury and sees his money increase. As far as he could see, and according to Rojan's estimation, this time he found more treasures than he encountered in the East Blue. Have to say, this is a dream come true? The smile on his face became large. Rojan stepped into the treasure center step by step. System, turn these treasure into belly. After a few moments, the treasure on the floor quickly started decreasing, and finally, the room was empty, and the cold sound of the system came out at this time. The total amount of these treasures is 75 million. Do you want to charge them into the system balance? Take 70 million into your balance, and give me 5 million in belly. Rojan replied casually. After this, he got a stack of belly in his hand, and the balance of the system became 120 million. This was a huge sum that surpasses the past, and it also made Rojan firmly believe in robbing pirates. If he wants to become rich, it seems that he has to fight against these bad guys and loot them. When he was a bounty hunter in the East Blue, it took him a long time to make 70 million in total. But, here he robbed pirates twice and he accumulated 120 million. System, take the money. It's time, I have something to do. Looking toward the island, Rojan's eyes flashed a cold light. Chapter 43, That is I. Jumping from the pirate ship, Rojan headed toward the island. On his shoulder, the cat was silent, but from time to time, he looked into its eyes and they seemed to be full of worry. It was worried that Rojan may be in danger. There was a good relationship between the cat and Rojan after they spent these few days together. While he was walking in the jungle on the coast, Rojan saw the town in the center of the island. Originally, the town was very calm, but at the moment when the pirates entered, it started burning. The cruel pirates were never kind or tolerant. The first thing that they did when they arrived, they started slaughtering, merciless killing, which was something that shocked the courage of the villagers, forced them to surrender and gave all their wealth. Everyone who doesn't pay or hesitate, they would kill him immediately. The blood gathered into a small red river, and it was flowing slowly from the gravel road in that town. The faint smell of blood was floating on the island, and a tragic atmosphere filled the island. We just came to rob, nothing else. Give us the money and we won't hurt you. From the front of the pirate crew, a big man shouted loudly. In front of them, the villagers stood together in fright, with spades, hoes and other weapons in their hands. In the face of danger, these people choose not to surrender, but to resist. In the middle of the two groups, there were many bodies lying down. Don't talk nonsense, destroying this village will delay us for 2 hours, our captain is very busy. 3 big and thick bald men strode out, held their machetes and then pointed it directly at the villagers in front. I'll give you 2 more minutes to choose and we will kill all who doesn't give up his money. Captain. As soon as this word came out, All the pirates in the rear were screaming and scared. These pirates were divided into 3 grades back to their evil deeds. Their captain was the most strong and ferocious one. He always had behind him a line of the most vicious and the cruel men. Each one of these pirates in the front could easily destroy and kill an entire island. Also, they had to avoid such massive and cruel killings, lest the Marines focus on them. Because they knew very well that, with their strength, once the Marines notice them and their doing, they will start moving to suppress them, and then they will be defeated. However, this time their captain said, "God damn it, let's finish our work here, and go to the Grand Line. We had accumulated almost 100 million belly, we will rob a few more islands in the Grand Line, at that time, we'll find an auction, buy a few devil fruit." The bald captain waved his hand arbitrarily and shouted. This time, his crew understood. They were very close to the reverse mountain, and when they reached it, then it would be impossible for the Marines to stop them. If they left, so the Marines of the South Blue won't deal with them. When they get to the Grand Line, they'll use all their money to buy some devil fruits, so they became stronger. At this time, they should stay away from the Marines. At that time, most of the pirates were doing the same. They weren't stupid, they knew that they were not strong enough, so they plundered and accumulated wealth, then they had to enter the Grand Line looking for devil fruits and developing their strength. The villagers were obviously in a panic when they saw the sudden gleam in the eyes of the pirates. These villagers were weaker than the pirates who live fighting all the year round. It can be said that if they didn't surrender, they'll die. 2 minutes remaining. The captain has no patience anymore. After counting some watch tick, he said loudly. Have you thought about it? The villagers were very scared, and their eyes were full of fear. This captain was so strong. The villagers did not utter a word. They just hold their weapon. Good, good. The bald captain laughed furiously. He threw his hand into the air. The next second he waved it down and ordered to kill all the villagers. At that time, from behind, a painful scream came out. Oh. Help. There are enemies. Be careful. A few voices came quickly, but they stopped abruptly. The pirates looked back and saw a young man figure, holding a sword in his right hand and slowly approaching them. Who was he? The bald captain glanced at him and asked the pirate next to him. I don't know him. The pirate looked confused. The kid held the sword with his right hand and a little cat was squatting on his shoulder. The cat's eyes were full of fear and pity. Its eyes were rolling. It was lovely and looked very smart. It was such a strange combination. Every step they took, 4 or 5 pirates fell down. Within a few moments, and while the captain was looking without a response, dozens of his crew were smashed by that young man. What the fuck? The bald captain finally reacted and screamed. What are you doing? Go kill that kid. A loud roar, like a thunder, instantly awakened his violent pirates. Then, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Rojan was surrounded by nearly 100 pirates. But none of them dared to attack him. Meow. The cat was very worried. Don't be afraid, these are just some chickens, ha. Rojan's face and tone were so cold like he didn't care about these pirates. At this moment, he secretly contacted the system. Give me an orange soul, and I want him from the swordsman category. To specify the category, the prize will be doubled, please confirm. The sound of the system was cold. Confirm. With Rojan's strength at this moment, it won't cost him much effort to defeat these pirates. However, the orange soul will help him a bit. His main purpose was to master multiple skills. A light flashed, and a young figure with a long red hair and a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, he was holding a long sword, and suddenly stepped out and rushed into Rojan's body. Rojan's body trembled, and his eyes immediately appeared a flash of enlightenment. Consumption amount 200,000, summoned character, Himura Kenshin. Skills, heightened flying heavenly sword style. The 100,000 soul was Himura Kenshin. Rojan was very familiar with this character. At the same time, the sword in his hand has changed and also his swordsmanship has changed to another style. The temperament of the whole person has undergone a slight change. Of course, these pirates couldn't see that. Suddenly, Rojan's figure has disappeared in front of the pirates. The light of the sword shone up. But at this moment, Rojan's shadow became hard to see. Just in 3 seconds, dozens of pirates were dropping on the ground. This powerful swordsmanship of Himura Kenshin, with the current strength of Rojan, unleashed a terrible power. Chapter 44, Sword Extraction. Himura Kenshin is the main of Rurouni Kenshin. He is a great sword user known as the legendary Hitakiri of the Meiji Revolution. He is a well-known living legend throughout Japan for his surreal mastery of swordsmanship, able to effortlessly cut through steel and even cut so neatly, the target can be reattached as if it was never cut. Having inherited the heightened flying heavenly sword style, Kenshin's skills at age 14 allowed him to become an elite assassin for the government. At that time, Rojan's body was attached to Kenshin, and in a moment, All his skill has already integrated with him. Drawing blade technique, dragon nest flash, dragon coil flash, dragon hammer flash, dragon soar flash, 9-head dragon flash, and the final ultimate skill was the 9-headed dragon. In an instant, Rojan's mind had countless figures and scenes flying over and then enlarged, merged with his body. Fast. Dependable. Regret. The breath of danger was released from his mouth. In a flash, a dozen pirates rushed toward Rojan. Dragon hammer flight strike. His sword was shining with an amazingly bright light like the epiphyllum bloom, followed by the whistle. Damn, this kid. The bald captain looked at the young man, walking step by step with no fear in his heart. He clearly noticed that he is very strong. He was like an elite pirate who walks over the edge of life and death. However, the captain was breathing so hard and fell to the ground. This kid. He is frightening. Dragon hammer flash. 9-headed dragon flash. While he used his ability, his sword shined in his hands, and the rushing pirates were all defeated. His skillful swordsmanship and swift movement were like a tiger in a crowd. He was unstoppable. After that, Rojan became more familiar with the skills of heightened flying heavenly sword style, and with the fusion between him and Kenshin, made him reach the peak. Every step he took, 3 or 4 screaming voices came out. Eventually, only 30 pirates left. They looked at the dead bodies with fear and panic. He is not a human being, he is the devil. He is too strong. We have no hope at all. Against such a great swordsman, they had no chance to win the fight at all. Captain, what shall we do? There was a pirate calling, and his voice was shaking. The bald-headed captain, with a fierce look in his eyes, he touched his head and walked to the forefront with a big sword in his hand. He first looked at the circle of the fallen pirates, with even more fierce eyes. Who are you, punk? Dying man, there's no need to know. Rojan was extremely indifferent, and his eyes were not even looking at the bald captain. He slowly inserted the sword into the sheath and then closed it. This group of pirates has lost their courage. Huh, who are you? I am the 35 million pirate, Arno. The captain was furious. He strode forward, and with several steps, he has arrived in front of Rojan. His sword shone brightly and it was smashed toward Rojan with an extreme speed. Rojan's eyes narrowed, his foot slightly moved, and he escaped the attack. His right hand was placed on the sword hilt on his waist, but he did not attack. He seemed to be brewing something, letting the bald captain continue slashing his sword, but he kept avoiding it. However, it could be clearly seen that although Rojan's figure was constantly moving, but the cat on his shoulder was squatting steadily, and has never been shaken. After 10 seconds, Rojan's eyes became brighter, and he was accumulating momentum. It seems that at this point, he has reached the limit. Just then, the captain rushed over. Talking about strength, from the reward point of view, it wasn't that much difference. But in terms of power, there was a huge difference. Suddenly, Rojan's eyes narrowed into a slit. The next moment, a sound of shying, and the Yuanhong sword came out from the sheath. A brilliant, sharp and fierce sword was surging, with enough power to cut a human's head. A flash of sword passed up quickly in front of the captain, and then he saw a faint figure passing through the center of his body. Am I okay? Arno said in a frightened way. Just then, he heard the sound of sheathing the sword from behind. Just as the sound disappeared, he covered his neck with fear. Then the slit rapidly enlarged and the blood was erupting. Godspeed. Rojan murmured and closed his eyes. Kenshin Himura was well known for his drawing sword techniques. When he pulled out his sword, the enemy's death had been confirmed. His hegemony and his mad sword skill have made so many people fear him. He is Himura bad as I. At the same time, the sword drawing was also the foundation of all his movements. Just a preliminary attempt, this swordplay brought surprises to Rojan. Very strong swordsman, strong enough to kill with one hit a 35 million pirate and kill his crew too. His swordsmanship is so strong, especially his heightened flying heavenly sword style. The two swordsmanship styles are quite different, but they are all equally strong. Of course, there was a little more righteousness, chivalrous, dignified, which was not powerful than the drawing sword techniques. After defeating Arno, Rojan's eyes narrowed, then his figure disappeared again. He rushed toward the remaining pirates. After one interest, the screaming sound came out. Rojan won't let these cruel pirates go. Killing 10 to save thousands, why not? He is not a bad man, but not a savior. Along his road, he saw that these pirates were cold-blood murderers, so he wanted to kill them all even if he didn't have to. In the worst of circumstances, think about the things around him. This was the way of his life and his way to survive. Rojan was not that strong at that moment, but he has enough strength to kill these pirates and save the civilians who live on this island and other people who might get killed by them. But for the Marines, that was only a fight between pirates. It won't be considered as saving an island from its destruction. Just after a few seconds, Rojan has killed the remaining pirates. A faint bloody smell came out, causing vomiting, and the cat standing on his shoulder felt sick, so it covered its nose. "Are you okay?" Returning the sword to the sheath, Rojin stepped forward and smiled. This was not the same as before, completely different temperament, which immediately stuns all the villagers. Chapter 45. The chart. A few seconds later, Rojin's figure was like a strict Azura, but this moment, he turned into a small kid with a big smile. It was a completely different temperament in the same person, which made the villagers a bit confused. "Thank you. Thank you." After a few seconds, one of them reacted and thanked him. When the rest of the villagers heard him, they immediately thanked Rojin loudly also. Some of them brought him their valuables items, and others went quickly to their houses and brought him a lot of different foods, and one middle-aged man about 50 years old pushed his daughter out, saying that he wanted to repay Rojin, who was stunned with an open mouth. However, such a lovely scene, which made Rojin feel happy and warm. He has seen a lot of movies and novels in his past life, and sometimes when someone saves others, the others would fear him and his powerful strength, and they will back away from him, or try to kill him. It was impossible to guard or defend against these fierce ones. But fortunately, these people were very nice here. Haha. No thanks, that too much XD. I just need a chart, the South Blue chart. Do you have one? Rojin refused all the villagers' kindness, especially the middle-aged man's daughter. Chart? Upon request, the villagers immediately acted and asked each other. Among that, the intensity of enthusiasm made Rojin sigh unceasingly. What a bunch of good people. When he saved them, they wanted to give him everything. After a while, the villagers heard the news. A young boy ran home quickly, brought a rolled piece of sheepskin and shouted, "I found it, I have a chart, I have it." Rojin's eyes lit up, quickly took it, and opened it. Then, he started scanning the map and the cat on his shoulder was also looking at it curiously. "This is it. Savior. But it's a bit ruptured chart, is it alright?" "No problem, right? I picked up 2 years ago from another island. It looked like a map, so I brought it back. I hope it's alright, we must help you, benefactor." Everyone was nervously looking at Rojin's expression, and their eyes were full of expectations. "Yes, it's good, even though it's incomplete, but my destination can be found." After a few moments, Rojin smiled and said, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good." The villagers said. This chart was incomplete. It can be said that the incomplete access, covering only a quarter of the South Blue. When Rojin first looked at it, he frowned, but after a few looks, he laughed out. Because of his luck, the path to Bayterila Island was just in the top of the chart. Indeed, good deeds always get rewarded. He got the goal of his trip. Rojin said goodbye to the villagers. He didn't have much time to waste. He needs to go to Bayterila because Rouge was suffering at that moment. "Savior, we haven't repaid you much, but, please tell us your name." The villagers repeatedly got rejected by Rojin, but in the end, they only wanted to know his name. "My name?" In that time, Rojin was stunned. But after thinking about it, he laughed and said, "Himura Kenshin, my name is Himura Kenshin." Since he summoned the soul of Himura Kenshin to defeat those pirates, so he used his name. After 10 minutes, Rojin's figure disappeared from the villagers' eyes, leaving a great name and good work behind. Back to the dragon root, a big smile was drawn on Rojin's face. This time the harvest isn't small, not only I took their money, but I also got a map. Rojin said while he was smiling at the cat. Meow. The cat glanced at Rojin, shook its tail, and jumped down from his shoulder. Then, the dragon root sailed away from the island, and Rojin knew from the villagers that their island was called Cyan Island. Later that day, the ship sailed smoothly on the sea. Rojin sat on the deck, calculating the income. Defeated 123 pirates and the 35 million pirate Arno, you got a total of 3,200 possessed point. The remaining system balance is 120 million. Total amount of the possessed point is 69,200. That was all that he had at that moment. After knowing that, Rojin's eyes narrowed, and he wanted to see the skills of Himura Kenshin. Heighten Flying Heavenly Sword Style, 3,000 coins. Without hesitation, Rojin chose to get it. Heighten Flying Heavenly Sword Style is a powerful swordsmanship used by Himura Kenshin. His style was exquisite, precise, ruthless and very powerful. And as his strength increases, this set of swordsmanship will inevitably get stronger as well. Moreover, this is a systematic sword skills, which also includes the cultivation of breath, realm of ascension and so on. In the world of pirates, these things were very hard, but for Rojin, it was something easy. He is a great swordsman. From the beginning, Rojin's thoughts of the system weren't to become instantly strong, but to use the system to break out from his weakness step by step until he becomes the strongest. Moreover, the system couldn't really make him immediately invincible. Even if he calls for a powerful purple soul, He would become strong, but it's for a limited time. After all, it is a power that does not belong to him. What Rojan wants was to get the true power. The movements of heightened flying heavenly sword style flowed rapidly to Rojan's mind, and after 3 seconds, he has mastered them all. The advantage of the system was that he does not need to practice them. Once he exchanged them, he will own them forever. With the 16 years of physical training, Rojan's strength has reached a small peak for that time being. But now, even if he didn't use the power of the system, with his swordsmanship he could defeat pirates with a bounty of 50 or 60 million. Of course, he has not yet encountered a devil fruit user. He doesn't know what would happen when he fights an enemy with such abilities. Hulu. He slowly breathed out, running all the movements of heightened flying heavenly sword style in his mind. In his mind, Jini's Ghost Valley method was more moderate and peaceful, with long veins, which was also good for his body. And the heightened flying heavenly sword style was rough and violent. In that case, they will abolish each other. In the end, this swordsmanship seemed to be badly wounded my body because of the strength of the moves. But, with my body, I can withstand this violent power. Rojan wasn't worried. The people in the world of pirates were generally better in physical quality, far beyond the world of these swordsmen. Next, continue to accumulate money, clean up all the way, summon powerful souls, and enrich me. Strive to upgrade my strength to be able to defeat 100 million pirates. Chapter 46, Get Out of My Way. The island Baitarila is located in the midwest of the South Blue. So Rojan found from this broken chart that if he wants to go there he must cross at least 7 islands. According to the map, it will take him about 5 months to get there. Nearly half a year. He was very uncomfortable. Also, he was very worried about whether he could arrive on time and support Portgas de Rouge. In the original manga, Rouge held her pregnancy for 20 months, and when Ace was finally born, she died. The whole world didn't know even the existence of Rouge or the existence of the Pirate King's son, the orphan Ace. Because she kept Ace for a long time inside her, her body suffered too much pain, and as a result, she died at the time of the birth. But in this world, I can't tolerate such a grief. Silently clenching his fist, Rojan's face was very serious. Since the death of Roger, he had to solve all these things that he left him. In fact, even Rojan doesn't know when his big brother hooked up with Rouge. If he didn't know all of that from the manga, it would still be that Ace would stay with Garp and Rouge would die. Ah, brother, you don't believe in me, but you believed in Garp. That makes me sad. A smile appeared on his face. He clenched his long sword in his hand and looked ahead to the sea with a fierce expression. It has been half a month since he left the last island. In the past 2 months, he defeated 4 fierce pirates. The total of their crews has reached more than 500 pirates and he killed them all. The cruel and cold killing, and the great swordsmanship, made him known as the Hamura Kenshin. In the past 2 months, his system balance increased very fast, and it became 220 million. More money, more power, which made him fear nothing. At that moment, in front of him, there was a pirate crew coming on his road. The opening of the new age led to a rapid increase in the number of pirates in all the seas, and with these all evil pirates, so Rojan amassed wealth very quickly. 30 minutes later, Rojan passed by the oncoming pirate ship. Both sides looked at each other at this moment. These pirates were not a friendly group. More pirates will have to die if they pick up a fight. In this big sea, there were a lot of competitors. At first glance, he saw that the number of these pirates weren't too much, only 20 people, but everyone's eyes were bright, but their eyes were amazed and energetic, so Rojan's eyes narrowed. When he saw this group of pirates, he thought that these pirates were hard to deal with. At the same time, the opposite side was looking at Rojan's boat, and when they saw only 1 person and 1 cat, they raised their eyebrows and laughed. 1 person on that boat? Seems interesting. Rojan didn't respond, he just watched this group quietly. Also he saw the bloody atmosphere from this group of pirates. You killed a lot of people? Rojan's was indifferent when he asked this question, and in the meantime, he placed his right hand on the hilt. Kill? And since when pirates don't kill? In the opposite, one of these pirates, with green hair, said with a cruel tone and smirked. Haven't you killed anyone yet? The green-haired guy asked with a ferocious face. Beside him, the group of pirates laughed and wanted to see the reaction of Rojan, who has to be scared by them. However, they were disappointed, Rojan's expression still dull. Then, I'll have to send you back to your home. Rojan said in an impolite tone, and then, his knees bent slightly, and in a moment, he has already stood on the pirate ship. Do you really want to fight? Are you crazy? Pirates ridiculed and laughed. Do you know that we had a bounty of? The words didn't finish yet, and Rojan's long sword unsheathed, and with a touch of brilliant sword light flew by, 2 pirates fell down. In an instant, the expression of pirates changed. Shit. What is this sword? Before Rojan stepped forward, swinging his sword quickly and freely. Heighten flying heavenly sword style. Dragon Soar Flash. 9-head Dragon Flash. Less than 5 seconds, the half of the pirates have already died. Oh. This is the kind of people that I don't want to know who they were. Rojin said those words indifferently. These pirates were very scared. The dead ones were among the most powerful in their crew, including their captain. However, against this strong swordsman, they couldn't resist one hit. I remember. It's him. It's him. At this moment, the rest of the pirates suddenly shouted in horror. Himura Kenshin. It has been rumored recently that there was a murderous demon named Kenshin appeared in the South Blue. He was cruel and ruthless. He never let anyone live under his hand. He was a skilled swordsman, and a few people were his enemies. Even more frightening was that he only chased the pirates. As long as he hears about a vicious pirate, he would pursue him until he killed him. They heard about him, but they didn't convince about it. As you know, their captain was a murderous pirate, with a bounty of 30 million. He was famous throughout the South Blue, not to mention his crew that reaches the 20 million. They were not a group of chicken pirates piled up by their number. They were elites. However, when they faced Trojan, they knew their true strength. In front of him, they were nothing. No, don't kill me. Oh Mom, I want to go home. Oh, help, who will save me? These pirates, who were killing innocent people once, in front of Rojan, they were so frightened, crying and begging for their lives. Rojan, with his usual cold temperature, he held his sword and passed by the remaining pirates. In moments, all of them fell to the ground. In the entire South Blue, this pirate group was from the strongest. Their total reward added up to 50 million pelli. They were very famous pirates, and they were destroyed in the hand of Rojan. He destroyed them without even knowing the name of their group. As usual, he stepped into the basement of the pirate ship. This process, he did it many times in the past few months, and every time he found a great treasure. But this time, when he walked into the basement, he looked stunned. Because what he saw was not treasure, it was a rough man. Rojan was very confused at that moment. My God. This group sucks. They didn't even put treasure in their basement, they put a big man. That's right, in that basement, there was a stout man sitting cross-legged, lowering his head and sleeping. Chapter 47, The Famous Jason. Rojan was shocked with an open mouth. He didn't know what to say. He looked all around the basement, but he only saw a bunch of treasure, a small pile. According to his several robberies, this pile of treasure was about 10 million. Shit, those bastards have only 10 million, poor wretch. Rojan was very disappointed. 10 million wasn't a lot, but it was still a good money. He strode forward and directly asked the system. System, put this treasure into the balance. A total of 11 million has been deposited in the balance. The existing balance is 231 million. Listening to this huge amount, Rojan's mood became better. Once again, he looked at the man while he was sitting on the ground. There were shackles on his hands and feet. The big man's head was down. This scene made Rojan hesitate for a moment and then he decided to leave the place. That guy was really a big man. His height was at least 2.5 meters. His body was thick and he looked strong. He was sitting alone in the basement, occupying at least 2/3 of the area, just like a tower. Just sitting on the plate, Rojan reaches his waist. All his upper body was bare. His body and muscles were as solid as the granite. I think he eats hormones, he looks so big and strong. Rojan made some envious look at this big man, and then he turned away and left. But at this time, the man woke up. A sound of chains jingling came out. Rojan turned around and he noticed that man had a lot of chains tangled on his body. Did you save me? Saved you? Rojan looked confused. He just came here to get the money. What saving he was talking about? Thank you. Could you please help me with these chains? The voice of the big man was very weak. Rojan also noticed that the man's face was pale, and his lips were dry as if he didn't have drink or meal for a long time. However, Rojan didn't refuse, which was the right thing to do. The Yuan Hong's sword was out of the sheath, and in a flash, the iron chains on the big man broke out with a spark. All right, you can stand up. Rojan said that and decided to leave. He was jealous of those muscles. Oh wait, I'm in a trouble. I can't cut the iron rope, it's mixed with the sea stones. Could you please cut them for me? If it wasn't mixed with that sea stones, I would cut it on my own. The big man stretched out his hands, showing his strong wrist tied by the thick iron rope with a diameter of at least 5 centimeters. When Rojan saw that, his mouth trembled. Oh God, such a thick rope, who is this guy? He has been treated so badly by this group of weak chickens. There was dignity in his eyes. This burly man was actually tied up by the sea stones. It wasn't just sea stones handcuff, but also the rope around him on his hand and his wrist. That could prove that this guy was extraordinary. He must be a devil fruit user. With a swing of his hand, The long sword flashed again, and he accurately cut the rope. Slowly pulling all the chains down, the big man wanted to stand up, but he was too weak, so he swayed and sat down again. Boom. The basement shook, which made Rojan's eyes tremble. How strong is that guy? He just sat and he shook the whole boat. I'm sorry, I didn't drink or eat for a month. I really don't have any strength to get up. 1 month? Bah. Are you kidding me? Rojan was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't believe this fact at all. Could someone that didn't eat or drink for a month stay alive? Can you help me out? I need to eat and drink. The big man was very polite, which made Rojan couldn't bear to refuse. In the end, he bent down and beckoned to the big man. Come up. The big man didn't know what to say, but it was sure that he was very thankful. He leaned on Rojan's shoulder and squatted. Suddenly Rojan felt like his body sank. Really heavy. How much is your weight? He couldn't help to ask that awkward question. About 400 or 500 pounds. The big man was very embarrassed when he said that. You should lose weight. Rojan didn't utter a word after that. The man was embarrassed. His body was perfect, but his bones were too heavy. Rojan helped the man to walk out of the basement, but when he came outside and saw the corpse on the deck, his eyes became stunned, and he looked to Rojan with a look of amazement. I'm going to find you something to eat. Then he entered the kitchen. After a while, Rojan came with some food. There was a saliva flowing out from the man's mouth. He was very hungry. Is there some water? He filled his mouth with food. He asked for water because he choked up. Hey, easy man. Rojan put 2 huge sake bowls and gestured. There's no water, but there are these big bowls. The big man glanced and then he grinned. The sake can be used also as water. Ha 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 ha. Then, he grabbed the big bowl with one hand and raised it directly to his mouth. Rojan's eyes trembled. That big guy drinks his bowl at one shot. The most important thing was the recovery speed of this guy. It was so fast, which made Rojan surprised. A moment ago, he was very weak and couldn't move, but after he eats some food, he was able to lift easily that big bowl. The thick man spent a whole hour eating everything, and then he sighed a relax and finally stopped eating. I'm full. That felt very good. Ha ha ha. With a big laugh, he stood up, looked down at Rojan, and stretched out his palm. Thank you, kid. My name is Jason Statham. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. I'm Rojan. Rojan reached out and shook hands with Jason. And his heart was even more open. Jason Statham? Exclamation mark. If he remembers correctly, there was a famous movie star in his previous life called like this. I have nowhere to go. Since you saved me, let me protect you. Jason grinned again. Protect me? Rojan revealed eyes of doubt. Yeah, I'm a great fighter, absolutely no problem for me to protect you. Jason clenched his fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, and grinned again. Then, as if to prove his strength, he swept the bodies of pirates on the ground, showing disdainful expression. I can smash 1,000 of them. Then he said embarrassingly to Rojan. I won't ask for anything, just give me meals. And like a reminder, he added another sentence. I eat too much. Chapter 48, Oyster Island. In the shocked eyes of Rojan, that big man had eaten a meal of 10 people. That bald-headed man had in his face a long honest smile. He looked strong but very bullying. Rojan was clear that this guy has an enormously powerful body. Just being tied up in the basement for a month without eating, drinking, and neither dying was proof that this guy was extraordinary terrifying. Thick arms, strong thighs, and a perfect body, he was simply a small tower, standing in front of Rojan, which has a thin figure compared to him. Of course, because of this, Rojan always had a bit hatred to Jason. Hey, Captain, where are we going? After all the supplies of the pirates were moved to the dragon route, Jason asked with a smile. Bayterila Island. Lift the sails up, and we are ready to go. Rojan told Jason and went to start sailing. After that, the wind was blowing up and the ship wasn't moving. Since there were just these 2 people on board, naturally, all these hard work were done by Jason. Is it going to sail? When the ship stood still, Rojan asked. Well, no. Jason touched his big bald head and said awkwardly. You should learn. Okay. Can you cook? Rojan asked again. No, Jason answered. You should learn. Will you do the cleaning? This one I would do. Jason surprised, he finally found a job that could do. Then go fast to that? Rojan glanced at him. Jason touched his head and went to clean without saying a word. After watching Jason cleaning the deck, Rojan's face showed a pleasant smile. One more person, it seems that it is not a bad thing. At least, these chores were no longer his job. Jason's movements were quick, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the whole ship was swept inside and outside by him, showing his cleaning skills, which made Rojan very satisfied. He liked this kind of honest, simple and capable crew. The two men then assigned the division of labor and switched guards every night. In this sea, the crises are ghosts. You don't know when there will be danger around. In general, when the night falls, the crew will be arranged to watch the night. Before, when Rojan was alone, he was sleeping a little bit every day and also his mind was up all the time. And now he has Jason. On the same day, when evening came, Rojan finally closed his eyes and had a good sleep. The next day, at the daybreak, Rojan stretched out, then he saw Jason, who was already awake and active. "Hi, Jason." "Hey, Captain, you're up?" Jason asked honestly. "Well, that's good. You stayed very vigorous all night." Rojan praised. "Yes, I should be." Jason smiled. At this time, Jason's eyes were bright, but he was completely exhausted because he didn't sleep all night. There are 2 more days to get to the next island. Looking at the map, Rojan's eyes flashed and he murmured. It was about 5 months before he gets to Rouge, and he was trying to shorten the duration as much as possible. It can be said that he has almost not stopped on this road. In addition to killing the murderous pirates, he barely stopped a few times to get supplies. But this time, he has to stop. According to the chart, Oyster Island was the only refueling island within the voyage, and with this island, he would complete 1 out of 3 of the road to Bayterilla. In other words, at least he will be sailing on the sea for about a month. "Jason, call me when we get to the island," Rojan shouted, and Jason raised his thumb. Then he went to the bedroom to tease the cat. In recent days, cats seem unhappy. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these days, the sea was calm and there were no pirates, so Rojan felt a bit boring. He wanted to kill some pirates to expand his system balance, but unfortunately, there was none. After a while, with Jason yelling, Rojan looked at the bow direction. "Captain, here we are, the island of Oyster." Jason said that while he was learning how to sail from Rojan. At this time, Jason stood in front of the rudder, his hands were swinging, but he was leisurely and very drunk. It is hard to imagine that a big strong man with his eyes squinting at the rudder and humming a tune. It was a beautiful picture. Suddenly, Rojan felt that the style of the pirates had changed. Well. Rojan went to the bow and looked to the front. Once he looked at the sea, he could see an island in the far distance. Compared to the island that Rojan saw far from before, this island looked more than twice as large, and its bustle and prosperity were naturally higher. When Rojan saw this island he compared it to his island, Logue Town. "When we get there, we'll pick up some supplies, then we'll have to rest on the boat for the night, then we'll set off," Rojan said to Jason. Don't you want to stay for a few more days?" "Captain?" Jason asked in confusion. "There is still something urgent I have to do, and there is no time to delay." Rojan told a faint explanation, then he once again fell into silence. The dragon route was slowly approaching the store, and then Jason threw the anchor and tied it tightly to the shore of the pier. "All right, Captain." Beckoning from below, Jason shouted to Rojan. "Okay." Nodding his head, Rojan also leaped down. On his shoulder, the cat was squatting quietly. When they jumped to the shore, they looked immediately toward the center of the island. A lot of noises coming from the villagers and their voice was full of enthusiasm. This little shore, Rojan glanced away and he saw no less than 14 ships. It's a bustling town. With a sigh, Rojan's face also showed a smile. Of course, Oyster Island is one of the most prosperous islands in the South Blue. Jason smiled. Nodding, Rojan and Jason walked towards the inner island. When they entered the center of the town and constantly searched for the items needed for navigation, the cat on the shoulder of Rojan was restless. "What's wrong?" "Cat." "Meow." The cat opened its claws and pointed to a sweet cake shop on the side of the street with bright light coming from its eyes. "Haha, I really don't understand who's the master. If you don't mind, I will call you a little master." Rojan laughed helplessly. Meow. Chapter 49, What are you looking at? With an innocent and cute expression, the cat looked at Rojan. Such a spoiled cat. Jason curiously looked at them, and it was very clear that Rojan was pampering his cat in an exaggerated way. Also, the cat's cleverness was beyond his imagination. The cat seemed to be like a human being. In the end, Rojan and his kitten entered the sweet cake shop and enjoyed their sweet meal. "I still can't get used to this sweet food." Frowning at the cake, the Rojan stopped. He doesn't like to eat sweet food, but in the opposite Jason and the little master, they were enjoying the meal and eating it with relish. "It's so sweet." Jason admired it. Meow. Also, the little master liked it, and its face was full of enjoying. Rojan's face was covered with black lines and his eyes rolled. He didn't like the extra enjoyment of them. After a while, this little group left the place and started to purchase the necessary items for the boat. In this time, the amount of food was a very important factor, so they took nearly 1 month worth of supplies. In addition, They also bought some clothes. After they finished shopping, Rojan and Jason looked at each other with a little embarrassment. After all, they found that such things were not suitable for men to do. Meow. At this time, the little kitten screamed and pointed at itself with the pride face. Do you want to leave this to you? The little cat claws stretched out and it nodded proudly. Rojan and Jason were sluggish for a moment, and then, they let the cat lead the way. A half an hour later, Jason was holding a huge pile of a shopping spree with the height of one person. We almost there. Rojan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Jason who was sweating, and then he patted on his shoulders comfortably. You have worked hard. Not hard, this is what I should do, Captain. Jason smiled. I like your hard work. You will have a great future. Rojan nodded and praised him. Jason smiled but he didn't respond, also he found that his captain sometimes became a little nervous. These two men and their cat decided to get back to their ship. They must put this huge amount of supplies there before doing anything else. Rojan sings a song, just to enjoy the spring in this wonderful island. There was nothing better than this. While they were going toward the ship, Rojan stopped walking. When Jason noticed that, he immediately stopped. As they stopped, bang, a sound came out, and a figure screaming flew out from the front of them and fell heavily on the ground. Help! Save me! A murderer! The man who fell to the ground was screaming, his face and nose were swollen, and his face was full of blood. He looked very miserable. This scene immediately made the people around take a step back. I will destroy your face. Look at my face, don't you know me? How dare you asking me to pay? A big man came out from the shop where the man got thrown out. People who were there heard the word of the big man and they looked at his face. Only seconds and a series of inhalation came from the crowd. My God! It's him. The evil Baron. He is the evil Baron. He is rewarded with 45 million belly, one of the strongest pirates in the South Blue, and it is said that he is a devil fruit user. Why is he here? Rumors said that he was wandering around the sea near Bayterila Island. People were shocked after they saw the Baron. They were afraid, so they took steps back. The man on the ground, when he heard that name, he panicked. He didn't recognize him just until then, and his heart trembled at the moment. Is it him, the evil Baron? I actually messed with him. A fear of death shrouded the man and made him very afraid. Legend has it that the evil Baron was one of few strongest pirates in the South Blue, the most incomprehensible guy in the four seas, with such a big bounty. He was undoubtedly a very famous pirate. And that man had offended such a great pirate. All of a sudden, he was stunned by the fact that a hand appeared before him. Get up. Give me your hand. This simple sentence made him tremble, and then he looked and found out that it was a hand of a young man. At this moment, the whole scene was quiet, and all presents were shocked. The evil Baron was a strong guy throughout the South Blue. Even pirates would try to avoid getting trouble with him. But now, there are people who dared to intervene in the Baron. The man stood up in a daze, with a huge force helping him. His body couldn't do anything but stand up. When he stood up, he saw the face of Baron, which shook his body. Spare me. Involuntarily, the man was shivering. But at this moment, the evil Baron didn't look at that man anymore, but he stared fiercely at the young man who helped him. The evil Baron felt that someone wanted to provoke his own majesty, and this matter shouldn't be tolerated. In the South Blue, he was the highest-ranked pirate. He was in the position of the king. No one dared to disobey him. Even the Marines, when they saw him they retreated. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a strong voice came out from Rojan, which was different from the voice that he talked with before. After these words, everyone around them held their mouths. He will be killed. Oh my God. Once again, people shifted their eyes to the other side, to the man who was holding a huge pile of a shopping spree. At first glance, the crowd stood still. What a magnificent man. Baron's figure was too big, but in front of this big man, he seemed to be smaller. What did you say? For a moment, Baron couldn't believe his ears. What happened today? First, there was a little boy who didn't know came up and saved the man he was going to beat, then a big ma with mental retardation came up and said that to the Baron himself. I said, what are you looking at? My captain said, what are you looking at? If your attitude is better, your grim expression will frighten him. Jason thought that Baron didn't understand, so he actually explained it. Baron was silent but everyone could feel the anger accumulated on his body, which has reached the extreme. His eyes sparkled with danger, and cold words came out of his mouth. Today, the three of you must die. Chapter 50, Zone. The voice of Baron was full of anger. Everyone there noticed that he was very irritated. That killer's eyes made everyone afraid to look at him. However, there was only one who wasn't afraid. Not only he stared at Baron's eyes but also he spoke up. What are you looking at? The corner of his eyes trembled, and Baron could not help it. Jason's simple and honest expression and with his high voice made him so angry. Rojan, who was on the side, could not help but laugh. "You all have to die." Baron said it coldly. Behind his back, the doors suddenly opened, and more than a dozen big men came out of it. "Captain. Haven't you finished yet? Who are these guys? It seems that something has gone wrong." More than a dozen pirates saw this scene, and they showed a banter expression. A young kid, a burly strong man, and a cat. This combination made Baron and others shook their eyes. "Do you want us to kill them, Captain?" A tall fellow, with a cold light in his eyes and a long gun in his hand, pointed directly to Jason. Obviously, in these people's eyes, Jason was the threat, not Rojan. "Well, these two guys are going to die now. That big man is too bold. That's Baron, he is cruel and incomparable, what can he do?" The crowds were panicking and nervous while they were watching this scene. In the eyes of everyone, Jason's eyes suddenly turned cold. "You are threatening me, and you dare to point your gun at my head? No one dares to point a gun at me." Jason's tone was very serious, but this tone and his face reaction made Baron and others laugh. However, this laughter only lasted for 3 seconds, and their faces were stunned. They saw the stupid strong man, reaching out, and grabbing the gun directly. That pirate's face has changed, and his finger was on the trigger. "Are you looking your death?" Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshots came out, and the entire crowd closed their eyes. "How dare you, shooting me? I'll kill you." Jason's palm was stuck on the gun and the simple and honest expression suddenly became cold. "What?" The tall and thin pirate was shocked. The gunshot didn't kill Jason, and what made him more frightened was that his gun exploded. "How is that possible?" Jason's palm directly blocked the muzzle of the gun didn't shot out and it was already broke. Kaka. Baron and the others actually saw that scene which made them stunned. The long steel gun was actually gripped by Jason's hand, he twisted it, the whole gun immediately broke. The tall and thin guy took a step back. He has never seen such a strong guy. "I said I will kill you." The tone of Jason was very cold, and then he grabbed him. The huge hand of Jason directly caught the pirate's head. Then suddenly, the guy was raised from the ground. "Shit! Let go of him." Baron's face changed, he screamed and rushed forward to stop Jason. He looked at his crew in the hand of Jason. His head seemed to be deformed because of the tremendous strength of Jason. "Huh?" Jason looked at him and waved his hand randomly. Really, it was an easy wave. Then, Baron flew directly out, even hit the ground 30 or 40 meters away, and then kept rolling until he reached 10 meters. When he got up, had a red nose and his face was swollen. Before that, he was still very angry. "You must die." Jason was tall, taller than Baron. "No. I don't think so." The tall man was frightened and his legs were pedaling, and he felt a strong force that would burst his skull. This power was really terrible. There was a fear from the depths of the body, which made him feel cold all over. At that moment, the pirate felt that the fire of his life would extinguish any moment. Too strong. Aside, Baron's pirate panicked. They all pulled out their arms and rushed toward Jason. But, they saw that Jason's face remained unchanged. He single-handedly waved again. Boom. More than a dozen people flew by Jason and slammed into the store wall behind them. What made everyone breathe back was that the pirates who were collided on the wall, they didn't fell down immediately. Because of the huge power, they stuck to the wall like a painting. Rojan saw this scene and his eyes narrowed. He sticks them into the wall like a painting. He was a horrible power. To reach this level, didn't need only huge power, but it also needs a perfect control of this power. After moments, the pirates fell down and screamed. Their bones broke under this collision. Also, the wall where they collided collapsed. What a guy. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This burly man has a huge power. Then, they all saw Jason carry that pirate and threw him to the ground. Puff. The skinny body immediately bleeds out, the pirate trembled a little and then he stopped. Actually, he died. You bastard. Baron's discolored and the angry came out from his heart. He knew the power of his crew, every one of them was powerful with tens of millions reward. However, against this guy, they totally gonna lose. Actually, there were reasons for them to be defenseless. It was because the power of this burly guy, he was very strong. Huh, what are you looking at again? Another sentence introduced into Baron's ear, which made him crunch his teeth. Damn you. Baron anger was gushing, and he violently stood up. He couldn't care about the mess he was in. But after he stood up, he made a high roar. You will see my true strength. After a breath, and in the eyes of the crowd, Baron's figure began to swell. His body grew a brown hair, sharp claws appeared in his feet and his hand. He totally changed at that moment, he turned into the forelegs of some animal. From behind, a tail like a whip has appeared too. This inhuman appearance made everyone become scared. Chapter 51, Spies. This is the devil fruit. Rojan's eyes narrowed while he looked at Baron. He became an animal. Rojan murmured these words. With his appearance after the transformation, Rojan confirmed that Baron had eaten his own devil fruit. This type of fruit can greatly enhance human speed, strength, and reaction. It can be said that if the user focused to make his body stronger, and with his own fruit, he could be unstoppable. But this Baron has only 40 million's reward, so he wasn't enormously strong. Only by virtue of the devil fruit, he became stronger than the other pirates. But then, the Baron's mouth made a sound, which surprised everyone. Meow. What? It turned out to be a cat. Rojan's mouth anxiously shook, looked at the kitten on his shoulder, but the cat pouted its mouth and didn't care about Rojan. I will kill you. Baron's voice was sharp and fierce. Even if it was a cat, there was no doubt that he was a ferocious cat. His claws were on the ground, he was moving so fast that his whole figure seemed to be light as a swallow. Just as he bent, he rushed forward, jumping at the building on both sides of the road. Jason looked up and saw Baron running and jumping on both sides of the street. At this moment, while Baron was running, his speed was getting faster and faster. After 10 meters, his whole body has turned into a phantom. Amazing. Onlookers were surprised. He was extremely fast. They could only see a phantom. Baron and Jason were about 50 meters apart. Just after 2 seconds, Baron was so fast, but Jason's eyes were full of the shadows left by his running. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang. Meow. Jason looked up at the position of that sound. There were 2 sharp claws, shining with bright light. Claw hit, I will tear you apart. Baron whispered. With the force of dropping down from the air and with his magnificent speed, he accumulated a great power and pushed his attack to its limit. You are dead. No one can survive this attack. He had seen Jason's strength, so his first attack was his strongest attack. After a short breath, Baron's figure changed quickly his position in the air, even though it was a small change, but it could make the enemy unable to figure out where he would appear. Suddenly, he was shaking. Jason involuntarily looked at the left side of his sight, but at this point, Baron's figure came from the front. Haha, you guessed the wrong direction. Go to hell. The 2 sharp lights suddenly crossed the sky and seemed to split the space. But at the same time, Jason's right fist suddenly came out. On his thick arms, muscles suddenly burst up, and his green veins were like dragon's bane. The punch was straightforward and smashed Baron's nose. Karg. The crisp sound of the cracking bones came, and everyone couldn't help but hold their noses as if they could feel Baron's pain. That's so cool. Rojan was so amazed. Jason's punch was so sudden that outsiders looked as if Baron has rushed forward to get beaten. However, Rojan could see now that Jason was really a very strong guy. He didn't know why he was imprisoned in the basement by a scum group of pirates. At this time, Jason's head was still looking at the left side. Slowly turning his head, Jason spoke very seriously. I also have eaten a devil fruit, Gomen Nasai. This sentence was more like a ridicule. However, Rojan took a deep look at Jason. He really doesn't know what fruit this guy has, but his body's strength was terrible. Unexpectedly Baron was bitten by Rojan, and he flew out straight toward the rear for 100 meters or so, and then bang his body hit the wall and crashed it. Seeing this scene, the crowd around were muddled. What a power! The Baron's pirates, at this point, were completely annihilated. The top and most ferocious pirates of the South Blue, because of the what are you looking at, they were beaten up. Where the hell did these 2 strong men came from? After sweeping around, Jason saw the enemy lying on the ground, and then scratched his head and regained his innocence. Jason, it's time to go. Until then, Rojan lightly said. Oh. Yes, Captain. He is still the simple and honest big man. Just then, he turned to a tough guy. With a bitter face, Jason picked up the items with at least 1,000 pounds weight. He stepped forward and gently followed Rojan. The crowd looked at the 2 men, and they quietly opened the road. Such a great man with a good heart, the young man who was walking in the front. Obviously, between the 2 men, the teenager was in the main position. That is to say, this teenager might be even stronger than the big man. On the board of the dragon route, Jason went to the cabin and put down the huge pile of their purchases, which had directly filled the basement. Okay, let's go, we'll go to the hot spring, then we need to buy some clothes to wear. Rojan stretched and laughed. Jason wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with excitement. Jason, I don't expect to find your size has been made. After all, Jason's figure was too big. The clothes of this guy were estimated to be customized. Jason touched his head and smiled thickly. Subsequently, the 2 men and the cat entered the island again. Half an hour later, Rojan and Jason took off their upper body clothes and comfortably soaked in the hot spring. The little master was shyly lying on the side of the hot spring pool and did not dare to look at these two. Ah, so nice, I haven't been so comfortable for a long time. Rojin sighed. Enjoy this moment of peace, Jason, we will be busy soon. Jason smiled again, he was enjoying the hot spring and looking to the sky. Yeah, it is really a rare piece. At the entrance to the hot spring shop, two guys wearing a black suit and pairs of dark glasses were communicating in a low voice. Do you see him clearly? Is it him? Yeah. This face can't be wrong. In addition, according to our information, this guy also appeared in the South Blue during this period of time. The two quickly communicated, constantly watching the crowd on both sides of the street. If it wasn't for the big man today, we wouldn't notice him. This is a good place to get him with no effort. What's more interesting is the cat on the teenager's shoulder. Go and investigate it carefully and identify the cat. The identity of the cat may be even more frightening than that guy. Alright. I'm going to deliver the report, and you start investigating. After a few words, the two nodded and disappeared from the street. Chapter 52, Let the Fun Begin. One of the figures, after going around, he left the hot spring place. The location he chose was very special, and because of the wall he was behind, it looked a little far from the hot springs. In fact, if you are a person with good intuition, you could clearly understand the movements of Rojin. The kid is exactly the same as the picture given by the superior. Silently recalling the appearance of Rojin, then, he looked around to know if there anyone around. When he found it clear, he took out the den mushi. Puru puru puru. There were 3 rhythmic percussion sounds, it was a quick tone. Puru puru puru. Report your code. The steady voice came from the other side. Code 43298, I'm in the South Blue, Oyster Island. He said in low voice. Report. A voice of majesty came out. Alright. The agent 43298 answered in a respectful way, and then he talked quickly. I was dispatched by Superior to the Oyster Island for a mission. Recently, I found a teenager who consistent with one of our missions. I came to report. In addition, there was a cat next to the boy. And his subordinates seriously suspected that he was the important person we hadn't found for a long time. Report the teenager mission code. After hearing the words of the agent 43298, the person on the opposite indulged for a moment, and he didn't ask for the information about the cat. Code 0. After hearing that, the agent's voice was a bit strange, full of curiosity. 0. It seemed that he obviously stayed a while, and then the agent 43298 quickly asked sure the code is 0. Series sounds of flipping through the paper came from the opposite side. 43298 could hear the superior attention and dignity of the superior from the sound. It seems that the boy is unusual. Sure. Po. A heavy breathing sound came from the den mushi, and the superior was silent for a while before asking again. Continue to confirm the identity of the cat. The superior said with a heavy voice. Always pay attention to the position coordinates of code 0, and if it's necessary, you can postpone other tasks' priority. Upon hearing this sentence, the agent 43298 glimpsed. Is it the highest priority? The boy's identity was so important that made the Marines very concerned. Who exactly is he? He let the superior very attentive. He didn't hesitate, and he answered quickly. Alright, sir. Do it well, this time if you can complete this task, then the promotion won't be far. There was a rare admiral as a promotion. The agent 43298 was very happy, and he immediately replied. Understood, sir. Subsequently, the den mushi hanged up. There was a deep curiosity on his face, and his eyes flashed. The identity of this boy must be extraordinary. He was very sure of this, for the identity of the cat seemed too high for him to imagine, but the priority of the boy still above the cat. On this side, Agent 43298 pays close attention to Rojin's every move. On the other side, the superiors became very serious when he heard it. He didn't hesitate to report to the Marine headquarters immediately. Actually, the colonel didn't have any doubts about the information he got. There were a lot of spies teams in the Marines. These Marines were either dressed as businessmen or civilians. It was usually for them to stay without any work. They don't need them to kill the enemy from time to time, they would arrange some tasks for them on the line. Many of these tasks are surveillance, inspection, and spying. The agent 43298 was one of the vast majority of spies. He was a professional one, only the 100% determined messages would be determined. Puru puru puru. Hey. Soon, the den mushi ringed. I'm the Commander Leon, from the South Blue Division, I have information. What is it? The Marines headquarters weren't so careful to the subject. One of our spies found a major suspect in Oyster Island in the South Blue, Code 0 mission, Gold D. Rojin. At the same time, he found the cat, Code 1 mission, and he currently investigating his identity. Leon took a deep breath after he reported it. Rojan? And does the world government emphasize the cat we care about? For 2 consecutive questions, the Marine of this ministry was somewhat aggressive. They are all in the South Blue? Yes, when he found Rojan, the cat was by his side. Because of the Agent 43298 issued a more detailed written report later, Leon was very aware of this information. In addition, there is another person with the name Jason. He is a big man, and he is very strong. Jason. The Marine on the opposite side was aggressive again. How long it has been since Rojan has started to build a crew? Is it Roger's relative pirates? In the midst of contemplation, the Marines of the headquarters didn't talk again. Leon was very patient. He knew the importance of this matter. It won't only affect the world, but it will affect more the future of Marines forces also. Only a few moments and the Marines of the ministry reacted. Understood, I will inform the fleet admiral. Leon nodded, he hanged up quickly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He could predict that a huge event would shock the entire Marines and pirates. The efficiency of the Marines headquarters was amazing. After determining the position of Rojan, a command was issued quickly. In fact, after the defeat of Dragon and the serious injuries that he got, then the orders of Sengoku, Rojan's reward order was not withdrawn, and it only appeared in a limited area. Because after that, the Marines and the world government has stopped raising a reward for Rojan. The high reward, which didn't distribute yet around the world, it forcibly suspended. The Marines didn't want the world to know anything about Roger brother. Only some people in the South Blue knew that Roger has a younger brother, but these people were civilians who have rarely gone to the sea, or some pirates. But relying on these people to spread the information of Rojan, that would take them 2 or 3 years. On that day, Kizaru was still swaying in the East Blue and the golden dendenmashi rang. Yawning, Kizaru was barred at that moment, and he answered it slowly. Hello. Admiral Kizaru. The fleet admiral issued an order to let you go to the South Blue. South Blue? For what? Kizaru wondered. The target gold Rojan is found, and he is in the South Blue now. Kizaru's eyes flashed. So, is there a specific location? The South Blue is very big. South Blue, Bayterila Island. Subsequently, the dendenmashi hangs up, and Kizaru slowly stood up and stretched out. After such a long rest, activities are also good. Arresting Rojan was only a little physical activity for Kizaru. Chapter 53, Why should we avoid them? At that time, Admiral Kizaru was at the peak of his life. His physical state was in perfect condition. He was one of the strongest Marines. Especially with his devil fruit Pika Pika no Mi, the light fruit, no enemy could withstand against him. Rojan? In Kizaru's eyes, he was just a little curiosity, he didn't count him as a real enemy. For the discovery of Rojan, the Marines handled it a very low-key. All within a limited range of rapid decision-making, and did not cause any vibrations. On Oyster Island in the South Blue, Rojan was playing with Jason and the Little Master. He was unaware of the coming storm. They did not notice that there were a few shadows around them. They were silently staring at them and then they quickly retreated. These movements were invisible and didn't arouse the awareness of Rojan and the others. The professionalism of this intelligence personnel can be seen. It has been identified that the identity of the cat is the mission target of Code 1. Inform the world government that they have been getting the deal done and that there has been news. After these sentences were passed, a faint and small vibration began to surge rapidly. On that day, Rojan, Jason, and the little cat played until midnight before returning to the boat and then fell asleep. The next morning, everything in the Dragon Route was normal. The Marines didn't act arbitrarily. To handle Rojan, they had to keep a track on him. On the Dragon Route, Rojan was sitting on the bow and the Little Master squinted beside him. These two were facing the sea waves with peaceful expression and they seemed to feel something. Behind them, Jason's tall figure shuttled down the deck, carrying mops, brooms, and other items, cleaning the ship. Right, Jason. Suddenly, Rojan remembered something and shouted. Yes, Captain. Jason replied loudly. Clean up the dishes and plant the orange seeds we bought. Okay. Jason was working hard and painstakingly. Looking at Jason, Rojan was gratified. This guy will be very promising in the future. He is really capable. He couldn't find such a good crew like him. He was an honest guy. Rojan found that he liked that a bit. Then, sailing all the way across the sea, Rojan went straight to the second supply points of the voyage. Only 3 stops we have to make and we will reach Bayterila Island. This route has been compressed by me and hopefully, within 4 months we get there. His eyes shone with light and he clenched his fist slightly. The Little Master next to him seemed to feel his emotion and screamed with a low sound. Meow. Hearing the voice of the Little Master, Rojan smiled and touched the Little Master's head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let the thinking for my enemies, I am very strong now. These words were full of confidence, and for sure, these facts were true. With a balance of more than 200 million, Rojan was confident that he could summon a great soul if he faces a very strong opponent. Such a soul must be stronger than Itachi. The voyage was safe and silent, until 3 days later, they found 2 pirates groups fighting in front of them. Would you like to avoid them? Captain, these pirates are reckless and very troublesome. Jason asked. Why should we avoid them? Jason, go straight ahead, I'm going to rob them. Rojan noticed from afar that these pirates on both sides were full of bloody atmosphere and obviously, they had done many bad things. Strangely enough, he had hardly seen the innocent fellow who went out to the sea following their dreams. He only saw bad pirates, hungry for blood and treasures. Jason has always executed Rojan's order in a perfect way. After a while, 2 groups of pirates who were fighting, suddenly found out that a ship was crossing. When they looked at the flag, they became even more stunned. Not a pirate flag? Neither the Marines? The pirates were a little bit confused. What are they doing here? But after 3 seconds, 2 figures jumped from the ship. At the same time, a voice came out. Jason, there is no need for mercy, these scums of the sea, hell is where they belong. All right. A strong voice came out. The 2 figure fell heavily from the sky and stood in the middle of these pirates. One was thin, the other was big and burly, like a small tower. The 2 figures were sharply contrasting, but at this moment, all the pirates were stunned. But after a second, they became angry. Who the hell is this guy, shouting to kill us? Brothers, cut them first, they must be killed for these big words. Crush them, give them a painful death for what they said. Just for a moment, Rojan and Jason found that their hatred value of both groups has reached the peak. In one look, Jason took a step forward and Rojan's right hand was placed on his sword. Kill them. So many pirates from the 2 groups rushed at the same time at Rojan and Jason. The momentum was astonishing. These pirates looked grim and fierce. They were hovering around the edge of life and death every day. Their lives were not worthy when innocent people were going to be killed by them. After a moment, the pirates rushed forward, and then they flew back. It was a tremendous force as if it was swinging of a giant hammer. Just a moment, and the rushing pirates directly swept back. This was Jason. He just waved his arm. His huge power was like a monster. Ah, ah. The pirates screamed and crashed into the back of the ship, and others were hit by the edge of the boat. Poof, then they fell into the sea. However, this attack was so shocking even for these ferocious pirates. What a great strength. Huh, kill him. The voice of the captain's roar on both sides came out, then, the atmosphere was even more bursting. Just then, a bright light of the sword passed them. No one saw how that sword looked like, but the sword had already returned to its sheath. They only saw the cold-faced teenager, gently pushing the hilt of the sword. Chook, the sword has been completely closed. But in the next moment, a series of screams, and blood rushed out from the pirates. This sword directly killed more than a dozen pirates. In a twinkling, the whole ship fell into silence, and a cold sweat poured from the heads of the remaining pirates. Himura Kenshin. Chapter 54, Let's Get Stronger. Both pirates' sides saw the power of that sword, and they immediately called out in horror. Recently, a demon came over the South Blue. It was said that he faces any pirate, no matter how strong they were, and he could kill them with one hit. The glory and the shape of that sword, no pirates have seen, because the ones who have seen, are dead. Above the sea, everyone was talking about that mysterious swordsman. He was only known by the pirates who have passed by him, but none of them still alive. Such a powerful and cruel guy who has made countless pirates deeply fear him. Pirates were praying every day and every night to avoid this powerful guy. They didn't expect that this would happen today. They actually encountered by him. No one knows his identity, no one knows his appearance, but there were rumors between pirates, that when they saw a strong swordsmanship, they would immediately recognize him. Because of this information, the pirates could quickly identify Rojan and call him by the name of Himura Kenshin. Shit. We didn't provoke you, why did you attack us? One of the captains was horrified and immediately shouted. He was scared in front of this great swordsman. He had already heard about him. The entire South Blue hopes to not face him. How can I let you live and your hands are stained with the blood of innocent? Rojan was indifferent and stepped forward. Jason took a big step and waved his hand. More than a dozen people flew out. The huge power made these pirates lost their consciousness in the air before they fell down. Damn, rumors didn't say that Himura has a partner. Who is this guy? They thought that only Himura was terrifying, but the strength of this burly man wasn't a joke. The 2 men shuttled in the crowd of nearly 100 pirates. Each time they hit, blood spilled out. The great fighting power was their best defense, which made this huge number of pirates couldn't handle them. These chickens, as Rojan called them, couldn't stand against them, so they jumped from their own ships with fear in their hearts. These guys. Rojan was speechless. He wanted to kill all of them, but he couldn't follow them into the sea. They knew that there was nothing in this vast ocean even for 1,000 miles from there. And, when they jumped off the boat, there was only death in that way. Did they choose to die into the sea than to face Rojan? Rojan shook his head, and then he went to the treasure room on the ship. 3 minutes later, he came out with a smile. These two groups of pirates have pushed my balance to 300 million belly. At this point, the system balance showed a long string of number, a total of 310 million belly. This huge number that Rojan has never had before. What kind of soul could he purchase with 300 million? It must be a fearful and powerful one. Jiraiya. Ichigo Kurosaki? Pain? These characters flickered in his mind and Rojan looked forward to it. As far as he knows, the determination of the strength of the system is a mysterious vague line. It was reasonable to say that Itachi Uchiha was at least 100 million belly class. He was from the green class level, but was called out by his good fortune in the green class. These powerful people, he thought before, there was no doubt that they must be a soul above this guy. 300 million belly, what kind of guy he can summon with it, Rojan couldn't imagine at the moment. The enemies that I'm going to face in this trip to Baitarila are imaginably powerful. I must be prepared for everything. His eyes flashed slightly. Rojan was very cautious. The Marines were extremely concerned about the descendants of Roger, and all the forces involved. Even he would intercept with an elite Marine like Dragon. Then, the station of Baitarila Island would be a Vice Admiral or higher. Vice Admiral. Rojan muttered to himself, he didn't know how powerful that high-rank Marine would be. But, there was no doubt that the Vice Admiral must be very strong and powerful and have mastered the Haki, and with a high existence of the 6 powers they could easily face and defeat the Devil's Fruit users. For now, Rojan only relies on souls given by the system to become stronger. With his own strength, even the 100 million pirates may not be able to defeat. He could only defeat chickens with a reward of less than 100 million. I'm not strong enough. Rojan's eyes became firm. He still felt that the 300 million belly is a big amount, but without it, he is very weak. He already put himself away from satisfaction. More than 300 million. It was a huge amount for civilians. But for him, it was just an amount that he could summon a good soul with, and he didn't know what kind of soul would be. Could he fight against Vice Admiral? If he could, then, what about admirals? According to Rojan, the soul he would purchase against the admirals must be very strong. He was afraid that he must summon more than 1 billion souls to be able to defeat him. With his fist clenched, Rojan's expression became calm. He turned his head and shouted at Jason to back to their ship. After returning to the dragon route, the ship was handed over to Jason. Rojan sat alone on the deck and he closed his eyes slowly. He found the fact that his strength was a problem. Even though I can summon a powerful soul, but I still can't solve my own weakness. The biggest role of the system is not to give me power for an hour or so, but it allows me to learn from these souls. I can't be temporarily blinded by strong eyes. Rojan's eyes flashed, and he started to realize. In the past, even though he had the same idea, but he was afraid that summoning souls would be a waste of money, but today, when the balance reached up 300 million, his mind suddenly opened up. Why should I care about tens of thousands belly? Summoning high-level souls is costly, but can these low-level souls allow me to learn? Whether it is martial arts or kendo, doesn't it always make people strong from their weakness? Rojan's face showed a smile. Now, when he knew the way, things would be much better. System, summon me the Red Soul class. The designated category is the swordsmanship. After a while, the system deducted the balance, and Rojan's mind was in a burst of complicated sword skills. There were all kinds of lights in his eyes. At the moment he seems to be learning something. The Red Soul wasn't expensive. It was only about 10,000 belly. Even if it doubled, the high price would be only 100,000 belly. For the current balance of Rojan, he could afford it. Gradually, the possession time of swordsmanship passed. Then he began to summon another one again. And after an hour, the possession time passed again. At this time, Rojan's brow was wrinkled up. Chapter 55, Stephen Chow. After these tests, Rojan found something that made him speechless. That was, he took control of the summoned swordsman very slowly, and an hour passed, but he couldn't even learn his swordsmanship. How can this be done? There were not many possessions done, and he thought it would be impossible to summon some powerful characters and learn their skills. But these basic swordsmanships, the lowest level of swordsmanship, must be learned. The high-rise building starts from the ground, and also the powerful swordsmanship needs a basic transition. Rojan stopped there, and he was aware of the reason for these results. My talent is still too bad. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He was helpless. He thought that when he gets the possession system, his talents would become better. But who knows, this system did not let him do what he wanted, and let him become a rare talent. His talent was still that even the simplest body skills, swordsmanship, were hard to learn. And all the skills that he had, were bought by possession coins, not his own skills. What could I do about this? The moment before, he was ambitious and vowed to learn all the basic sword skills in the world. He realized that he comprehended a set of ultimate swordsmanship. But at this moment, he found that he still was no talent. Such a simple task was impossible to do. Rojin sat silently and began to think of some ways. Half an hour later, the sea breeze blew Rojin's black hair, and the little master on the side crooked its head, looking at him curiously as if it was wondering why he was puzzled. Suddenly, Rojin's eyes lit up, a long smile appeared in his face and laughed. Ha 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 ha, why am I so stupid? I didn't even think of this. I don't have talents that others have, but there are so many souls in this system, so I don't believe that there is no talent-dedicated souls. His eyes sparkled and became bright again. In a blink of an eye, he said directly to the system. System. Summon me a yellow soul, the specified category is martial arts talent. Understood, summoning the martial arts talent category, yellow class, specifying the category, the consumption is twice the random summoning. After 3 seconds, Rojin's eyes flashed, a figure stepped forward and directly integrated into his body. Summon yellow soul, Stephen Chow, martial arts wizard. Stunned, the Buddha's palm. Rojin's face showed a smile. He did not expect that the system would pick such a character. The protagonist of the movie Kung Fu Hustle, Stephen Chow. He is a little fool who has nothing to do. The biggest dream of his life is to join the Axe Gang and be a bad man. However, his nature is kind, under the wrong circumstances, offending the evil spirits of fire and being finally hit by the 2 pulses of Ren Governor, awakened his innate talent, became a rare martial arts wizard. Skills, martial arts wizards. What made Rojin admire this system more? This martial arts wizards can also become a skill, which was convenient for him. System, give me the skills of the martial arts wizards. Martial arts wizards, the exchange needs 55,000 coins, successfully exchanged, congratulations to the host. Before he saw the amount of possessions coins that the martial arts wizard needed to exchange, suddenly, Rojin became confused. Then he looked at his own currency balance, and all of a sudden, his face turned green. What the fuck? Is there a mistake? It's so expensive. He felt his body was hollowed out. The martial arts wizard had emptied out his possession coins balance. He was still thinking about accumulating a large amount of possession coins to learn more swordsmanship and skills. But, in a moment, Rojin has closed his mouth. His eyes slowly closed, and an invisible temperament came out of him. This is a kind of martial arts master's momentum, which has been cultivated for a long time. Every move was in harmony with the principle of heaven, standing there like impeccable. 5 minutes later, Rojin's mouth showed a smile. This exchange is not a loss. He spoke out softly. Yes, it was not a loss. Only by learning the skills of martial arts wizards, can you understand how terrible this skill was? Any martial arts, as long as he sees, or has seen it before, he could use it at his will. And when martial arts wizards merge with him, they merge into him too. His physical fitness has also increased instantly, his power becomes extremely incomparable, speed, reaction, and beyond the past. Compared with the previous moment, Rojin had a perfect transformation. Because of the skills of the martial arts wizards, one of the attributes that came with it was governing and conception vessels. The 2 veins opened up, and the innate airflow chi in his body turned ceaseless. From then on, that stream became endless. But, unfortunately, I have not learned any internal strength. Shake his head, but Rojin wasn't sorry at all. He was still smiling, and at this moment, he was magically able to look inside his own body, to see that there was a little bit of chi in his danshan, all over the meridians, and, above his limbs, some black and blue dots. He knows that those black spots are the impurities produced by a long diet, staying up late, or sucking up toxic gases in the air. With this skill, my talent becomes perfect. I only need to exchange some powerful internal skills, and I can cultivate it to a perfect state in a blink of an eye. Perhaps the internal strength in the world of pirates is not that great, but, to strengthen his body, enhance his fighting power at this moment. And here I am. Rojin slowly closed his eyes. But there are more important things to do. In silence, Rojin's whole body seemed to be dead. He realized how powerful the Buddha's palm of Sing from the movie Kung Fu Hustle, and everyone could see it clearly. Have you ever heard of the skill of the Buddha's palm falls from the sky? Yes, he is now enlightening this set of techniques. If his former self replaced him, he was not qualified to learn this skill. His qualifications were so poor that the system did not bother to talk to him, so bad that Roger gave up rescuing him. But at this time, He is a martial arts wizard. As the hour approached to end, Rojan opened his eye. They were sparkling, and his right palm was moving in the air. Just then, there was a loud noise coming from the front. "Captain, unluckily, we have met another group of pirates. They are going to rob us," Jason said. Rojan opened his eyes, with a smile on his face. "Just try my newly learned palm method." Chapter 56, Buddhist Palm. Rojan slowly got up, and his eyes flashed. The 1 hour was about to pass, and the possession time was about to end. In this short time, with the skills of the martial arts wizards, he has also perfectly mastered the Buddhist palm. In front of the dragon root, there were 2 small and noisy ships surrounded it. These 2 small boats were the pirates who came to rob Rojan. In the vast sea, there were a lot of powerful pirates looting islands and merchant ships. Naturally, these small ships have only 20 or 30 pirates on it. They were small in scale, but they spent a long time fighting in the sea and accumulated a lot of money. Such pirates, which usually appear in the sea only for a while, and then they disappear. They won't be pirates for a long time, they only wanted to accumulate wealth as a process. A few steps across the head of the ship, Rojan saw the pirates who were holding their weapons in front of him. One of them had a gloomy face, and he was shaking a sword in his hand. He wanted to pressure Rojan. "Hand over all the treasure you have, you are only 2 people, so we can let you go." A middle-aged man, he seems to be the captain with his cigarette in his mouth, he laughed and said that. He was looking harmless. "You want to get our treasure?" A smile appeared on Rojan's mouth. "Well, if you give up your goods, we will let you live." The captain nodded. "Captain, what are you saying to them?" "Let me go and kill them." Jason scratched his head and said with a simple tone. With these words, the angry values of the pirates were lifted up, and all of them were staring at Jason with red eyes. "Don't hurry, it's okay, let me do it this time." Rojan pulled Jason and stopped him. How could he let Jason go? This time, he wanted to use his new techniques. An hour of the possession almost ended, it rested 10 seconds. He just wanted to test whether his previous ideas were valid or not. "You look worried about your little partner, it's funny." The captain took a breath and held the cigarette with his fingers and pointed it to Jason. Jason looked at the captain, and Rojan laughed. Under the orders of the captain, the crew suppressed their anger. They were waiting for Rojan to talk. If they could solve the battle without using the swords, they would be very happy. After all, their ships were small and couldn't withstand the damage of a big fight. In the blink of an eye, the time passed quietly. Rojan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his smile became thicker. "Perfect? My predictions aren't wrong." With the possession of Stephen Chow's soul, and with the martial arts skills that he has already exchanged, he could perfectly control Buddhist palm. The smile on his face became bigger and bigger. Rojan seemed to have discovered a path to make a fortune. Buddhist palm, in the exchange platform, its price reached the 100,000. That's it, I already saved 100,000 coins. All of this was for the Buddhist palm, even if the soul of Chow was gone. Rojan could still clearly perceive the existence of his skills, and that part of his memory was still in his mind. It was just like learning something not familiar with. However, it wasn't a problem for him. As long as he honed it over time, he would be able to get familiar with it quickly. "Hey boy, I have given you so long, have you thought about it?" The captain smoked his cigarette and he was a little impatient. "Well, I thought about it." Rojan nodded and smiled. "I don't know if you have heard about the falling Buddhist palm." "What?" The captain was a little worried. He didn't understand what Rojan just said, but the next moment, he opened his mouth. Rojan was standing on the bow of his ship, and then he only made a slight bend on his knees. At the next moment, he was like a bird, he leaped to the air like he was flying. Rojan at this moment had a wonderful feeling when he jumped. As soon as his feet moved, he felt that his body became lighter. He was sure that he had never learned anything like this light move, but at this time, his bones and flesh seemed to inflate and became lighter and lighter. At the same time, he felt a powerful force accompanied by his movements, which gathered quickly. This is the strength of the martial arts wizard, the strength of the Ren and Du meridians. There was a hint of enlightenment in his eyes, and Rojan's hand suddenly extended. First, his hands were closed on his chest, and then it moved with a solemn expression, as he was angry. At this moment, with the power of the leap he made, he was already within 100 meters in the air. He reached the highest point he could. The next moment, his head went down, and his palm slowly pushed forward. His right hand was pointed to the 2 ships. Gradually, Rojan landing faster and faster, he made an invisible wind pressure. As he fell, he steadily pressed them toward the sea. Voom. 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 The 2 ships began to tremble violently. There was an invisible pressure, and the pirates were panicking. "Captain. The wind is too strong. Damn, the pressure is so strong. It's the kid, I saw him flying up and then he fell down. Oh my god." What is he going to do? He can fly so high, is it the devil's fruit ability? The pirates panicked and instantly they became noisy. The captain looked pale and shouted, "Keep calm. Stand still and don't move. I have to see what this kid is going to do." His words were full of anger, and the pirates immediately calmed down and they were all looking up to the sky. At the dragon root, Jason looked at Trojan and his eyes trembled, and he quietly moved the ship back several meters. He had a faint feeling that his captain who flew up to the sky wouldn't do anything good. Finally, in a dazzling time, Trojan has been less than 30 meters away from the pirate ships below. At a close distance, the pirates were subjected into more powerful wind pressure and they didn't run away. Trojan was a bit confused. You dare to face the Buddhist palm power? I like it. Suddenly, Trojan's palm slammed and pushed. Boom. A tremendous palm pressure that shocked the hearts of the pirates suddenly fell slammed from the sky. Only a moment, nearly 2 out of 3 of pirates were crushed into the ship by the huge pressure. Puff, a lot of blood spurted out of their mouths and splashed into the air. But these splattering drops of blood seemed to be squeezed by invisible pressure again. At this time, Trojan's scary palm was only 20 meters away from the deck. Press. His hand once again pressed toward the ship. Chapter 57, So Many Skills. Boom. The Buddha's palm of the 100-meter altitude broke out and all its power has exploded at this moment. A huge bomb, about 40 meters long, appeared in the void and it was printed on 2 pirate ships. Oh, oh! The pirates screamed in horror. Seeing this scene was like seeing the god, and endless fear and panic planted in their hearts. At the next moment, the palm pressure was irresistible. Bang! The 2 ships exploded at this moment. The hulls were crushed to pieces by a huge palm. At this time, Trojan had only 10 meters away from the deck. He slowly closed his palm and pushed his chest. His speed was diminishing, and it became like a leaf in the air, dancing with the wind and falling on the broken hull. Trojan was so amazed. This power is really terrifying. 2 small ships were destroyed directly by him. A pirate group, nearly 30 men, was abolished by him. And all of this happened in less than 10 seconds. The peak power of the Buddha's palm is from 300 meters high, and now I only used 1/3 of it. But these 1 out of 3 was already so terrible. At the end of the 2 ships, a huge palm was printed on them. The place touched by this huge palm was all smashed. Puff. Beneath him, he was a ripped captain cap. Trojan lowered his head and saw half a cigarette butt. Then he looked ahead and a smile appeared in his face. Under the broken deck, a hand suddenly reached out, and then a black-nosed, swollen face appeared in front of his eyes. It was the middle-aged captain. Wow! What is this? He was still confused at that moment. A huge palm fell from the sky, and the entire group of pirates was directly destroyed. Do you want to learn it? Trojan looked down at the middle-aged captain. The captain cried with sadness because he saw Trojan stretching out his palm and pointing it at him. Want to? Nodded indignantly. He saw Trojan beckoned him to say such an answer. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Trojan was laughing so hard, and his palm suddenly came out again. Boom. A huge palm print suddenly reappeared on the hull, and the entire ship swayed and began to creak and was about to sink. And the captain has been crushed to death by this palm. The power of the Buddhist palm was so terrible. With a jump backward, Trojan returned to the dragon root and carefully began to savor this harvest. These pirate groups have only 10 million, it can be ignored, but what I am more concerned about is... His mouth was smiling. It was the power of that palm and the amazing skill of the martial arts wizards. He opened the governing and conception vessels, the chi cycled endless in his body. Trojan has been able to control all the power in his body perfectly. Therefore, this time he will have such a burst of power. It can be said that only this time, Trojan's strength has completed an interesting transformation. So, he could defeat pirates with hundreds of millions bounty. With a Buddhist palm, he could smash everything within 10 meters diameter without bruising, and when he jumps high in the air, he accumulates more power and that with increasing the damage. Perfect? Trojan muttered and the joy was visible in his face. Jason was very curious at this time. Captain, that hand. What about it? Trojan asked with a smile. So strong. Jason admired. Do you want to learn it? If you want I can teach you. Trojan smiled and said. Can I learn it, too? Jason got excited. 1 palm could destroy a whole group pirate, he dreamed to have such a strength. As long as you can fly hundreds of meters, then I will teach you. Trojan was still smiling. But Jason got grumpy and turned his face. He knew that his captain would not be so generous. Closed his eyes again, and the realization of the Buddhist palm has passed through his mind once more. Trojan's understanding of this move has deepened in a few minutes. The martial arts wizard was so amazing that he learned everything very quickly, and any martial arts, in his hands, was as easy to control as God has given. What is more, he will draw inferences from others, and invent martial arts. I learned the palm of the Buddha. But this is not important. What's important is that my speculation is correct. Rojin smiled. Swordsmanship, internal strength, high speed, all the martial arts secrets are all mine. In the next few hours, Rojin began to madly summon red and orange souls. These two are the lowest consumption. He was constantly summoning them and comprehend their skills. Ling Wucheng? The Lone Nine Swords? Learned. Yango? The Ape has no front, and it is not working? Learned. Guan Yu? 6 Vein Swords? Learned. Lin Ping's Evil Spirits? Also learned. Learn. Everything was learned. These swordsman souls were summoned by him and then he quickly learned their skills. In one afternoon, Rojin learned a total of 23 sets of swordsmanship. He felt that his skills accumulation was becoming more and more full, his spirit was filling rapidly, and his understanding of swordsmanship became clearer and clearer. He seems to have seen a world full of swords. With his talent, swordsmanship of Dao, Huashan swordsmanship, the 5 Mountain Sword Sex Alliance, he cannot be stopped at all. His swordsmanship was making rapid progress, and he was mastering all the basics of the sword. This was a fearful distillation, laying a solid foundation for his future strength. After that, he began to understand the inner strength of the powerful martial arts characters. Zhao Yaozi, North Deep Magic? Learned. Huang Sheng, 9 Yin Cannon? Learned. Zhang Wuji, 9 Yin Cannon? Learned. Wang Chongyang, Congenital Power? Learned. Rojin had no pressure to learn, he just hoped that the more, the better. The world of pirates is completely different from the dimension of these martial arts worlds, and the power of these powerful martial arts characters was graded with the 100 million pirates, no more. After all, this world's attributes are too far. Sunflower Collection? Learned. Pa, what does this do? Rojin gave up directly. Suddenly, after a random summons, a character was reflected in Rojin's eyes, making them shine. Chapter 58, The Living Sutra Temple. The King of the Golden Wheel, Jinlun Guashi. This time, the random summoned character was the villain from the Condor Heroes. This character has tight muscles, a sturdy body, and a majestic and heavy body. In just one step, he has already entered Rojin's body and merged with him. Great and powerful body. Only in an instant, Rojin felt that his body was strengthened. He had summoned many souls before this, judging from his strength, his physical quality would be enhanced more or less. But this time, he could clearly see that he became more powerful. Is this the dragon elephant martial art? It wasn't instantly that Rojin got the power of the soul. The intensity of this increase depends on Rojin's physical condition. Although there are more than a decade of physical foundations, if the soul was very strong that Rojin couldn't bear, then the power of the soul would probably be lost. For a long time, Rojin hoped to increase the power of his body. He has never given up exercising his body. But on the one hand, he did not have a scientific way to exercise, and on the other hand, he was not trained to grow up from an early age. It can be said that possessing the system made him a bit stronger, compared with the protagonist of Ace, Luffy, and the elite of the Marine. His body was nothing compared to theirs. However, this time, this random character that came to Rojin made him very happy. The famous martial arts world's refinement method was made exclusively to improve the human body. The dragon elephant Prajna belongs to the supreme guardian of the Emperor sect. It was divided into 13 layers, and its external power was strong and fierce. This skill from the 10th floor, this king had a hard time training to reach it. The king of the Golden Wheel has been trained to the 10-level dragon elephant Prajna Paramita, which gave him the strength of the dragons and 10 elephants. People who have seen giant elephants knew how terrible and powerful these elephants are, a tough creature. Its strength is so amazing. Rojin once saw the Asian elephants in the zoo in his previous life, and just standing there, they moved like a hill, shaking the earth. That power was terrible, and the dragon is even more frightening. Of course, the 10 dragons and elephants in this set of skills seem to be exaggerated, but their power is astonishing, and it is absolutely true. With this skill, my physical fitness can be improved quickly. Rojin closed his eyes, and he began to understand the secret of this supreme spiritual regulating technique. In fact, in the Shelline Temple, there were a lot of magical powers, were able to play a great role in improving the physical quality. The Yi Jin Jing, the marrow washing meridian, could change people's qualifications and elevate the human body to a perfect peak state. It's a matter of the physical condition, it's a bit complicated. Rojin smiled. Compared with the practice of chi training in human meridians, this method of external work was much less. Moreover, this was more difficult for the body, because it cost a lot of energy. From ancient times to the present, the human body was considered as a great treasure that was hard to crack. No one knows how deep it was or how great potential it has. Rojan slowly understood everything about the dragon elephant skill, and also understood the human body profoundly. An hour later, he opened his eyes and smiled. He understood this skill very well, and then he began to practice it. As soon as this technique works, Rojan's whole body, muscles, meridians, and even muscles and joints seem to be working perfectly, and making a crackle sound. After just a little bit of efforts, his spine became straighter, slightly shaking and winding just like the bones of dragons, and there was a kind of crisp roar, like the dragon roar. After half an hour, Rojan started working to climb the layers of the dragon elephant one by one. First, second, third. In a moment, he reached to the fifth. My body has gone further. With a bright in his eyes, Rojan obviously felt that his body has increased slightly. At this moment, his body was in the fifth layer of the dragon elephant prajna. That is to say, his previous physical quality was almost the same as the fourth layer peak. Interesting. He perceived the magic of this practice. Before that, he was also working hard in the world of pirates. But after all, it wasn't a scientific way. At the moment, the whole body became more harmonious after this practice. Flexibility between joints, muscles, the elasticity of the cells, all became stronger. Every part of the human body was like a part of a machine. The strength of each part makes the whole body stronger. After that, he continued to practice, and it was to push these skill 3 levels and reach the 8th layer. Do I have the power of 8 dragon and 8 elephant in my hand now? He slowly lifted his palm and smiled. He slammed toward the deck below with his palm on the dragon root. Boom! The huge force immediately distributed and wrapped the whole ship. Because of the huge size of the ship, the force was scattered immediately, and then the water entered the ship. Boom! The huge humming sound came out, and the sea around the dragon root exploded, the water splashed and the whole hull swayed violently. Amazing! With a sigh, Rojan smiled again. Even if this wasn't the full power of the 8 dragons and 8 elephants, that was far beyond his expectation. By this time, Rojan had reached a bottleneck to the dragon elephant prajna, and then, relying on daily practice, he made a huge progress. After 2 months, Rojan's strength has entered a period of rapid development. He summoned a lot of souls and learned the Yi Jinjing and the Marrow Washing Meridian all in one. I'm going to live in those martial arts worlds now, it's like a mobile library. On this day, Rojan stood on the bow of the ship facing the sea breeze. He looked at this magnificent sea and suddenly he thought of that. 2 months already passed and there have been great changes in his body. Compared with before, this martial arts master's temperament was more obvious. Standing there, he was like the unity of heaven and earth, and the entire human temperament was outstanding, like the stars and the dazzling moon. At this moment, a variety of martial arts combined with his body. 9 yin canon, north deep magic, the 8 absurdities and 6 combinations, the dragon elephant prajna, all of which were coveted by countless people in Lord Jin's martial arts novels, were gathered in his mind. It can be said that he was the Sutra Temple. The Living Sutra Temple. Chapter 59, The Sea, Dreams, and Freedom. In the past 2 months, Rojan encountered 8 pirates and accumulated 500 million in the system balance. This was a huge sum of money, which made Rojan's mind and body feel comfortable. Of course, all this was for the coming storm. Vaguely, Rojan felt that this would be the toughest battle he would face. With the dragon elephant prajna, the 9 yin canon and the washing marrow, the state of my body at this moment is far beyond the past. In terms of swordsmanship, it is more proficient in many schools, with the talent of martial arts wizards, it is, even more, incorporating these routines into one. As for internal strength, Rojan pondered up. The martial arts world, which was derived from the mysterious power of the human body, has always been extremely difficult to cultivate. If Rojan wants to choose one to practice, I'm afraid that in these 2 months, he has already practiced it to the point of supernatural skill. Because his 2 meridians have already connected, and the innate nature was achieved. As long as the exercises were practiced, at a very fast speed, it could fill his whole body with chi. However, Rojan thought of it later, he gathered so many types of martial arts and many the collections of internal skills in one. Then, why not learn by himself and create a collection of his own internal strength? In these days, I have carefully studied a total of 306 internal exercises, keeping every internal strength in mind, and thoroughly understanding the internal structure of the body. It is through the internal vision that all the meridians in the body are concentrated in the back of the brain and drawn into a meridian map. Maybe I can start writing my own inner strength. From ancient times to the present, learning is easy and innovation is difficult. Following the path of our predecessors and going to the peak, there is no doubt that it is more difficult than taking a road. Rojan wasn't going to take any of the others' way at the moment. He wanted to create a piece of his own world. However, this pioneering effort is bound to be a long process and cannot be accomplished overnight. Just advance a little bit every day, that is progress. If I don't have a long way to go, I can stand still like a stone, and why should I worry? His strength has grown, even boundaries. Rojin has entered to another level. His vision was broadened, he became open-minded, and he could think on multi-directional, far beyond his former self. This was the power of the system. With the help of the system and his own thoughts, Rojin has all the foundations that a strong man has in a short period of time. From then on, instead of being dumped at the start, he stood in a position equal to, or even greater than, many geniuses. The dragon route continued moving forward, and after 3 days, it finally arrived at the transfer station. "Captain, how long will we stay here?" Jason asked while touching the back of his head. I have to say that sailing on the sea was boring for him. Especially during this period, his captain was meditating day and night or doing some strange moves, and he even ignored him. Jason was accompanied by the clever cat. But the cat was so cold that Jason, no matter how he teased her, she did not respond to him at all. This was awkward. Jason seemed to be lonely on that big ship. For half a day, time is tight. We must get there as soon as possible. The sense of urgency was getting heavier. Rojin's face was so serious. The closer he was from Bayterila, the more clues he found. When he first entered the South Blue, the pirates were quite strong and active, and they were seen almost every once in a while. But here, the pirates that Rojin saw were easier and easier, even the last pirates were just a small group with 2 small boats. What is the reason? Let these active pirates almost disappeared? With such questions, the dragon route was slowly approaching the island port. This was the 3rd transit island to Bayterila, called Yasa. Jason tied the anchor tightly and then the 3 of them entered the island. With the last experience, this purchase was significantly faster. In less than half an hour, Jason had carried a huge package on his back. An hour later, Jason stuffed all 5 large packages into the dragon route storage room and exhaled heavily. At this time, this small group could finally rest in a random bar on the island of Yasa. Soft slow-motion music sounded, and the bar was on a small stage in the center, wearing exposed dancers, slowly swaying their posture. Yeah, good, really good. Jason looked at them with a big smile. He simply and honestly smiled, and the saliva of his smile remained. Rojin saw Jason's picture like a pig and shook his head helplessly. Jason kept staring at the sexy dancer and his temperature was getting higher and higher. After drinking, we should go. We are not far away from Bayterila Island. Jason, who heard Rojin's words, wiped his mouth, nodded innocently and gave the hot dancer a last look. You are going to Bayterila Island? Just then, the man on a wooden table suddenly interrupted. Yes, what's wrong? Rojin asked. It's not a peaceful place right now. The man shook his head. At this time, someone on the other side said even more. There are a lot of Marines there now, and even the cadres of the Marine headquarters have come over. The pirates in the large areas nearby were swept by these Marines during this period. Fuck. Damn that old man, he made me angry. I was sailing in that area and I was driven by them. Suddenly, a strong man slammed a glass of wine and shouted. Ha ha, Louise, you have nothing to do as a pirate and you almost got killed by the Marines? Next to him, someone immediately laughed. Keep laughing, you know what, a pirate is a dream, a chase for the sea, a chase for freedom, you know that you're an ass. After I rest for a while, I will start again. This time, I want to go to the Grand Line. Louise yelled. Louise, who was a pirate, wasn't angry at these civilians. Rojin's eyes flashed while he was looking at Louise. The strong man was full of a strong atmosphere of the sea, but he was not fierce. It was the first time for him to see a decent pirate for such a long time. Dream, sea, freedom. Rojin could not help but mutter. He vaguely remembered the sentence when his big brother said to him before he went out to sea. Rojin, ha ha ha, don't stop me, chasing the sea, is chasing dreams. Just chase freedom. That is, a man, longing for freedom. Ha 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 ha. At that time, he had discouraged him for 3 days and 3 nights. He was only saying one sentence. You will die. But that man would rather die. Go to the sea too. Because this is, chasing freedom. This is the pursuit of dreams. Chapter 60, It's Him. Once, Rojin didn't know what his dream was. What could someone do to chase his dream? In his past life, he had to struggle to survive. He didn't even find time to think about his dreams. When you are worried for a few $100s for the rent when you are eating old food to live.